status. Oh my God, I'm the other person.
table at the far right is where you get your credentials. We are going to get started in 5 minutes. Two minutes, so if you all would take your seats, so we can get started in 2 minutes. Thank you all. This is like church. I am going to call the 2023 US Chess Delegates Meeting to order. And just before, because they're still working on getting together the roll, call the roll. A couple of things just to let you all know. First of all, some of you who were at the membership meeting probably know Carol Meyer is not going to be able to join us. She tested positive for COVID yesterday. She, though, is soldiering on. She put together her remarks on a PowerPoint with audio, so we will be able to hear from Carol, but unfortunately, she won't be able to join us. One other thing that I wanted to mention for those who were at the membership meeting yesterday, I erred in saying that delegates motions, all delegates motions, require 2/3 vote. That is only if there are bylaws changes. I'm human, make mistakes, I think we all do. As chess players, if you don't think that applies to you, I'll set up a match between you and Stockfish and we'll see. Otherwise, a couple of other things about this meeting. This is a little bit different meeting than some others that we have. Two issues that have to be addressed as delegates that do not have motions attached to them, but they are how you and who will be recognized as the official state chapters for the District of Columbia and Rhode Island. So those will be handled a little differently than what are general motions, and we'll discuss those when we get to them on the agenda. Are we ready to call the roll? Looks like they're still adding some people. So since they're still working on getting the roll together, I'll explain a little bit about the process, and we'll be be using, and discuss this a little bit also, I think, in our open meeting of the board. When those recognitions of state chapters comes up, the 2 in the case of Rhode Island and the 3 in the case of the District of Columbia will each be given 3 minutes to present their cases, why they should be the state affiliate. We will then open it up to delegates for questions, directed questions to those respective affiliates, and then we will have discussion. Now, in the case of Rhode Island, there are 2, so we can set that discussion as one mic, those that are speaking in favor of one, and the other, and another that are speaking in the other. In the case of DC, where there are 3, we're just going to line people up at one mic, and they're just going to go through, and they can say whatever they want, because it really isn't a feasible way to do it otherwise. When we get to the balloting for Rhode Island, of course, there are just the 2 choices. For the District of Columbia, there are 3 choices. We do have written ballots that we're going to use because it's going to be too confusing otherwise. There will be choices on the ballot in the first round in District of Columbia. Each of the 3 affiliates will be named, and if you are in favor of one of them, you will X the box accordingly. You also have the ability to choose none of the above, and the 5th alternative would be to abstain. We are going to require a majority of the votes of the ballots cast, and an abstention does not count as a ballot cast, but of the votes that choose one of the 3 or none of the above, you'll need a majority for an affiliate to be chosen as a state chapter. If on the first ballot there is not a majority, we'll have a runoff. The top 2 candidates, affiliates, will be on that second ballot. And we have printed off, each of the possibilities for those. So we should be able to do it fairly expeditiously. Mike Meekman, who's the chair of elections, is going to be the chief teller for the ballots. And I believe what we will do is we have US Chess staff, I think maybe Corey and maybe somebody else's, probably other students, will hand out ballots only to people that present their credentials. So we're going to ask people to sit so that they're not moving around, so we make sure that we just get to each of the delegates by row. And if you present them their credentials, we'll give you a ballot. And you'll mark it off and take it over to the ballot box, wherever it will be located. We'll make sure you know. That's how we'll handle that process. You're not recognized. So in that process, we'll just stand at ease while the ballots are counted. Are we ready to call the roll, Rose? It appears that we are. Well, we'll stand at ease until we get the roll call. Yes. Oh, well, that's true. That's right. We can do the moment of silence. Thank you, Dan. And Ellen pointed that out. This is a tradition that we recognize members of US Chess who have passed from us in the last year. And so I will start off, and then Kevin is going to finish it. So, and if you have additions, feel free at the end to go to one of the mics and state the additions to the list. So, James M. Marco, North Carolina. John Stephen Becker, Florida. Clifford E. Barassa of Arizona. Ralph D. Brown, Michigan. Donald J. Carlson, California. Jeffrey Lawrence Caruso, Massachusetts. Michael Chen, California. Hank Cox, Kentucky. Randy M. Crum, Illinois. John Curdo, Michigan. Elaine Davis, Missouri. Peter DeSalis, North Carolina. Adita N. Diaz, North Carolina. Robert E. Doctor, Michigan. Mark G. Dolson, California. Alex Dunn, Pennsylvania. Ryan Agam, Minnesota. Craig W. Ellison, North Carolina. Keith Eubanks, South Carolina. Stephen C. Evans, Wisconsin. Kevin J. Fitzgibbons, Pennsylvania. Paul O. Fluckiger, Texas. James Gagliastro, New Jersey. Catherine Gasser, Massachusetts. Sanford I. Green, New York. Martin Harrow, Illinois. Robert L. Hintz, Florida. F. Woodrow Harris, Virginia. W. Robert Harrison, Virginia. Martin Syed Abdul Hashimi, Florida. Wayne J. Herman, New Mexico. William H. Hutchinson, Arkansas. Robert A. Jackson, Colorado. Eugene Kirkay, Minnesota. John R. Kingsley, New York. Tanya Kranick Ritter, Florida. Joseph R. Kwasnick, Kentucky.
Michael L. LeComte, Massachusetts. Maine. Massachusetts. Anderson H. Lumpkin, Texas. Peter S. Majahad, Massachusetts. Lothar G. Mayer, Germany. Maurice Marchesini, California. Ray C. McAllister, Florida. William J. Montgomery, Jr., New York. Richard Dick Ralph Meyerson, New York. Jonathan Newhall, California. Gerald Newgarten, Illinois. Melvin Bernard Parker, Connecticut. Richard E. Patchett, California. Stephen Joseph Pearsons, Pennsylvania. Philip Peterson, Texas. Stevens E. Piney, Florida. Orest Popovich, New Jersey. Brian A. Howell, California. James S. Ragsdale, Florida. Mark J. Robinson, Indiana. John J. Romjish, California. Patrick J. Ryan, New Jersey. Robert W. Swartz, Arizona. Garrett H. Scott, Illinois. Scott W. Sensabaugh, Missouri. Alec I. Shearzer, Florida. Paul T. Suey, Oregon. Ira Somach, New York. Graham Stevens, Virginia. Alan Lee Storbaden, Minnesota. Orvis Wesley Taylor, Oklahoma. William Torbert, Virginia. Jonathan Paul Venus, Wisconsin. Paul H. Viney, Florida. Harold C. Wallach, Delaware. Robert W. Wordham, South Carolina. Cindy N. M. Weon, California. Dan Wolf, Tennessee. Don E. Woods, Indiana.
I think it was Bruce H. Whiting from Florida. Are there others that recognize in the back, Michael? Please come to one of the mics and state the additions to the list.
Robert Ballard, Louisiana.
Dennis Grant, Illinois.
Albert French, New Hampshire, and also a correction, John Curto is from Massachusetts, not Michigan.
While not a U.S. chess member, a significant friend of U.S. chess, Jorge Vega, our continental president, passed away in the last year, and Jorge made a lot of steps to help U.S. chess integrate better with our colleagues in the Western Hemisphere.
Thank you.
Earl Hargrove from Maryland.
Ivan Kaplan, New York.
So I'll take a moment of silence to remember those who have left us in the last year. The next order of business is the roll call of delegates, and Rose, do you have the list that you could, those are in order by state. Rose, that's what she's signing. One moment, I'll bring out the delegates. This is why we miss our executive director. So, Secretary Fun Fong is going to call the roll. When he calls your name, please indicate that you are present. And that, of course, is necessary to determine that there is a quorum.
Alabama. Frank Camerata. Renee Jennifer Barker. Patrick Guthrie.
Present.
Ken Sloan. Arizona. Michelle Martinez. Martha Underwood.
Please speak loudly if you're, when you're here.
Frank B. Elliott. California North. Tom Lambert.
Here.
Gordon Lambert. Here. Richard Kepke.
Here.
James Eads.
Here.
Salma Azar. Dana Langley.
Here.
Judith Sodrett. Chris Torres. Elizabeth Shaughnessy. Stephen Shaughnessy. Michael Agner. California South. Dylan Forshaw.
Present.
Brian Glover.
Present.
Molly Coy.
Present.
James Manella.
Present.
Sean Manros.
Please note that he has a pending issue and can't attend.
Frank Lee.
Here.
Jonathan Moxley. Dwayne Barber.
Here.
Randall Huff.
Present.
Colorado. Earl Wheatley. Winkle. Sorry. Dwayne Langston.
Here.
Dean Brown. No, not here. Connecticut. Alexander Nomelski.
Here.
Mikhail Kolganov. District of Columbia. Robin Ransom. Florida. Brian Tillis. John Haskell. Andrew Ray. Charles Hathaway. George Foote. Garrett Foote. And Kevin Pryor. Anthony Cottrell. I'm sorry. Georgia. my delegation. Charles German. Mahua Macy. Chris Simmons. Simon, I'm sorry. David Hager.
Here.
Glenn Palmer is here. Michael Bowles.
Present.
From Iowa. Idaho. Adam Fort. Illinois. Lawrence Cohen. Great. Tim Just.
Here.
Good. Jeff Weevil.
Here.
Stephen Plotnick. Bill Brock.
Here.
There's a Bill Joy. No, that's not right. Okay. Helen Warren. Lester Van Meter. Indiana. Robert Banter.
Here.
Kansas. Okay. Illinois. Bill Broik.
Here.
Oh, President. Kansas. David Blair. Kentucky. Joan Priest.
Here.
Alan Priest.
Here.
Louisiana. Layla Dackman.
Here.
Eric Hargrove. Adriana Schneider.
Here.
Chris Gerardo. Massachusetts. Robert Messenger.
Here.
Latanya Sweeney. Maryland. Chris Kim.
Here.
John Rockefeller.
Here.
Michael Regan. Brian Lair. Brian D. Lair. Maine. Frank Delbonis.
Here.
Matthew Freeman. Michigan. Jeff Aldrich. Michael DeBrooks. Stan Jaros. Minnesota. Jenny Byrne.
Here.
Sarah Emmons.
Here.
Jackson Wall. David Hughes. Missouri. Thomas Remeyer. Bob Poe. Howard. Tony Rich. Martin Stahl. Mississippi. Douglas Stewart. Jeff Willington. Mark Nicholas. North Carolina. Charles Robertson. John Timmel. Grant Owen. Wayne Spahn. Walter Hyde. North Dakota. Todd Wolf. Nebraska. Abhinav Suryash. Nicholas LaCroix. Michael Nolan. New Hampshire. Hal Terry. New Jersey. Leo Dubler. Yes? Huh? Hal Sprechen. Camilla Sharuda. Aaron Kiedis. Pete Tamburo.
Here.
Stephen Doyle. Doug Foreman. Leroy Duback. New Mexico. David Cerner. Daniel Cerner, sorry. Kevin Jacinto. Heidi Fleck. Nevada. Ronald Underwood.
Here.
Alan Losaw. Janelle Losaw. Martin Gray. New York. Sophia Rhodes. Steve Emmett. Daniel Rhodes. Harold Stencil. Kimberly Dew. Michael Ellenbogen. Sunil Ramantri. Sari Awad. Sunny Yang. Jan Carwell. Angela Panopoulos. Shelby Lorman. Sandeep Alampali. Srinivas Alampali. Ching Yip. Beatrice Marinelli. Al Lawrence. Bill Deutschberg. Ohio. Kamandini Bagley. Stacia Pugh. Grant Perks. Oklahoma, Paul Covington. Great. Rebecca Rutledge. Charles Unruh. Jim Berry. Oregon, Carl Hassler. Chad Likens. Pennsylvania. Tom Martinek. Lateef Street. Daniel Heisman. Bradley Craven. Maxim Delugi. Rhode Island, Frank Vogel. Robert Salas. South Carolina, David Rameau. Maureen Rameau. Ernest Nix. Robert McCrary. I'm sorry, it's John McCrary. Tennessee, Alan Cantor. Mike Shuey. Chris Prosser. Angela Prosser.
Point of order.
Yes.
We're alternates.
Point of order.
State your point.
Alternate delegates, calling the roll for alternate delegates,
Right.
and vote the delegates for those states have been filled.
All of them.
So
Okay.
it's irrelevant whether Mr. Prosper is here counting the roll for the meeting, although he's certainly present.
Agreed.
My point.
Point taken. Texas, Frank Guadalupe. Vish Fishman. Daniel Schaefer. Alexi Root. Deborah Schaefer. Caleb Brown. Fernando Gomez. Alex Unisher.
He is here to step out for a second.
Doesn't count. Okay. Louis Reed. Wendy Reed.
Here.
Bonnie Guadalupe. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Tim Redmond. Matthew Cossette. David Day. Virginia. Anand Damapali. Stephen Javion. Javion. Vaughn Bennett. Robert Getty. I'm sorry, that's alternate. Sorry. Michael Hoffpower. Washington. Dwight Barber. Josh Sinanan. Frederick Cleese. Wisconsin, Guy Hoffman. Sandra Hoffman. Mike Eaton. West Virginia, Bennu Grillan. Wyoming, Brian Walker. Roll has been called.
I know you did call my name, so are there other delegates that are present if you have your credentials and want to rise and identify yourself?
Randy.
Yes, thank you, I am here.
John Fernandez. Let's see.
And John, do you have a point you want to make?
Point of information, did the three people elected at the minister meeting, did they get called?
Yes, I heard Mike and David and Ken. Okay, well, it's clear we have a quorum. I counted 90, at least 95 before we added a couple more. So unless there is anybody that objects to that, I believe a quorum is present. Next order. Yes, state your point.
I object to the presence of the delegation from Rhode Island. The organizational structure has no membership, and therefore they have a business needs
That, I will rule on that, and we have asked legal counsel for advice on that, and they have found that the chapter has been recognized, and the delegates have recognized them in past meetings, and thus they are recognized at this point in time in this meeting. Your point is not well taken.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I would challenge that decision.
You're entitled to that right.
I move to put it to the assembly.
Is that debatable? So this is a debatable motion. Okay, so recognize in the back, Caleb.
Thank you. Okay, a little too close. So the delegation, Rhode Island, has been recognized by delegates as a state chapter. So I would think that under the bylaws, we have to respect them until the delegates decide if that chapter is no longer the Rhode Island state chapter. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing that, we'll take the vote. This is a motion to overrule the chair. A yes vote would be to overrule the chair. Is that correct, Mr. Parliamentary? Okay, so if you're in favor of overruling the chair and not recognizing the current delegation of Rhode Island, raise your credentials. Opposed? The move to overrule the chair has been defeated, and the Rhode Island delegation is recognized. Next on the order of business is ADM 2301. And also, I had not mentioned this, but please, when you speak on a motion, identify yourself and the state for which you are a delegate. So I recognize Alan Priest.
Alan Priest from Kentucky. Each year, delegates at large are provided for in the bylaws. This year, rather than having one motion, we've split it into two. The reason is we have delegates at large who are delegates for this meeting, but whose terms will expire at the end of this meeting. Those people are normally re-elected at this meeting, so their term of service will continue unabated. In motion 2301, I would like to amend that motion to strike the names of those who are not here today. That would remove Frank Camerata, Anthony Cautel, Leroy Dubeck, and Timothy Redmond. Beatrice Marinello is here, so this motion would be to re-elect as delegate at large Beatrice Marinello for a term which would expire at the end of the 2026.
So I see you're asking unanimous consent to strike the others. Without objection, so moved. And now we're on any debate as it relates to this motion. Seeing none, we'll put it to a vote. Those in favor of ADM 2302 as amended will raise their credentials. Opposed? Motion carries.
Those others, the ones who are struck are certainly eligible to be re-elected at future meetings provided for in the bylaws, which is the topic of ADM 2302. Delegates re-elect as delegates at large those whose terms have previously expired. So these people's terms expired at a meeting prior to now. They missed last year and were not re-elected then. The only one on this list who is here today is Mr. Al Lawrence of New York. So I would request unanimous consent to strike the other names and re-elect as a delegate at large Al Lawrence of New York. This would be for a term through 2020.
Is there an objection? Seeing none, amendment is to strike all names but Elder Lawrence. Discussion on ADM 2302. Seeing none, we will put it to a vote. Those in favor of ADM 2302, please raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion carries. Passes. Next is ADM 2303, which is offered by Alex Lemsky and James Heed. Who's good? Yes.
Delegates move for the second time to appoint Ken Sloan and Mike Heatman as delegates at large. This will be their second vote as brand new delegates.
This is the motion. Is there discussion? Seeing none, we'll put it to a vote. Those in favor of ADM 2303 will raise their credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. That takes us to ADM 2304.
Mr. President, we move that Andrew Gray be appointed parliamentary lead.
And I would like to offer just a friendly amendment that in case Andy is not able to act as parliamentarian, that Alan Priest would act as parliamentarian on a temporary basis if he is not available.
And I accept that.
Okay. Is there debate? Seeing none, those in favor of the ADM 2304 as amended, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. On the agenda here is ratification of Seneca as the recognized state chapter of Rhode Island. We just went through the discussion on it. I think in the interest of time, I would otherwise ask to suspend the rules to move it to when we have a discussion in Rhode Island. But since we've already had this discussion, I think we'll just keep it here and offer it as on this place in the agenda. And for discussion, is there any discussion? Seeing none, move for the ratification of Seneca as recognized state chapter for Rhode Island for at present. Those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes, or the ratification passes. The next ADM I will just offer from the chair because I don't think anybody will object. And that is 2305. The delegates appoint the following delegates as the current Conflict of Interest Committee: Leila Dockman, Kimberly Dew, David Day. They're all two are practicing attorneys. The other is a law school graduate. And as you know, we need a Conflict of Interest Committee to meet and ensure that the conflict of interest statements that you've all filled out meet the requirements for people to serve as delegates. So I offer that as their discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of ADM 2305, raise your credentials. Opposed? That ADM is also passed. At this point, then, we will have a report by the Conflict of Interest Committee. I believe they have to go and do their deliberations. And see, David Day is the president, but we do have the other two members. And they will do their due diligence, and we will stand at ease while they come back.
Point of order, Mr. President.
State your point.
Those who are newly elected as delegates for this meeting need to make sure to fill out this conflict of interest if they cannot. I believe that was by Mr. Lawrence, who was elected. Mr. Sloan, Mr. Eaton, we're coming out of membership meetings a little bit long. Please, can you go
And Alan, if you have not done so.
I've done that.
Okay, so thank you, Alan. And that, I think, is the only ones that would apply to. So we will stand at ease about Andy. Do you want to make a point of information?
Yes, I will note that we have 3 people from the Tennessee delegation present. We want to make sure when the voting is that only 2 are casting ballots.
And who are the...
They're allowed to attend. The alternates allowed to attend, but I don't believe that they would be voting if the 2 delegates are here to vote as well.
So just the Tennessee delegation aware of that fact? Okay. So there's just 2 delegates. Are you the 2 delegates that will be voting? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We will stand at ease until we hear back from the Conflict of Interest Committee.
raised the hand.
I'm going to call us back to order. This is my first year as president, so, and I have forgotten that in the past we have kept our meeting going all the way. Hello, thank you. Yes, I will note for the record that even though Chris's name was called, he was not issued credentials. And he is, members are welcome to be in the meeting. They cannot speak. They obviously cannot vote. They can be present, and Chris, we appreciate your presence as a long-time member. So we are going to continue with the order of business, and when the Conflict of Interest Committee returns, they'll give us their report. So next on the agenda is ADM 2306, which is the minutes from the 2022 Delegates Meeting. I recognize the delegate from Kentucky, Mr. Priest.
Move that the minutes of the 2022 Delegates Meeting is available to the delegates present, Grand Rapids, Michigan, be accepted.
Is there discussion? Seeing, or, no, might say not discussion. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please raise your credentials. Opposed, same sign. Minutes are approved. Next, Mr. Priest, you can stay at the microphone for 2307.
Before I read this motion, there was a question as to why, in the advance agenda, there was not an approval of promotional membership. Promotional membership is traditionally been done. There's no requirement in the bylaws for the delegates to approve promotional membership. There's only a requirement for them to review, and a packet, including the delegates packet, was a report from the board of the promotional membership. So that requirement will be met. Therefore, I move that the delegates approve the advance agenda for the 2023 Delegates Meeting and approve the standing rules as printed in the delegates call.
Is there discussion? At the back microphone.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I move to amend the advance agenda so that ADM 2311 be considered immediately after ADM 2345. And the reason why this is necessary is because 2345 is a substitute to 2311, so 2311 would be relevant again if 2345 was to fail.
Mr. Priest, are you speaking? It's a motion.
Well, what I was going to do, if you got that, I was going to suggest to table it until we get to the other thing, but either way works.
So are you moving to table the motion that,
So I was going, when we got to 2311, I was going to move the table it to be considered after we consider the alternative. That if Mr. Brown would like to amend the agenda, it serves the same purpose.
okay. So it doesn't sound like you're speaking against it. Okay. Is there any further discussion on Delegate Brown's motion? Okay, we'll vote then. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? That is adopted. The amendment to that was an amendment to your motion, rather than.
Now the motion is on the floor to approve the advance agenda as amended, moving 2311 behind, what, 2343? 2345. Yes, we're aware.
Okay, so we now have the motion as amended. Is there discussion? Kimberly, are you wanting to speak on this motion?
Leila and I have reviewed the conflict of interest reports.
Okay, we'll do that right after we finish this, this ADM. Okay, so the ADM as amended, there's no further discussion. All those in favor of the ADM as amended, raise your credentials. Opposed, same sign. It is adopted. Now I will recognize Delegate Du for, I believe, a report from the Conflict of Interest Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Leila Ducan and I have reviewed the conflict of interest reports, and we find nothing needs attention.
Thank you for your report. Next on the agenda is the certification of election results. At ADM 2308, I recognize Delegate Beekman.
Okay, Dan has got the document that I'm going to read on here. The motion is that the delegates certify the results of the 2023 Executive Board election. That's the clear motion. Here's the discussion. There were 6 candidates for 4 seats. David A. Hayter received 1,008 votes. John C. Fernandez received 872 votes. Lakshmana Usvana received 819 votes. And Leila Deaquin received 789 votes. They will serve 4-year terms. Also running were Fun Fong, received 746 votes, and David T. Day received 696 votes. There were no registered write-in candidates, and no write-in received more than 3 votes. In all, there were 4,936 registered voters, of which 1,531 returned the ballot.
Thank you for the report, and we have the motion now before us. ADM 2308, as Mike stated, the top 4 vote-getters will serve 4-year terms on the executive board. Is there discussion? Hearing none, we will now vote on ADM 2308. Those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed, same sign. That ADM is adopted. And congratulations to the 4 executive board members. They will, of course, take their seats at the table, so to speak, at the end of the delegates meeting. Those that the current board serves to the end of this meeting. That takes us to the consideration of applications, and the first one is the application to be the DC State Chapter. As I mentioned, the process that we're going to use is for each of the 3 to have 3 minutes to make their case, at which point, after those 3 minutes is the time limit. We will then have questions from delegates to any of the 3, and then we will have discussion. Because there are 3 and we only have 2 microphones, we're just going to line people up, and you just go straight down the line, however you wish to discuss. So first, we were going to go order. So first would be DCCA, right? Andy, did you have a point?
I did submit a conflict of interest with regards to this particular question, for the reason being that I have been on the same board of directors with DC Chess League with both Robin Ransom and Stephen DeBlanc. So it may be considered that I should recuse myself from being a parliamentarian for this particular topic.
Sorry, you're choosing to recuse yourself?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Andy. Andy will recuse himself as parliamentarian. Alan Priest will serve as temporary parliamentarian on this particular matter, and then Andy will resume his role. So first up, as I said, is DCCA, which will have 3 minutes to make their case for why they should be the state affiliate for the District of Columbia.
Hello, good morning.
You have to speak up.
Good morning. The mission of the District of Columbia Chess Association is to promote all chess in Washington, D.C. We are headquartered and incorporated in Washington, D.C. as an educational 501c3 organization. We welcome all chess events from any organization on our website. Our team has served in the capacity as the USCF Scholastic Coordinator since 2017, hosting the only state-sanctioned Scholastic Chess Championships and fundraising for support outside of the state chapter for students who are financially challenged to attend the Wurm-Montre, Barbara Denker, Rockefeller Herring Invitationals. We are committed to increasing chess for all and making available resources for financially challenged persons to participate in chess events. We will expand upon our partnership with all chess organizations across the District of Columbia to encourage their program managers to also grow the chess culture. Our scope of activities is broader, not limited to tournaments, but including lectures, signings, festivals, and marginalized neighborhoods. We have empowered school teachers with equipment, teaching workshops to maintain their programs. As a membership organization, we will ensure that the residents of DC are involved in public meetings, public, transparent processes to replace the officers at the expiration of their term using an application process. We will increase public engagement. We have verifiable experience in shifting resources to marginalized neighborhoods. The DC Chess Association has codified in our bylaws our pledge to collaborate with other organizations and the residents of the District of Columbia to represent their ideas of what chess activities should be. And although the other candidates are Virginia delegates, I promise to do everything in my power to work together as a community to promote chess for all and work with all organizations. Thank you.
Thank you. The next up will be the DCSC. And they again have 3 minutes to make their case.
Good morning. My name is Vaughn Bennett. I'm the Executive Director of the DC State Chess Federation. I ask you to select us as the official state chapter for DC for 3 reasons. First, we have the strongest track record of holding chess events in the District of Columbia. Second, we are a democratically run membership organization as required by USCF rules. Third, we are committed to working harmoniously and constructively with all chess organizations and moving past the conflicts of the past. Let me briefly speak to each of these. The written letter I distributed goes into more detail about them. First, our track record. The DC State Chess Federation has held 45 tournaments with 959 players in the District of Columbia since the pandemic. That is 58% of all tournaments in DC and 63% of total players except for the USCF National Championships. The track record inside the District of Columbia is most relevant because DC residents are extremely sensitive to the issue of self-determination. We lack a vote in Congress and are often used as a political football by politicians outside of DC. The state chapter should primarily hold events in DC. That is the DC State Chess Federation. Second, our democratic structure. Our bylaws allow people to join as members. We will hold annual elections for officers and for delegates. In this way, we will be representative of the wishes of chess players in the District of Columbia, which is what you want from state chapters, and USCF bylaws require. By selecting the DC State Chess Federation as the state chapter, you are not specifically putting me or any other individual in charge of DC chess. You are putting all chess players in charge. Third, conflict over DC chess. You have heard about conflict that has gone on for years in DC chess, and this is unfortunate because fighting does not advance our goal of growing and strengthening chess in DC. Going forward, the DC State Chess Federation does not wish to perpetuate any feuds in court or anywhere else. We are committed to working with all affiliates in organizing high-quality events. We should battle with rooks, bishops, and pawns on the 64 squares of the board, not in USCF committees or courts of law. To sum up, there are 3 reasons you should select the DC State Chess Federation as the official state affiliate. Number 1, our unmatched track record. Number 2, our democratic structure. And number 3, our commitment to avoid conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, the DMV.
My name is Stephen Jamlon. I'm a senior tournament director, a national arbiter, and the president of DMV Chess. Those who have read our application packet already know who we are and what we do, including that we've run large scholastic and open tournaments, started 8 chess clubs, organized grandmaster lectures and camps, and have more than 20 tournament directors, including 5 senior SPs and 1 ANTD, and 30 employees and contractors on our payroll. DMV Chess has run over 1,300 tournaments and organized online and in-person tournaments for over 8,200 unique players. Our largest in-person tournament was the first annual at Beltway Open, which had 249 players. Our largest online tournament was the May Major Scholastic Open, which had 447 players. DMV Chess recently ran a Scholastic tournament that attracted 193 players, including 26 girls. When the pandemic stopped in-person play, DMV Chess adapted to changing circumstances, becoming one of the first organizations in the country to offer rated online tournaments under the USCF's new online rating system. The DCCA and the DCSCF only hold one-day events. The DCCA's slowest time controls game in 40, including for scholastic qualifiers. The DCSCF's slowest time controls game is 60. The DCCA was founded in January by Robin Ramsden and other people who have little to no chess directing or organization experience. Robin Ramsden herself is neither a chess player nor a tournament director. The previous organization, Chess Girls DC, has run 12 events, typically with about 10 people. Mark Rodenberg, the DCCA board's only tournament director, has run a handful of action tournaments in the past several months. These are the only events he has run since he quit directing tournaments as a teenager in the 1970s. DMV Chess believes that it is important to serve all groups of chess players in DC. We run tournaments for both children and adults. We offer blitz, quick chess, dual grid, and slow games. We create chess clubs, and we conduct seminars about classic games. The chess culture in Washington DC is marked by a war in which Juan Bennett and Robin Ramsden each strive to sabotage each other's organizations. Robin Ramsden, her coach, David Bennett, filed a complaint about Juan Bennett's organization's name. Juan Bennett retaliates by passing out flyers claiming that David Bennett is a racist. Robin retaliates by contacting UBC in the farmers market and persuading them to terminate allowing them to host chess tournaments there. At DMV Chess, we have a different approach. Juan Bennett and Robin Ramsden have both on separate occasions attempted to damage our tournaments and reputations. Each time, we responded with an attempt at dialogue. We did not seek out revenge. To sum up, DMV Chess is the best choice for the DC State chapter of the United States Chess Federation because of its extensive experience in running tournaments, its involvement in teaching and tutoring chess, its large group of experienced personnel, and its attention to quality in all its endeavors. But there are 2 things that I'd like to add. One is that Ron has amended her last-minute amendment in her application process, in which a third party will allegedly determine who the most qualified people that there are. If this is genuine, then I could file an application and be accepted. I'm, the most qualified tournament director in DC. I don't believe that such a process is genuine, because why would she be fighting to give me an opportunity to take over her organization? She also criticized me being a Virginia delegate. I'm from DC.
That's 3 minutes. What we're going to do now is, there's an opportunity for questions and answers. Just to make it easier, if I could have the 3 that spoke for each of those organizations at the front might be the only time we get them together. And then at the back mic, we'll have anybody who wishes to ask a question again. So if the 3 of you could come to the front mic, please. And then any questions will be asked from the back mic. Robin, you got the front mic. Back mic, first question.
Okay, my question, I was in the States.
Please state your name.
Oh, David Vermont, South Carolina. I was in the States and Affiliates workshop yesterday. Unfortunately, there was too short of a time, not able to get out, I think, all the information that the delegates might need today to vote on this. So my question is, Was there any, I wasn't on the online meeting, I think it was a town hall meeting. Is there anyone that can maybe summarize information that might be relevant to our decision to make a good vote?
Give you each 1 minute to respond. Please speak to the microphone. I would speak, look forward.
Okay. All I would like to say is that I have been conducting the only state-sanctioned championships since 2017. I love PC, and I have been working together, sending children to this tournament, sending children to his tournament. We share a lot of the students. I always have recommended in the past DMV Chess. Vaughn's tournaments are great for beginners, and I just think the city is large enough that all of us can have our individual events and work together.
Thank you. Next, 1 minute. They want to respond? It's on. Stand in front of the mic.
Oh, this one? Sorry, this way? It's difficult to summarize an hour and 40-minute meeting. Basically, the issues concerned, like we were, the largest organization by far. Vaughn Bennett had the advantage of being a Democratic organization, and he was kind of a mid-level. There was a lot of discussion about the membership requirement. So whether one needed to be a democracy in order to fulfill the membership requirement, and we each had different opinions on that. I should add that Robin should answer the question of why she disrupted Vaughn Bennett's tournaments and why she destroyed them from happening. Because this hurt a lot of kids in DC. I visited that tournament before she caused it to be canceled, and she should answer if she wants to help all organizations why she actually did that, and also why she's attacking me, why she called me crook.
Your 1 minute. Your 1 minute is up.
I apologize, I got off the plane and I didn't get into the meeting until very late yesterday. But I want to say that my organization, DC State Chess Federation, have met all of the recommendations from the State's Affiliate Committee upon the second application. We are a membership organization and we are giving people an opportunity to be in the roles of directors and other positions within our organization. The idea that we want to do, we want to pursue, is make chess more accessible to all the District of Columbia residents. The reason that we stand here is because that has not taken place, according to the State's Affiliates Committee, for over 30 years.
Next.
Question, please. And candidates, please try to respond to the question.
Kimberly Yu, delegate from New York State. As you can all see, that there's a lot of contentious behavior between the parties. But what I'm most interested in is how the three of you could possibly work together to improve DC chess. And Rob has spoken about trying to work together, and I'd like to actually direct my question to her. And actually, if you were chosen to be the DC affiliate, how will you work with with Vaughn and also with DMV Chess to improve the chess community in Washington, D.C.?
Thank you. Great question. Currently, we place everyone's flyer on our website, and we would like everyone to know that we have equipment to loan them. I have over 5,000 chessboards if they ever need equipment to extend their program. And I will make sure that internet traffic goes in their direction. I will make sure that we personally pass out flyers at the library programs, because they're both great tournament directors, I'm sure, and we want everybody to take advantage of all chess in DC.
If DMV Chess gets elected as a state chapter, part of our structure is everyone is allowed to work with us to the best of their ability. Robin Ramson, I've heard, has fundraising abilities, and that could be useful for DMHS, and Vaughn Bennett has tournament directing abilities. But we wouldn't work with them unless they committed not to undermine each other's organizations or anyone's organizations in DC.
Point of information, Mr. President.
State your point.
I thought the question was the DC Chess Association. I don't understand why DMV is talking at the mic on that question.
I'll let each of them respond to it. I think that's only fair. And so, Vaughn, if you want to speak to that too.
Yes, just this past Thursday, I went on a tour of a hotel in downtown District of Columbia to assess the space so that we can give a major event. Even before this meeting, I was in discussion with DMV Chess and Josh and Steve to see about us collaborating to undertake a major event in the District of Columbia so we can promote chess. I'm willing and ready to work with anybody who's willing to work with me, and just make it happen. It's really exciting. We've had some national championships in DC, and we need more children besides 30 children playing from the District of Columbia, but that's going to grow. And as it's been said before, united we stand, divided we fall. So there's nothing better than building bridges. Using this game, again, that the Dr. Benjamin Franklin spoke of, and that we should use it as a microcosm for what we do in life.
Next question, delegate from Illinois.
Yeah. Hi. Bill Brock, more specifically from Chicago. Being from Chicago, I don't know anything about partisan chess infighting between chess organizers. I've never heard of such a thing before. No, I'm serious. This is absolutely good.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I want to follow up on Ms. Du's wise words. To my a statement followed by a question. Forgive me for the statement. It's getting to a question. I see no reason why DMV should be considered. Just as I mean, Bill Boychberg is a great organizer, but I don't think CCA should be the Illinois State affiliate, even though they hold the greatest, three of the greatest tournaments in Illinois. So the question is really, how can DCCA and DCSF come to a meeting of the minds while allowing DMV to flourish in this? I think my attitude would be just to throw DMV out of the equation. I mean, could the three of you see this as a solution? I'm asking the three principals to say, why would this not work?
So, first of all, we will have time for debate, okay? So this is to be specifically a question.
It is. Would the three of you see what I'm proposing as a possible solution? Because I really believe that the District of Columbia should control District of Columbia chess.
Okay, Bill, what questions? Okay, so give each of you a minute to respond to Bill's question, not his statement.
If DCCA were elected as the state chapter, I would like to form a special committee so that all organizations, not just the two here, all organizations who have tournament directors, we can coordinate our schedules so that we're not having conflicting schedules, so that we can better promote each other, and so that citizens of Washington, D.C. can give their full time and attention to that particular day and improve the attendance.
Well, I believe that we can definitely make it work because one, there are a number of tournaments that any state affiliate can conduct under the duties and responsibilities as stated in the bylaws. There's a whole host of events, and the state chapter doesn't have to run all of them. So those can definitely be delegated, but those that are the critical first four, as it's written in the bylaws, that would have to be done by the state chapter. But I see no reason why we could not unite, have a meeting of the minds, and do it together.
I don't understand the position that we're too large to be a state chapter. Like, we're boarded by Virginia and Maryland, both of which are much larger than us. Virginia runs, scholastic tournaments of certainly over 1,000 people, maybe in the thousands, I don't know. And Maryland's tournaments are at least 300. Our biggest tournament is 250, but even if it was like 10 times the size, that would be good. I mean, for us to run a big tournament. So we're not like the CCA that run like tournaments coast to coast, and it's a strange question. But yeah, we are of course much larger than either of the other two candidates. Robin Renson's largest tournament was 35, which is much in person, which is much smaller than a state chapter should aspire to be.
And thank you. I would remind the questioners to pose questions. We're not making statements. There will be an opportunity for discussion after the Q&A. We have quite a few people in line, so let's try and make sure we're also asking new questions of the three of them. Recognize at the back, Mike Fish.
President, I have a point of information. After that, I have a question.
All right, state your point.
Yes, sir. I'm here as the state. I am the co-chair of the State Affiliates Committee. These three applications did apply. We rejected all the three applications for a specific reason. Because I will tell you what that reason. I would like to know how they have rectified it. In the case of DMV and in the case of DCAA, they were not a membership-based organization. If you look at the issue, look at the Darcy, the top four items says they have to be a membership-based organization. They were not. That's the reason they were rejected. In the case of DCSCF, they had language there instead, which was inappropriate as we thought, the committee thought. So I would like to know what they have done to rectify that, each one of them.
Thank you. Since we were offered the opportunity to correct our application, initially in our bylaws, we codified that we were committed to working with everyone in the DC area, having public meetings, having a public portal, and also an application process for replacing officers. One of the things that I think is a big problem with a lot of affiliates is popularity. And we want the opportunity to allow anyone who's a DC resident or a US Chess member, DC resident, to be able to submit an application. We are going to use a human resources organization to assess the applications, and our candidates will be based on qualification, not popularity.
So there are different ideas of what membership means. So let me use an analogy. Let's say that 30 people decided to get together and build a ship. So in Vaughn Bennett's situation, they'd have elections, and then 5 of them would be picked to build the ship, and the other 25 would do nothing. In Robin Ramson's organization, 5 people would build the ship, the other 25 would have no say. It doesn't matter if they're like better or worse, it's just those 5. In our organization, all 30 people would come together and build a ship. So people apply, and they actually join us, and our organization grows. And we don't have a system where people get turned away. I was talking to the Wisconsin delegation the other day, and she was talking about, she was very, very, very favorable of a democratic structure. And she was saying that she lost an election bid. And I was thinking well, it seems strange. If you have 2 people who want to volunteer to improve the organization, why not have both? I mean, in my case, there's so much more that I'd like to do than I really have time to do. So I would certainly like to have, to bring as many people online as I can to take the load off so I can focus on other things.
Thank you for the question. When we originally made the first application, the language said that the application had to be submitted by March 1st, and I was under the belief that March 1st would be March 1st. But then at about 9:35 on February 28th, I got an email that it came in just saying that it was due February 28th. And I had a draft of the bylaws that I had written, and it was never ratified, and mistakenly sent that in the initial application. And so the second application included the bylaws that had been ratified. And the initial application, thank you.
Next up, the back mic.
Mike Shu from Tennessee. Okay, so just as a quick context, just being on the Tennessee Chess Association board, I recognize that everybody on our board has their own, strengths and focuses where they focus. So, kind of my question in context is, have you, and this is just my recognizing all three of you, it seems to me as having your own strengths. Have you considered merging and leveraging each other's strengths? And in that context, what non-technical barriers have prevented this? Thank you.
What exactly are you talking about when it comes to non-technical barriers? Because I'm really interested in focusing on working together.
Okay, are you asking him a question?
Yes, what
Okay.
exactly do you mean by non-technical barriers?
So what barriers in terms of, let's say, non-paperwork or like details are oftentimes technical, like that'd be really the best way for me to describe it. I mean, you can interpret that a lot from there.
Well, I've been the only Scholastic coordinator since 2017, and I think that I have enjoyed the process. I've been able to lease space in places where we wouldn't normally be able to afford to. I feel like my negotiation and fundraising skills have become extraordinary, and I would love to extend that to help other organizations. Not just these two organizations, but there are other organizations in DC who host chess tournaments. So I offer my organizational skills and my connections as a native Washingtonian.
A big barrier is that Robin refuses to talk with us. And we've repeatedly tried to join forces with her, but she's not willing. The last time I was on the phone with her, the phone call lasted less than 2 minutes. She hung up on us and then sent a text saying basically not to talk to her in public and that she blocked her number. One of the times I tried to work with her is that she has a property in Northwest Washington, D.C., and we thought we could use the property to have a Wednesday night chess club, that we provide a tournament director to run the club. We thought this would help her, that we bring people. She uses the property on Saturdays to run tournaments, but she flat out rejected it. She says, oh, like it costs electricity, like no, like, you can't do this.
15 seconds.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to say that we, the DC State Chess Federation, have run more free tournaments. Our tournaments are run free because we want to make sure everyone has access to them. And we teach and give tournaments all over the entire city. The other two organizations charge for all of their events, and between DC and New York, we're the only ones that give the free tournaments as Chess in the Schools conducts theirs. So to me, it's about giving access, and that could be one of the things that, I don't know if that would be a non-technical, but the other side of that is that, Ms. Ramsden has mentioned that she's been the Scholastic Director, and she was appointed by the DC Chess League as such. And she was given the opportunity, whereas my organization, we have never had that opportunity. So the DC Chess League, which has shown...
Just a point of information.
Hold on, state your point.
Please ask Mr. DeLon how many times I've taken him out to dinner to reassure him
That's not
that
a
we
point of
work
information.
together.
Robert, that's not a point of information. And at the back mic, Neil.
Sunil Virmantri in New York. I'm going to preface my question by saying that it is admirable that the three persons involved here have expressed a desire to work together, but it truly has to be a desire to work together, and there also has to be respect for the organization and its senior officials who are representative of the organization. I would like to ask the three people involved if at any time they have had situations where they have attacked either the organization or people involved in the leadership of the organization.
You each have 1 minute.
I don't believe that we should be attacking each other. But I want to tell you that the Station Affiliates Committee, July 28th last year, they said that because of the complaint filed by Stephen and Eric Jablon against the DC Chess League, that they found the DC Chess League failed to perform the state's chapters and duties repeatedly for over 30 years. I'm reading from the document that was produced by the Station Affiliate Committee, violating US Chess Bylaws, Article 8, and further, it says it does not serve DC members and the chess community, does not include DC residents and the chapter's leadership. We have a homicide rate that is the highest in the District of Columbia for 20 years, and this game of chess can save lives. And it has intentionally been kept from the people of the District of Columbia, and we want to change that. So I'm willing to work with anybody to do that.
May I respectfully address the chair and say that I believe my question was not answered?
Well, okay. First of all, the question should be answered, but that is up to the answerer. It's really not the chair to direct to answer in a particular way. But please, the other two, do your responses.
I said that while there is a willingness, you have all expressed a willingness to work together, there really has to be that willingness, and there also has to be respect for the organization and its leadership. The question was whether at any point any of you have taken an adversarial approach to either the organization or its leadership.
I believe that going forward, we cannot afford to go tit for tat. All that I can tell you is that I am committed to do whatever is within my willpower to work together.
Yes, we filed a complaint against the DC Chess League. The organization that Robin is the scholastic coordinator, and we alleged they were denying DC players opportunities to participate. Because I, for example, was excluded, and basically every tournament director in DC was effectively, like after Eddie Ray left, was effectively excluded from participation. That they hadn't run a DC championship in 10 years. And we wanted an opportunity to participate and be part of it. And we ended up winning that complaint. We don't believe in directly attacking or trying to hurt other people's tournaments. We do it in the proper forum. The proper forum is through complaints to the appropriate committees and through private dialogue. We've been attacked by both Von Ben and Robin. When we ran the 2020 DC Championship, Von Ben called the principal of the school and basically tried to get him to stop having the tournament, raise objection that we were trying to deny DC its rights in some way. And we've been attacked by Robin in terms of a smear campaign and by the DCCA in general. And people in DC are just saying that they talked to Robin, she said bad things, about us, very bad things.
So, Sunil, your question time is up. So we have in line 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 people, and we have 3 minutes per. This is going to take forever. So first of all, please ask a new question. 2, don't provide a statement in front of it. So do 15 seconds to ask your question. Thank you all.
All right, I'm going to make mine very simple. The 3 candidates here agree to work with the ED liaison and members of the States and Affiliates Committee over the next 1-year temporary period to work together to find a better solution to this rather than making the delegates vote in this one format. That way we can have some sort of compromise state chapter that works for all the members of DC and not selected bodies by which it seems that the 3 have, and that the 3 people work together. So working with an EB liaison and the members.
Okay, you've already said that, Danny.
The question is, are you willing?
Yes. Are you willing to work with that process if the delegates ask for that as part of what we're accomplishing today?
If the delegates ask for that, of course, but the District of Columbia has been held back for too long. I mean, the statistics speak for themselves that there's only been, 6 championships, DC championships held in, 30 years. So the children, the seniors, the people of the District of Columbia are not aware of the opportunities that this wonderful game provides. And so if we have to wait and still be under the direction of the failed DC Chess League, then that's not going to be advantageous for any of us. We have a duty to provide the judicial, the justice, the fairness and equity in this game. And so if the delegates decide that, I'm more than happy.
State your point.
My understanding is that.
Would you move up to the mic, please?
It's my understanding that the DC Chess League is no longer recognized as the state affiliate. Am I correct with that?
That's correct.
They resigned the position. Oh, they resigned the position. They resigned the position effective at the end of this meeting. Okay. That's why we're doing this.
I have a question.
Okay, well,
Is that based on is that a policy that is applied to all state capitals? Or, I mean, I am definitely willing to work with it.
So he's just asking the question, are you willing to do that's what
It's just that I don't want to commit, because we are a team, I don't want to commit to anything.
well, that's your answer, then. You're
I would love to satisfy the delegates in terms of working together, but I would definitely have to ask my team about any legal commitments. But I am definitely willing, I would love to come back next year and report all the good activities, all the working together. I want you guys to be proud of us.
Well, this is the kind of proposal that might have been good a month or two ago, because then we could discuss how exactly this should be structured, like who does what, like how exactly we work together. Now it seems an election will be held, and someone will win and someone will lose. I mean, I don't, what? I'm sorry, that's my understanding of what you seem to be asking something of last minute compromise where we all work together, and I think the answer is maybe. It depends on how the structure will be set up. I don't
No follow-up questions, Danny. We got a lot of people in line. Okay, next, Richard.
Richard Cupkey, Northern California. I'd like to ask about coordination functions of state chapters. Namely, how are you going to deconflict tournaments? Are you going to supply a clearinghouse of sorts? And 2, how do you disseminate information about chess going on throughout the DC area, as opposed to just your own organization?
Go ahead, let's keep moving. Answer, come on, somebody start up.
Currently, we have a website, and on our website, everybody tournament is on our website. We will be sending out an email letter. We will be using Zoom meetings that will be open to the public quarterly.
Next.
We, the DC State Chess Federation, we have a database of over 300 named participants, parents, and others that have been involved with our tournament for a number of years. We, for every tournament, utilize the USCF Tournament Life announcement page. We've had our tournaments posted on the clearinghouse for the DC DMV. We also we pay for email blasts for every one of our tournaments. And so our tournaments are primarily in DC. However, we have done a couple in Virginia, and we do once a month down in Annapolis, Maryland. But the thing is that we really concentrate where it's needed the most, because this game can save lives.
Next question, Bob.
Oh,
sorry.
So there already exists a DC area clearinghouse, which the Virginia Chess runs, and we've nothing as adding like a supplemental clearinghouse for DC tournaments on our website. But I should add about the clearinghouse. That actually went down recently, like it was accidentally deleted, and our organization basically revived it. Like we found that it was cached in Google and made it so that my block power would have to like rewrite the whole thing from scratch. But we do work with other organizations in the area. We have strong relationships with the Virginia Chess Federation, the Maryland Chess Association. We lend clocks. We provide like tournament space when they need space, and we help out. Like we have tournament directors which get passed back and forth. Exactly. So for example, this weekend we're running the second Beltway Open, and we tournament director from the Maryland Chess Federation comes in and helps us. It's because like we help them when they need it, and they help us. So we have very good relationships with most tournament directors. Well, yeah, in the area.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. This is actually a question for Steve Jablon about your organization, DMV, seems to be representing 3 states. You have District of Columbia, and you have Maryland, and you have Virginia. And my question is just how much of your efforts are focused on DC versus in Maryland or Virginia?
And that is a direct question, so we just have the one answer.
DMV Chess wasn't founded with the idea of being a state chapter. It was founded with the idea of serving the DC metropolitan area. So Washington, D.C. is 11% of the population of the DC metropolitan area. So we, as we're like a large organization, we run tournaments in all 3 jurisdictions. But Virginia, like the bulk of our tournaments right now are in Virginia. And this is a function that we've managed to establish relationships with certain hotels there in that sense. So in terms of the specific DC activities, we know that we can run like substantial tournaments like around the DC area, and it's not difficult for us to run a tournament in Washington DC if we run a tournament in Virginia. Financially, we have online tournaments which provide a substantial amount of funding, and so yeah, basically like we thought that the existing candidates weren't good; they weren't really serving DC, and even though we serve a much larger area, we actually can serve DC well. Like we actually serve DC comparable to Von Benen, much larger than Rock Crimson.
Caleb.
First, a question.
Caleb, identify yourself, please.
Caleb Brown, Texas. First, question of privilege.
I'm sorry.
Question of privilege.
Yes, say your
There has been a lot of side talking going on, and that's kind of distracting to the delegates.
Yeah, I would ask the delegates to please keep your attention on this discussion, which is very important.
Okay, now I have a question for the candidates. So I've been hearing a lot about chess tournaments, but I would like to know is what other activities, other than chess tournaments, would your organization be doing if it becomes a state chapter? Thank you.
We have hosted international signings. We currently have programming in the library in which we focus on geography and grandmasters who are associated with geography. I founded a girls organization. My team has supported one of the most popular regional Mid-Atlantic chess tournaments for girls. Before the COVID, we had 81 participants, and we empower teachers. We give chess equipment to teachers, and we connect them with books. We give their students books. We have, just before I left DC, we did a wonderful chess festival with international masters, and it goes on.
Please step up.
We run a lot of educational activities. A lot of the people in DB Chess, we started by working for Silver Knights, now called Magnus Chess Academy, and so teaching is our focus. So we founded 8 chess clubs in schools, 4 of them in DC, 4 of them in the suburbs, and actually maybe even, yeah, I think those numbers are right. So we teach a class to people suffering from dementia. Before the pandemic shut down, we taught a chess class in a maximum security prison, the Montgomery County Correctional Facility. And on Tuesday nights, we have game analysis of morphine games. Also, Rob made a point earlier, which I should answer, that before DMV Chess decided to enter the race, I went to dinner with Robin twice. And during that time, she either just criticized Von Bennett the entire time or made unrealistic predictions about the kinds of tournaments she could do on very little preparation. Time! Oh, sorry.
Next.
Thank you. The DC State Chess Federation conducts chess classes for senior citizens in Ward 8, which is east of the river, southeast We give tournaments for senior citizens. We have classes in places where most people don't want to go. I, over the years, have taught chess in the DC jail. I've taught chess to juvenile mental inmates, children who are low vision and blind. In September, we're going to begin a monthly girls tournament, and we're going to do a monthly seniors tournament. We just 3 weeks ago, we gave a true chess festival where we had approximately 300 people. We had a scholastic event there, which 72 people participated. We had the DC Rapid Championship, of which the treasurer of Ms. Ramsey's organization was there. But I want to say that one of my strongest students, young lady, is Ms. Ramsey's daughter, who I taught as her first coach when she was 3.
Thank you. Next question. Delegate.
Charles Durham, delegate from Georgia. I have a question to everyone simply. Preceding delegate asked if the body in whole puts it to a vote or probationary period by which all entities work together. Will everybody adhere?
I think that question's already been asked and answered. Next
I don't think
question.
it was.
It was asked and answered. Whether they would work together on a probationary basis, I don't see any additional response that's necessary. Steve?
Steve Emmett, New York. Mr. Chair, I need to ask a question of these 3 people, and I need to explain why I'm asking it.
Please make it brief.
I will. I feel extremely, I don't know if I'm alone, I feel extremely uncomfortable and unqualified making a determination that affects the members of the District of Columbia. And I think there's a gorilla in the room here, and that's not being mentioned, and that there's a lot of members in the District of Columbia that should really have some input.
Steve, get to your question. We're going to have time for this debate where you can
I'd like to ask the 3 individuals, would you agree to defer this until the US Chess members in the District of Columbia can be polled as to what their opinion is as to who their state association should be?
Well, if you're going to talk about the DC members, we have to reach out to all of them, but does that include the children, their parents? In my application, there was several letters of recommendation that have been submitted by parents. I've had petitions undertaken where we have over 300 signatures of people who want to see us as the official state affiliate. But if whatever you all decide, bottom line is the work is going to continue. Again, my organization has done more tournaments in DC than both of the other applicants combined. And I've been teaching chess in DC for over 30 years. I don't know if you all were aware that I just recently was a finalist for the Andy Lerner Excellence in Chess Education Award. Thank you.
Please step up to Mike.
Yes, actually, I agree very strongly with Steve Emmett's point. I think it would be much better if the residents of DC were to vote on who they wanted their next state chapter to be than to have it voted in this meeting. But this is the process that exists, which deal with this. I don't know who would win such an election. The DC State Chess Federation has had 252 DC chess players. We've had with 214 DC chess players. So he's had more. However, most of his tournaments are, in fact, most of them are scholastic tournaments. So most of his players would be children. And the question is whether the children would be allowed to vote or whether the parents would be allowed to vote. Depending on how the election was structured, if it was adults only, we would basically win like the election, I believe. If the election were involving kids with like the parents allowed to vote their behalf, then I believe that Vaughn Bennett would probably win. So a lot depends. But yeah, and Vaughn Bennett has negligible support in DC.
Next question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would like the vote to be decided here because I trust the delegates. The delegates understand what is important. The delegates don't base their decision on popularity. And I really trust the line of authority of the executive board that it will be handled properly.
Next question.
Hi, Kevin Zenko from New Mexico. Could each of you please describe how your organizations are governed?
Please step up.
Sure. Basically, we're an LLC, so we have like a manager, Josh Ivan, who has final authority on all decisions. So major decisions get discussed by the board, by tournament directors, depending on, by people who teach in the schools, depending on how, on what areas they cover. So for example, if there's decisions about teaching in schools, the people that we have that are teachers, they'll make decisions in terms of like, what the curriculum is, how the classes, etc. And then they'll report up to Josh Ivan. And then if Josh Ivan wants to make changes in that, he'll advise certain changes. After each tournament, there's a discussion process in which we talk about what really went wrong with the tournament, what went right, what we can do to improve. Everyone's involved in this discussion, everyone can participate in the tournament. And then we'll kind of decide what kind of changes need to be made. And there's a lot of there's no tournament that's perfect, and there's no event that's perfect, there's no section of teaching school that's perfect, and there are always things that need to be changed. We're in a constant discussion process, which is part of our organization. This is fundamental.
We are a 501c3 educational nonprofit. We have a board of directors, and as soon as we are elected as the state chapter, we will open up our membership drive.
Thank you for that question. The DC State Chess Federation is a democratically run organization. The bylaws of the DC State Chess Federation openly allow people to join as members of the organization. We will hold annual elections for officer positions, open to all members who are residents of the District of Columbia. And the delegate to the US Chess Federation will likewise be chosen in an election of the eligible voting members of the DC State Chess Federation. In this way, the DC State Chess Federation will best reflect the views and opinions of those the US Chess Federation aims to represent chess players in the respective states. USCF need not and should not handpick any specific set of people to exercise perpetual leadership over chess. 15 seconds. Rather, it should empower an organization which will itself operate democratically.
Next delegate question.
Rebecca Rutledge, Oklahoma. My question is for DMV. This is in the context of your shipbuilding analogy from earlier. My understanding is that you're saying you would welcome volunteers from the chess community who would want to help you further the interests of chess in DC, but at the end of the day, you are a for-profit company. My question for you is simply, is my understanding correct, or is there context that I'm missing?
Yes, we can and have accepted volunteers from DC, and we definitely want people to help. So DMV Chess is an LLC, which is a for-profit company. That doesn't mean that we attempt to maximize our profits to the greatest extent possible. If we wanted to maximize our profits, we would only kind of focus on online chess, because online chess is very profitable. We don't have to rent a site, we don't have to deal with hotels. It's it's much easier. But our heart is really into running in-person tournaments. Our heart is in education. This is the kinds of things we really want to do. This is why we got into it. So a lot of the way we run our tournaments is not to maximize profits. For example, one thing we do is we try to hire an extra tournament director or two that we need in tournaments. More than we need, which makes things run smoothly, is better for the players, rather than trying to say, we can save some money by being cheap about it. We try to rent slightly larger spaces than we need, so players have kind of more space. They enjoy it, better. So yeah, just because we make money, that doesn't mean that we want to make the maximum money possible.
Time. Next delegate question.
Thank you. Daniel Cerny, New Mexico. My question is for all delegates. We've heard a lot of reasons why you think you're the best choice.
All affiliates.
Affiliates. Why you're the best choice, as well as all the negative reasons why the other candidates are not great choices. Key tenet of leadership is self-awareness. So I want to ask each candidate, what do the other organizations do well or better than your organization?
Please step up to the mic.
Sure, yeah, I can speak to Vaughn Bennett. Vaughn Bennett does a lot of work with inner city kids. He has free tournaments that we don't have. We can't make that self-sustaining. I mean, we actually offer like free entries for some people in our tournaments, but we can't do it to the same extent that Vaughn Bennett has, and that's quite good. Vaughn Bennett, he does like a lot more like DC tournaments. I mean, our model is we kind of put together like big events, but Vaughn Bennett does a lot of much smaller events. Robin Ramson is smaller, but in her site she said she like gave away 275 chess sets, so that's something that she did that we haven't done. So that's quite positive.
Well, I would say that Ms. Ramson has interconnection with this body that we don't have, and that she has a lot of support from this body and the other organization that is running chess in the District of Columbia, and she gets a lot of support from the local organizations in Maryland and Virginia. DMV Chess is consistent with their tournaments every week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, which is really what it should be, because just like in New York, how they do tournaments almost every day. So, I think those are some of the positives.
That is a great question. The other two organizations are great in that they remind me of how much we need to work together to find spaces that are affordable, to keep children and families engaged.
Next question. John.
John McCrary from South Carolina. In the interest of full disclosure, I ask each of you if you ever sued USCF and individuals who are in this room.
Yes, that would be me, Vaughn Bennett. In 2005, I filed a pro se lawsuit against the US Chess Federation and 23 other defendants. And most of what I wrote in the lawsuit pertained to the same information that was put forth from the Station Affiliates Committee on July 28th in their report that said the DC Chess League has kept chess out of DC for over 30 years. I don't know how many of you have read that, but it's pretty significant.
Next.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, the question was addressed to all three.
Oh, yeah.
Have you sued anybody in the room or US Chess?
No, I've actually not sued anyone in the room, or actually even planet Earth, or anyone in the universe. I haven't sued anyone. So.
Okay, Robert.
No.
Next. Okay, question.
Kevin Zemko, New Mexico. The question is in 3 parts. How many tournament directors do you have? What are their levels? And how do you attract tournament directors and provide education and experience to develop your tournament directors?
So it's known TD's level of TD certification. How do you track them?
So what I currently do and what I will continue to do, because my daughter plays chess actively, and she's a Heron rep last year, and she was a Barber rep this year, I always hire third-party tournament directors to conduct our events, such as Andy Ray, such as Anna Demopolati, since Mr. David Mailer, and just for the record, all of our events are under their profile. So that's why when we look at Chess Skills DC or DCCA, you don't see very many tournaments, because all of our successful events and our state scholastic championships, I want them to be completely neutral. I don't want to be accused of any bias or collusion. So I use third-party tournament directors who are located in our area.
Thanks. Next. DMV, go ahead.
Okay, so I was trying to get the list up, but I guess there wasn't time to pull the list up on the computer. We have over 20 tournament directors. So in the application, I said that we had 6 tournament directors of senior tournament director or higher status. Andy Ray pointed out that he's actually won like a tournament or 2 for us, which means we have 7 technically tournament directors of senior TD or higher status.
So, thank you. My organization, DC State Chess Federation, has approximately 30 tournament directors, and most of them are children and youth that we have been training to be able to take the reins. Most of them are inner city children, so that they can go forward and continue to do what it is needed to be done to provide the access to chess, to give the children and youth ownership of this game that, again, has been kept from them. I myself have given more tournaments in D.C. than any other D.C., well, actually, Steve Jablon has one of me. But I'm a local tournament director, and we, under my organization, have the youngest local tournament director in the history of the D.C., Maryland, and Virginia area. And that's because of our efforts to train and empowering the children and youth of D.C.
Thankfully, that seems to dispose of all the questions.
Do you have one further question?
No, we're not going to do follow-up questions. So we're now going to do discussion. Oh, did someone not get to respond? I thought they all did. Okay. Now we have time to debate, and we're just going to use one microphone because there's no way to split this up any other way. So if you have debate, go to the back microphone and let's try and keep it as brief as possible. We certainly have a lot of discussion here. These are now, you three can sit down because these aren't questions any longer. This will just be discussion. And I recognize Delegate Brown.
Caleb Brown, Texas. Okay, so there's many things the state chapters do and should do, but the function that's unique to state chapters particularly is to represent the chess community of the state. DMV cannot quite do that because they're a for-profit, and the District of Columbia Chess Association cannot quite do it because they have a self-perpetuating board, which obviously there's no way for the people of the chess community to control that. Only the District of Columbia Chess Federation really meets those requirements and is capable of representing the chess community of the district. Therefore, I recommend that the delegates support the District of Columbia Chess Association as the next state chapter of the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you. Next delegate, Danny, turn around, please. Or whoever, Richard.
Yeah, Richard Cutton, Durban, California. I would like to advocate for none of the above, or basically go back and redo this. And the reason I state that is because I don't think any of the applicants really get what a state chapter is, which is more of a coordination agency and not the tournament directing, tournament running organization. They seem to be running for affiliate of the year. In reality, they should be doing the coordination effort. They should be providing a website that's general for all, and they should, aside from running and sponsoring the championships and then nominating delegates for this assembly, there's a whole bunch of coordination stuff that they're not addressing it. So, from my perspective, none of the above is the correct answer, and that they should, we should basically ask to come back with a better proposal next year.
The chair would note that in Article 8, the organizational units, there's a discussion as to how a state, an affiliate is recognized as a state chapter. And it's not entirely clear. It's clear that the delegates have that responsibility. There is a section that talks about if credentials are submitted after the deadline, then it can be done by the delegates before the annual meeting of the following year, which suggests that there is the possibility that you could have a vacant affiliate for a state chapter. We are going to have none of the above as one of the voting alternatives. I'm certainly not advocating for any of the choices, but that is information as it relates to the bylaws. And Delegate Hoffbauer.
Mike Hoffbauer from the state of Virginia. When I look at this from the perspectives of ability to represent the members of the chess players in the District of Columbia, some of which are not US chess members, leadership, and the ability to run tournaments. They all have strengths, they all have weaknesses. I'm going to also advocate for none of the above. So that's my recommendation to the delegates is we need to help them learn how to work together in the interest of all of the chess players in the state of DC.
Thank you. Next.
Stephen in New York.
like to again follow up. I believe that I personally am not qualified and I feel uncomfortable making the decision on behalf of the US Chess members in the District of Columbia who have not had any input. I think that's an extremely important and salient data point, is what the opinions of the US Chess members in the District of Columbia have regarding this information. And I would like to see this deferred until we've had a chance to at least get their input. And I think the optics of not getting their input are very poor as an organization. That's what I have to say.
Next.
Guy Hoffman, Wisconsin. I will also advocate for none of the above. The problems I have with the CCA and Juan Bennett's organization is that those two organizations, especially in their applications, only list one name who's doing anything. My feeling is that if that person suddenly becomes incapable of running the organization, that organization will essentially cease to exist. There won't be any affiliate anymore.
Thank you. Next.
So, Bill Brock, Illinois. I think, that I agree that none of the above is probably the best choice at this point. Were I to make a pick, it would probably be DCS, SF. I would note that if one has previously sued US Chess, it's important to note the year in which one sued US Chess. I mean, there's been a clear failure here. Of the three, all three are grievously imperfect. DCFS, SF, I think is closest to fulfilling the 501c3 nonprofit mission, which is member-centric, but member-driven is a better way to say, by US Chess member-driven, but we're also serving the entire community. This is a very tough call. I think none of the above is best, but if I were to vote, it would be for DCF-SF.
Thank you. Next.
Chris Kim from Maryland. This is a point of information.
State your point.
If none of the above is chosen as an option and voted on, how are the two delegates for District of Columbia then appointed if there was no state affiliate? Thank you.
That's a question. Parliamentarian, do you have I mean, in the instance of the next one that we're going to deal with, Rhode Island is still represented, but were they vacated at the end of this meeting? Was that
right now? The DC delegates are the state affiliate is what it is, recognized through this meeting. They resigned as of the end of the meeting, so they serve. So for the next meeting, if there is no state affiliate, there will be no delegates appointed, and those slots will be vacant.
Right.
As has occurred before, there have been circumstances where we had states with no state affiliate for many years, Alaska, for example, and then so there were just no delegates appointed, there was nobody to appoint.
And I would note we have several states here that have delegates that are not present either. So, but that would be the case. So, Danny.
Seeing that most of the debate here has been about none of the above, I would like to move to have a motion in front of the delegates right now regarding a possible solution.
Right now, we are voting on a requirement in bylaws to select, if you as delegates so choose, to the state chapter. So that motion isn't in order at this point in time. We have to dispose of this.
Then I move to suspend the rules so that the delegates can do this. Can vote on the motion.
There's been a motion to suspend the rules. Is there discussion on that? Okay, a motion to suspend the rules requires a 2/3 vote. So those in favor of suspending the rules, raise your hand.
Point of information.
State your point.
Before we vote to suspend the rules, could the sponsor say precisely what this, maybe give us an idea what this is about? Because we just have to suspend the rules. What rule are we suspending?
He wants to defer the consideration of this. The parliamentarian, is there something that you would like to add to this?
suspending the rules would allow for a discussion of a different sort of motion ahead of considering the motion.
Thank you. Okay, so there is a motion to suspend the rules, which then would allow us to consider another motion. And so that, as I said, that requires a 2/3 vote. I already called, and there was no further debate. The point of information was raised, so we're going to vote on it. Those in favor, this requires a 2/3 majority.
Point of order, did you ask for a discussion?
I did ask for discussion. You missed it. Those in favor of suspending the rules, raise your credentials. Can somebody count on that side? Yeah, raise your credentials high so that we can count. Hold them high.
Please hold them up now.
Okay. All right, we have everybody now? Okay, those in favor of not suspending the rules, raise your credentials. So the total is 36 to 23, which is my country map. That is not 2/3. Okay, 2/3 of the delegates as a whole. Not one. So are there abstentions? We should call for those first of all. Okay. So then the motion fails. Now we're back on to the election. And are there other, yes, Mr. Parliamentarian, did you want to say something, or are you?
I'm speaking as a
delegate.
point of information. In Mr. Brown's commentary, he addressed the tax status, I believe, or the organizational status of some of the different organizations, and I'm not sure that what he stated was correct, because, and Caleb, when you said that, you said how did you define the organizational structure of the different ones when you made your statement, please?
Caleb, would you step to the mic?
Okay, Caleb Brown, Texas. Could you, are you referring to something I said on the floor today or something?
When you just a moment ago, you referred to the organizational structures of the three organizations, and you stated what you thought they were. I'm not sure you stated.
I was referring to how they're governed, not the tax status. I'm not making any position on what the tax status is.
All right, thank you. So did that get stated correctly? I'm just asking the owner, the leaders of the different organizations, if the statement of how they were governed was correct, because I'm not sure it's consistent with what I heard before, and so I'm confused.
If the three organizations would like to speak to the microphone, Mr. Priest has asked you a question as to whether your status was stated, your organizational structure was stated.
So I heard him say that my organization had self-perpetuating organization, which basically meant that the members kept reelecting themselves, and we made that correction. One of the things that I don't think you understand is that I clearly stated in my application that we will allow the public to submit applications, and that the candidates for election will be based on their qualifications. That's what I said. We are not reelecting ourselves. We just want to clarify that there would not be popular candidates.
Well, I mean, for DMV, you were stated to be a for-profit LLC. I think that's accurate, right?
Yes.
And Vaughn, it was restated, you're a 501c3, right? Okay.
We're a 501c3.
Okay, 2 501c3s, 1 for-profit LLC. Everybody clear? that's irrelevant at this point. Thank you. Caleb, or it's Caleb, Alex. And that was from the bylaws meeting, so you would know for your reference.
So just a question for clarification, what is the motion on the floor?
This is an election, which is on the floor, which is related to the bylaws requirement that the delegates select a state chapter when one is being vacated. So the motion is an election.
And for that reason, we asked for suspension of the rules.
Yes, well, I guess so. I don't know why. I won't.
Now, the request to suspend the rules by Danny was to present an alternative motion.
Yeah.
Well, okay. We can present an amendment, right?
I'm sorry?
We can present an amendment.
An amendment to an election? No, there's no, I mean, we are having an election required by the bylaws to select the state chapter.
I understand that, but the procedure for this discussion is in the purview of the delegates. We did not approve the procedure that you're proposing, and we would like a different procedure.
Well, you can try to explain it, but
Okay, so under Article 8,
that's
that's fine, that's a point of order. Under Article 8, it is the delegates that set the procedure and the selection of state chapters under Article 8. So the executive board, thank you for proposing the election process, but we have not approved that process. And so it is up to us what process we would like to use.
Well, if you are wishing to have a different process, I suppose that you can present it.
So
and I guess the parliamentarian, that would be in order. Okay, so what's this process that you would?
Okay, so we have a motion by which we would like to resolve this issue.
Well, wait a second. A motion is not an election process. If you're talking about deferring the election, that's not a process to have an election. The bylaws are clear.
You don't understand. We don't want an election. The delegates.
That's not a process, and that would be a violation of bylaws in my belief. And the parliamentarian.
Okay, so
we've already had a motion to suspend the rules to consider Danny's approach, and it was defeated. So we're now on the discussion.
You don't need to suspend the rules. Article 8 provides that the delegates decide how and in what manner they are going to choose state affiliates. So if the delegates do not want to have this election, they are free to reject the process.
Well, there is a process for what you're describing, and the process that we laid out is none of the above. And if a majority of the delegates wish to vote none of the above, then that will be the result of the election.
No, but that's not the only way to resolve this issue.
Well,
there are other options that the delegates can propose to resolve this issue. And you are precluding us from doing that, which we are free to do under Article 8.
State your point.
Point of order.
State your point.
I think that the motion that they're considering is presuming that the delegates are going to vote none of the above. And I think that's an invalid assumption. The delegates should vote first, and then if none of the above is selected, the approach that they're suggesting may be a solution.
Certainly could be offered as a delegate motion, which would be considered by the body. I think this is just
What I'm reading is that the delegates should decide whether they want to have an election before we have the election. That is what is written in our bylaws.
Well,
Point of information.
Yes.
Mr. Bauer, are you the delegate from Iowa?
Yes, I am.
I believe that the other members on the dais are also delegates. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in your functioning as delegates, not as executive board members, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, okay.
Point of order.
Hold on, point of order, what's your point?
Point of order is that the delegates approved the agenda of this meeting, so that the delegates already approved the process.
I'm going to rule that we have a process that has been accepted by the delegates for this meeting. It's part of the agenda. It was also explained at length before we voted on the agenda. So I would rule that the point of it being a delegate responsibility is not well taken, which of course can be appealed.
Hi, Mike Shue from Tennessee. So I guess in terms of debate, right now, I'm kind of at none of the above, and I just want to explain why. I think I don't think that a vote within DC is necessarily the best because I think it may result in a popularity contest. I think that many of the people here understand what goes into running a state affiliation, so I think that's healthy. The one thing that, as a new delegate, I kind of wish that I had on hand is simply like a summary fact sheet that it was a list of facts that all of the three organizations agreed on about each other, like 100%, like very strict list that they all sign and they all totally agree about each other. And I feel like so I feel like with those facts, we could make a great decision, but I feel like without a list of facts that we all agreed on about each other to show relevant equivalency.
I'm sorry.
Point of information, please.
State your point. Why don't you come to the microphone and state it?
Jim Manella, Southern California. Mr. Ballard stated before that if none of the above was an option, that it needed a majority in order to pass. Is that correct? It needs a majority or just a plurality?
No, we announced at the beginning of the meeting, you may not have been here, Jim, I'm not trying to say that you didn't hear it, that the order of operation would be the first ballot would have the three affiliates, none of the above, and abstain. And that a majority of the ballots that were cast, and abstentions do not count as a cast ballot, would be necessary to select the state chapter. And if on the first ballot there was not a majority, then the top two vote getters would do a runoff.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. I understand the urge and the desire for none of the above, as people have been stating. More or less, that's sort of what you might say us on the States and Affiliates Committee sort of did when we didn't recommend any of the three to the board. However, I would point out that if we basically don't have a state chapter affiliate for DC, then there's the question as far as the state championship and the state qualifiers. And if we do none of the above, we should have something in place to cover that.
Thank you. Next delegate, please.
My name is Chen Yip from New York. I think three of the organizations should agree to work like one. We shouldn't only choose one for today.
John McCrary, South Carolina. I didn't go into this earlier because I was respecting your desire for a concise question. But I will point out that I was one of the individual defendants in that suit, even though I knew nothing about what he was talking about. So I'm addressing this as a point of information to Mr. Bennett. If things don't go your way, either today or in the future, are you going to stick by your promise not to go to the courts?
Last year, the States and Affiliates Committee found that the former state chapter had not fulfilled its duties for 30 years. That is why we're here selecting a new state chapter. I was aware of the same issues in 2005 and earlier. I perceived an injustice that was leading to chess players in the District of Columbia not having the same access to national opportunities that chess players in other states have. Chess can change lives for better among our young people, and I wanted the youth of D.C. to have every opportunity. I now realize that bringing a lawsuit was not the best way to address this issue, but I want to be clear that the States and Affiliates Committee perceived the same injustice and has addressed it through the USCF. I do not wish to see the feuding continue. It is not the best interest of chess. Instead of continuing to attack other affiliates, I choose to be the change I wish to see by organizing tournaments and offering more opportunities for chess players. I was not the one who complained to the States and Affiliates Committee about the DC Chess League. I do not intend to file any more lawsuits in the future and look forward to working with all affiliates who wish to help chess grow in the District of Columbia. A few months ago, I met with Boyd Reed, and he was one of the defendants of the lawsuit in 2005. And I explained to him that I was by myself then, and I had a different way of thinking. And I am about working so that we can build bridges among people and unite people. This is what this sport, this chess, this game of life can do.
Thank you. Next delegate, Dwayne.
Dwayne Barber, Southern California. I'd like to remind all the representatives, if for any reason there is a selection which is that no determination will be made, that we would request of the board that the National Invitational Committee be permitted to select the appropriate invitational representatives. I think we have enough experience and ability to be able to accomplish that. And we absolutely do not want to leave anybody behind in what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. State your point.
So this procedure we're using, is this something we have generally used in the past often, or is this new?
This is not a typical thing that happens. I mean, this chapter vacated for one thing.
Our only GPS
Point of order.
State your point.
Under section, or the paragraph, 4630 of Robert's Rules of Order, where there is no goal or established custom for how an election is to be conducted, then the body has to adopt a motion to fix the procedure, and that motion will be not.
Parliamentarian.
As you previously stated, Mr. Chairman, the procedure that you established in setting the agenda has already been approved by the delegates, so I think that question is
And besides establishing the procedure, it was explained at length this morning, and there was no objection, no discussion to this procedure. It is now only coming up as we near the end of debate, and I find the point not well taken. The process has been established and is being used, and if we could get along to a motion, we could get going on the rest of our business, which is substantial.
Matthew Freeman from the city of Maine. I just want to say that I grew up near D.C., played a lot of chess in D.C. What one is going to be free. It's empowering people who haven't had a voice or basically any chess to play in D.C. for a long time. On top of that, I want to say that to the delegates, the recurring theme of raising some sort of cooperation between the three applicants doesn't seem to be in the spirit of the bylaws. We're here to elect leaders. We're here to basically shepherd the next generation of chess in America and in the States. And I would also like to raise the issue that I believe this entire election is out of order because two of the applicants are not qualified by the bylaws. Thank you.
I would rule that point is not well taken, that bylaws requirements are met by the applicants. Danny, I think this is your second time tonight, isn't it?
I've been letting other people pass for a reason, so.
Okay.
If you want to let others speak.
Well, usually that's our process.
I understand that my
objection, the question has been called, and we will now go to a vote. We have the process, we have the ballots, so everybody, please, if you are a delegate, sit at your spot at the table so that the ballots, and you will have to have your credentials. You will have to show credentials to receive a ballot. And then, okay, the ballot does not list none. It is a write-in alternative though. So if you want none of the above, just write none on your ballot. Otherwise, mark the appropriate other, the 3 affiliates or abstain. As has been stated, this will be a majority vote necessary of those where there is an actual vote. An abstention is not a vote, and it would not count for determining what is a majority of the votes cast. That's handed out. But you gotta stay at your spot, okay? If you're not seated, you're not gonna get, you're not seated. They're all delegates, and they're, all right. Okay. Could we get Robin and, could we have the 3 come up here? And like, you have a little sign that says DFB and CCA.
Point of information, please, on the ballot.
State your point.
Is there a none of the above option, or did I misunderstand?
Yeah, no, there is a none of the above option. It's not printed on the ballot. You just have to write none.
Okay, thank you.
Now, the 3, just so you know who they are, which ones they are. Robin has already made a little sign. And we have DCCA. DCCA. And DMV, that's easy to remember, Department of Motor Vehicles.
Point of information.
State your point.
Because I have an LSU degree and it's hard for me to hear things. So, point of information again. So, no, write no if you do not want the organization, which will be counted in the vote. Abstain does not count in the vote.
That's correct.
I thought that's what you said.
Yes,
Thanks.
no or none of the above. You write it in. It'll be counted that way. Okay. Now they're making signs. We don't do this very often, so you can tell it's just a little unusual in terms of the process. Okay, so yeah, give ballots. Here's my credential. Yes, they are all delegates. Just in case anybody has been asleep, none is something you have to write in. Let's make sure everybody's voted so we can go down in the order. It looks like that's starting. Okay, start collecting. And if for some reason the ballot collectors do not Can you raise your hand once it's all done so we can make sure that all of the delegate ballots are collected? You can do whatever you want.
You already got it down, correct? I'm not doing it. Didn't want to straight out, wanted to around. Didn't want anything to check.
You are still going to applaud as well, they count the ballots. You need a bio break.
All right, Mike Newman has just informed us that he's going to count the ballots at this point. If you need to take a quick bio break, please utilize this moment.
Is there anyone who has not turned in their ballot? Last call. Okay, so they're going to start counting yet.
Dwayne, are you ready? So in the interim, Dwayne, we'd like to recognize Dwayne Barber, who'd like to speak about the national tournament.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to completely thank all of the state affiliates, all of the people that have been involved in the National Invitationals this year. We set record numbers. We had those persons, our Irwin representatives, our seniors, they were there. And then all the levels, high school and middle school and the elementary. We want to thank you for the encouragement, the decision-making that you have made regarding all of these persons who have played, especially our young people. I look at them and I say, oh gosh, I know 50 years I won't be here around probably, but I do know that within that cadre of young people who are playing in the Rockefeller and playing in the Barber and of course, the Denker, that there are those who will step up and say, yes, I'll find the people, I'll qualify them, I will get into the invitational. And I certainly want to thank John D. Rockefeller for stepping up and taking one of the major steps in endowing that event, the Rockefeller and the Ashley that'll come soon, the Irwin, as well as the Morphy, which will come soon also. So the opportunity for us to have this kind of involvement, it doesn't matter whether you live in Alaska, Florida, Maine, California, we want those young people and maybe a little bit older young people to come and join us. Here's a statistic which will probably, or may or may not, shock you. As you know, I've been to all of the invitational, and I work with Grandmaster Denker. Did I ever expect that in the high school field, in the high school, that event, did I ever expect that there would be 5 masters? No, I didn't. Back then, in the 80s, I didn't expect that. And then the bigger shock came when I went to the Denker a couple of years ago and I counted down. I got all the way down to 24. Think about that. The high school kids said, yes, this is important. Yes, I will be a part of what the young people of this country are. And then we had a meet and greet. I'm sorry. I apologize to all the delegates. Please allow me to do that. You weren't allowed in, were you? No. We had a guard at the door. My brother was the guard at the door. It was reserved for the players. They were the ones who got together and shared. A youngster who may have been from Idaho sat down and talked to us from Alabama. And that's a wonderful experience, and I want to thank Tony and Vermont for promoting this for you guys. And then we had a little entertainment. Hey, this one was a little bit more open. John, where are you? I know you're here. But the Rockefeller, we had a magic show. We had a great time. Fantastic experience, and I want to thank you very much, sir, for offering up that opportunity. So you see, please keep looking for those who will become that representative of those invitationals. Because, and you know this has happened, you check your state federation. I've gotten phone calls. They come to me and they call me up and say, well, why can't we have 3? We've got 2 very good players. Why can't we have 4? And only one for that event. One high school player. And that is a prestige. And here's a fact you do not know. And I'll share this one with you. I asked Grandmaster Denker why. And he said to me, one of the main reasons why he wanted this event to happen was to allow the state, the state championship to grow, to make it bigger. And I'm getting these state folks that are calling me up and say, what are you doing to my state? And I said, what do you mean? And it was very simple. What did we do to your state? We said we're offering something you cannot get. And the stronger players began showing up at the state affiliates, because they knew if they wanted to play the tournament, they had to be there in that state championship. So that is a powerful note. I want to thank all of you, every one of you, because I know you've worked on that part of what we are. And along with Al Lawrence and Chess Trust, as well as US Chess, we've worked real hard to make certain that that is available and accessible to every person. Thank you again.
Thank you, Drake, for all your efforts in these tournaments.
I have a point of order. Brian Tillis, Florida.
State your point.
I had a delegate running late from Florida, Garrett Foote. Could we have the delegates accept him for the rest of this meeting?
If they are a delegate that's on the list, Alan, I assume that they can get their credentials.
Yes, but we've already called the roll.
Okay.
So this would be just to add this delegate, who is on the list, and certainly Tiger would be a delegate, but they asked me how to do this, and I recommend we do it this way and have the delegates vote.
Yeah, well, we're in recess right now, so after we get the election results back, we'll take that up and discuss unanimous consent.
Yes.
It looks like that's coming. So I'm going to call us back into the meeting. We're not in recess anymore. And before we get the election results, why don't you now ask for unanimous consent to seat the delegate?
Just go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, Garrett Foote's here, he's arrived, and we'd like for him to take a seat.
And you're asking for unanimous consent?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the delegate will be seated.
Thank you.
And we now have Mike Diekman, our election. Okay, hold on a second. Recognize Mike Diekman, Chair of the Elections Committee, acting as the chief teller for this election.
We received 90 ballots and counted them, and the results are such, and I will list them in order of quantity. With 37 votes, none of the above. 32 votes, DCCA. 18 votes, DCSF. 7 votes, DMV. 2 abstention.
So the two highest vote totals, none of them is a majority. So the two highest vote totals are DCCA and none, right?
Correct.
So we
none finishing first.
Yeah, well, those are the top two. Now we're going to do a runoff between those two. Do we have ballots?
Did not have a ballot with none in them.
Yeah.
We have a configuration.
Just pass out a piece of paper.
Here, we don't.
Get it right.
Sure, yeah, can we just get?
We've got,
So take one of the ballots, turn it over where it's blank, and now you have two choices. It's DCCA or none.
Do we need a secret ballot at this point?
We had already started that process, so we'll continue it. So again, they're going to hand out ballots to delegates with your credentials. I mean, there's three choices. You can vote DCCA, you can vote none, or you can abstain. But if you abstain, it's the same as just don't even turn in a ballot, because that's what it means.
Point of information, is there any discussion over the one versus the other, or is it just?
We're just going straight to the runoff. We're not going to have another round of. Yeah, we're just going to hand out a ballot. The blank side is the one you use, and you just put on don't turn your ballot in. Because it's the same darn thing. David Hayden pointed out that last year's meeting was the shortest on record. This one's not going to be, it's probably, and he thinks it's his fault because he wasn't at the meeting last year. Well, and Alan, yeah, okay. Well. Just turn it over with the blank side and write DCCA or NONE. Yes, you may come and start like a minute. I think Melinda already wants you to do that. Just so you all know, as my plan after we get this comment, we're going to break for lunch. We will take 60 minutes, and I will call the meeting back to order promptly because we have a lot to do. So please, I see some people have already brought in their lunch, which is fine, but I don't plan on 2 martini lunch. Well, that sounds about right. I will see. Let me amend that. It might improve things, yeah. see what we're going to do. Mr. Neiman, would you announce the election results?
Yes, 54 votes for none of the above, 41 votes for DCCA. There was one that was marked as invalid for one of the other competitors, so we invalidated that ballot.
Thank you. So the delegates have chosen none of the above as the option. That means that we have already for this meeting the DC chapter representatives, but there will not be one after this meeting. Now, my understanding is that there are some motions that are already being crafted that would provide some method for dealing with that displacement. So they would be regular motions, delegates motions that will come up in our regular business at the end of, after the ADMs. And Alan, were you going to say something?
Point of order, Mr. President. The delegates that are seated at this meeting remain delegates until the next delegates meeting. So delegates seated from that chapter will still be delegates until the next meeting.
I thought I said that. If I didn't say it that way, I apologize. So that is what's going to happen with DC. It's now 12:10. I'm going to ask us to recess until 1:10, and please be prompt because we got a lot still to do. Thank you. So if people would come in and get seated, that would be great. So the next order of business on the agenda is consideration of the challenge to the Rhode Island State Chapter. Now, this is a little different than the last situation where the District of Columbia State Chapter was vacating their state chapterness. Here we do have an existing chapter that the bylaws do provide for an affiliate to challenge and to become the state chapter. And that's the situation that we are in right now. As we had announced previously, we're going to use approximately the same process, and that is that both of the affiliates that seem to be the Rhode Island State Chapter will be given 3 minutes to make their case. We will provide time for questions from the delegates that can be directed to either or both of the affiliates. Then there'll be discussion, and then we will take a vote. And I think we're still going to do it by ballot because that's what we'd announced. The other point that I would make is that there isn't an alternative of none here because there is an existing seated state chapter that's been recognized as a state chapter. So, anything other than selecting the other state affiliate or CA to be the state chapter means that the existing state chapter Senate will maintain status. So with that, I think we're doing the same thing. We're just going to go in alphabetical order. So Frank from OSCA.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, state your point.
Just to be clear, I'm handing the parliamentary back to Andy.
Thank you, Ed. And thank you for your service, Delegate Priest. So do we have his, where's Frank from OSCA? Okay, Frank, you got 3 minutes to make your case. Kevin is our timer, and he will announce when you have 15 seconds remaining.
Mr. President, point
Yes,
of
sir.
order also.
Please.
As, while Frank is coming up and preparing, just so the delegates are aware, the DC issue is not yet resolved, so there's going to be motions crafted, and those will go at the end of new business tomorrow, or whenever. It'll be at the end of new business.
That sounds like a point of information or a question to the chair. That's correct. If there are motions related to resolving the issue with the District of Columbia, they are in order as a delegate motion. They should be given to Deanne Lucas over there so they can be printed up, and they would then go at the end of the new business. With that, Frank, you have 3 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Ocean State Chess Association is a nonprofit organization applying for the position of Rhode Island State Chapter. After having 30 years of experience running the previous chapter, Ocean State intends to continue spreading the love of chess and doing what is best for the chess playing public of Rhode Island. It is up to the delegates to empower us to do that with the official support of USCF. Only this year we've run 5 of the 6 biggest tournaments ever held in Rhode Island. We had the largest scholastic league. I myself attended 13 nationals with my teams. We work with the most schools, provide free tournaments to underprivileged children. We work with all the colleges, veterans, senior centers, and all the chess clubs in our state. We run charity events for cancer awareness. We raise funds to send students to the nationals and run most of the adult events in Rhode Island, all in Rhode Island. We collaborate with other clubs and organizations, lending our expertise to grow chess in Rhode Island. We post everyone's events on our website, not just our own. We will work with everyone, and we will continue to do so. We fully believe this is the spirit of the purpose of the state chapter. The name Ocean State promotes Rhode Island State first, not the region of New England. Number 5, we are only affiliate in Rhode Island with membership who have the opportunity to vote and participate in annual elections, serve on the board, and have a say in the way chess is governed in Rhode Island. All members of Seneca can become members of Ocean State Chess. No members of any Rhode Island organization can become members of Seneca. They have no membership. Our organization and indeed Rhode Island itself has been held back. As a state chapter, we will invoke our right to introduce new events that do not exist in Rhode Island, including Senior Championship, Girls Championship, Blitz, PD events, Grand Prix, and increase the time control Scholastic State Championship from game 25 to 45. I have a petition with over 100 signatures, all USF members. They support Ocean State Chess to become the next Rhode Island affiliate. Rhode Island people have spoken, but the vote is in your hands. We are open to suggestions. We are open to working with everyone. We want to do what's best for Rhode Island, like I have for the last 37 years. We want to build membership. As a gold membership affiliate, we also increased membership in the state, and we will continue to do that and work with everyone to help everyone. Oh, we have the most tournament directors too, and we help other states. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from the other three from Rhode Island for a second.
Good afternoon. I want to thank all the delegates for this opportunity and to briefly explain why Seneca, Southeast New England Chess Association, should continue its status as a state affiliate. My name is Frank Vogel. I'm a senior USCF TD. I'm a FIDE national arbiter, and I'm the president of the organization. So I'm just going to run quickly by 5 points that I think that you should keep in mind here. Hopefully you've read the submittals, because that gives all the real data, okay, the submissions that we had made on the page. If not, though, either way, this can be a review of something. So, point 1, the Rhode Island State Affiliate Challenge is very different from the DC situation, right? That was an open competition. We are the existing state affiliate. We have been since 2016, and in our submission, we put forth and explained how we met all of those requirements, okay? We went point by point. Especially in the DACI, there's 10 different points. Number 2, just for the record here, since 2016, Seneca has run 146 tournaments with more than 4,300 players. We've held the adult and scholastic state championships every year, with the exception of 2020 due to the pandemic, of course. In that year, recognizing the great demand and need that there was for chess, several of our board members put together an online series of USCF-rated scholastic events from April 2020 to December 2021. 52 events, 1,557 players. And also, these events were free. We didn't want to provide new barriers for people to play. Point 3, Seneca is a 501c3 status nonprofit. That is a much higher level of accountability, reporting, and scrutiny than any typical state-registered nonprofit. Basically, you just have to file a document, one-page document with the Secretary of State. Point 4, I want to clearly bring this up because Mr. Delbonis did mention it about this membership thing. It's been bone of contention, I think, in previous meetings, in a SAC meeting that we had yesterday, about this membership requirement. Without going into the details, it's true, yes, we do not have a membership voting requirement. Yes, the board members come on, they're elected, we determine their stuff, sort of like, self-selection. But the problem that Mr. Delbonis did not mention is the fact that they only elect 2 members, okay? So all the 2 members of their board, the president, the vice president, the secretary, the treasurer, are the same as us. They're not elected, they can never be voted off. So basically, they're the same status as us in terms of that actually running the organization. Just want to be clear on that.
15 seconds.
All right, we have never turned down anyone who expressed interest in serving our board. 12 different people have served on our board since 2016. Continually looking for individuals who want to serve in some capacity on the board and a skill set which matches our needs and the needs of our own community. We're always willing to work with any group. In fact, at the SAC meeting... Okay.
Consider continuing with the process that we followed. If the 2 frames could come down to the front microphone, and then if there are questions, that way we'll be able to expedite things a little bit. So for those then that may have questions, you can direct them to one or both, OSCA or Seneca. Back mic, Caleb. Would you, I think it might need to come up a little bit. Can't hear you.
Not better?
Not really.
May not be turned on.
Hold that.
Nope.
Thank you. So, I know many of you have concerns about the governance issues, like membership, like the board. So what I would like to know is, going forward, what will both of you do to maybe resolve these issues if you can state chapter? Thank you.
Why don't you step forward, please?
I wanted a little bit of clarification on what the issue is that you think needs to be resolved. I didn't catch what you were saying.
So the issue that myself and some of the other delegates are concerned about is that one of you doesn't have membership, and both of you do not have board directors that are elected by a majority on the board that's elected by voting membership.
Thanks for clarifying that. So, as we currently are structured, that's correct. So, we don't have a quote membership structure, but we don't have an actual membership structure. But one of the ideas that we've already brought up is we could make a membership structure where people become members. They could have rights as, they could pay membership dues. They could have rights like discounted fees. They could attend open meetings. Now, obviously, if you talk about the voting structure, there's one option we could have is they could be advisory, not necessarily have voting rights. Again, I'd have to go back to my board to bring that proposal up. And like I said,
15 seconds.
Like I said, I think it's a separate thing that the USCF might want to have a democratic structure across the boards for affiliates, but that's for a separate time. That's not what the current rules are asking for in terms of DCI files.
The current structure right now, we do have voting membership. If Frank Vogel himself wanted to be on the board of Ocean State, he has the right to do so. I do not have the right to be on his board, nor does anybody around. It's a self-selected board. As USCF members, you are all in different states, all been elected by your constituency. And we should have the same right, but we don't. And this is a big issue. And people in Rhode Island are not happy about it. And that is one of the biggest issues here. We want to support membership and participation where people have rights and have a say in their governments.
Point of information.
Yes, to your point.
Is it a requirement, that a state chapter affiliate have member elections of this board?
I do not believe that is the case. I'm familiar with at least a few other states that have appointed boards that are self-perpetuating. Okay, next was back to Danny.
It looked like in the materials that were provided to the delegates that there were some ethical concerns or things that got involved between the two organizations or prior to involved during this process, including things like Mr. Delbonis was priorly on Seneca's board or involved with Seneca, and now he's not. So I'd like to hear from both about just what concerns you've had over the years about each other or both organizations, because it seems like to me that there's some resolved matter that can be done here, and it's a lot of personal stuff that's gotten involved here.
All right, are you going to respond? Yeah, I'll alternate.
I've supported Frank Vogel as a chess tournament director, a senior tournament director. I've done events with him. His chess league, an organizer. And I was deeply surprised and extremely personally hurt to see those things happen. Mostly because I believe the Senate is unresponsive and receptive to suggestions. They do what they want, and they have the right that they voted themselves in. They're very territorial. I believe that we should work with everybody, not attack those that are organizing out as competitors. We should be working together. These attacks started as soon as I started organizing events. And yes, they said I would work with them, but they weren't going to work with anybody else. Their hostility shows us. And they can say can change.
It's hard to get into all the details, but we got to look at flavor. We read our full submission, okay? But actions speak louder than words. I just want to list a couple of things here, especially in regards to the state championship. So, when we were running our classic state championship, and they wanted to run a competing one, and also so he submitted to the Secretary of State's office, he actually filed articles of incorporation, something called the Rhode Island Scholastic State Chess Championship Tournament Incorporated, to try to usurp our ability to run the tournament, okay? Also, when we also had a complaint with the state's affiliates committee because of what was going on and his naming and placing his tournament 1 week before our state scholastic championship.
15 seconds.
Okay, and so that was resolved like 7-0 in our favor. They were forced to change the name of the event, and again, action speaks louder than words. These are the type of things that he's done against us.
Richard?
Yeah, Richard Cutky, Northern California. And this is a question of Frank, I guess, C. So what is the basis for you, Frank, what? Sabonis, okay, Frank Sabonis. What is the basis for your challenge? That is, what has Seneca done that makes them cease to be an effective state organization where we would want to consider decertifying them and selecting your state organization instead?
I'm trying to stay positive here, but when they run only one adult event, maybe 2 if not average, it's a state championship a year. This year they ran 3 because I ran, and 80% of the tournaments are scholastic. 45% of the tournaments are not in Rhode Island, they're in Mass, because I believe the focus is money. And the Rhode Island State Chapter's job is to help the people in chess in Rhode Island. 100% of my tournaments are in Rhode Island. 92% include both adults and students. 8% we had to, well, we had one in the brewery, we had kids. I think that they're not fulfilling their job. We have a state championship, and the best players won't show up, grandmasters, because they don't like the organization. And that's the problem. It's not really a true state championship. They will show up to my tournament, but they won't show up to theirs.
Time. Next, it was directed only at OSCA, so Seneca isn't responding to it. Yes.
So this is
Let's take your name and the state.
Oh, Stephen Jablon, Virginia. So this is a question for both of you. I understand Frank Delbonis used to be the president of Seneca, and he either left the board of Seneca or was forced out of the board. So which was it? Did Frank Delbonis leave or was he forced out? If he was forced out, why was he forced out? And what proof do you have about whether he left or forced out?
The board, of course, went through a long process to determine.
Speak to the mic,
Okay, all right, but our board at the time went through a long process because of a series of egregious conduct that occurred over time, in the period 2015, 2016, the scholastic events at, in the chess league, okay? And so we discussed what that, I'm going to meeting minutes here, March 15, March 5, 2016. Meeting called to order. Following and discussed, motion to officially remove Frank Delbonis from the Senate Board of Directors and to be reinstated as a suspended member of the board if, after filing these forms, I-9 is subject to a 2/3 vote. So we're giving him time to be able to rectify it better. Maybe we could get it out of the board. 6 months later, nothing changed, didn't get better, and so we removed him from the board officially.
When I was president, most of our members on the board left because they didn't like what was happening. They changed the purpose from chess to money. And I got up one day and I resigned. Now, if they removed me from the board, I never received a letter. In fact, I actually sent a letter saying, I'd like to come back to the board, and I got no response. That's what happened. That is fact. And they might have had the meeting to removing me, but I had already left. When you have a state organization, and the people, the chess players in the state, do not like you, I did not want to be president of an organization like that.
15 seconds.
We want to do what's best for our own health. I resign.
No rebuttals. Next question.
Matthew Freeman from the state of Maine. I have a question for Mr. Dole. It's a question in 2 parts. My understanding is that Seneca's current constitution is a residual entity of Rhode Island Chess Association. If that's correct, I'm curious why you reincorporated and why you changed the constitution. And the second part of that question is, was the new constitution put to a vote before the delegacy for state chapter? Thank you.
At the time period 2015, at the time period 2015-2016, Mr. Delbonis was still the president. We had long been looking at obtaining 501 status because we knew that there were some great advantages to that, right? In many different respects. In order to do that, we've got to submit a lot of data, financial data, records, etc., to the IRS to get that status. Our records were a mess up to that point. There was no way. So we realized we had to start from scratch to develop everything from 2015 when we had clear records so that we could submit it to the IRS and gain that 553 status. So that is what the reason was. And yes, it was desired by everyone on the board to make us a bonus. And The other second part of your question, was it related to, before our board, obviously? No, it was, but again, that was the reason why we had one of the very first items in this meeting today, to just basically fix a administrative error by the office.
Time,
It's
yeah,
been
that
resolved.
is correct, that issue was resolved already. Next question.
Diego Serna from New Mexico. My question is for both of you gentlemen. It looks like there's some questions about the governance of the organization and the succession plans. Obviously, you two individuals are running the organization. If I was a player in Rhode Island and I felt that I could do something great for Rhode Island and you became the state chapter, what is the path from a player to become president in the future? Should one of you leave or do those things? Is that even possible? Because as of right now, it sounds like in both organizations, it is not possible for anyone other than the two of you to run the state chapter.
Well, they could ask us to join. We would gladly accept members as board members. They could be voted on by the Rhode Island US members. We are actually exploring expanding also board membership for rotating president, have term limits and things like that. So there are avenues for members in Rhode Island to run the association without. Unfortunately, Senate doesn't allow that whatsoever. They elected themselves, govern themselves, and pick themselves, do whatever they want, really, and we don't have a second. I think, and they can say we'll do it, but you could put lipstick on a pig, but it's not pig. I don't know. They did their ethics, the way they attacked other people.
Time. As far as people that want, like I said, we're constantly recruiting people. I mean, especially in a small state, people know it's difficult to find quality people that want to really serve. Right? People just want to play chess for the most part. We've never turned down a single individual that came up to us and wanted to serve. We vet them, we find out, hey, what area can you help us with, and they come on board. And as they serve, of course, we have annual elections every year for all the officers. Right? So yeah, it is elected by the board itself, it's true. But again, I just have to rebut the fact that he has membership, it's only for 2 people, so therefore the executive board can never be voted out. It has to be clearly stated. Okay? And I guess that's one point. But yes, again, they would serve on the board, and then they have an opportunity to become president, vice president, whatever it is, whatever the functions are available on the board. So at that time, so it'd be voted amongst the board members. Yes.
Next question, Sunil. Sunil Agarwal from New York, as a person from Sanford, Seneca. That's a very large area, southern New England. Are you looking at protecting the values of Rhode Island, looking after Rhode Island? And could you tell me what percentage of your tournaments are run in Rhode Island?
I had a tough time hearing you through the mask, but you're saying, the question is what?
I will ask it again if you wish. You could ask it without the mask. All right. I said New England is a very large area. Do you think you can adequately protect the interests of Rhode Island? Are you doing that actively? And what percentage of your tournaments is being run in Rhode Island?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was looking for my data sheet here. I think I must have it at the top of my head. In the last year, I don't know what it was, but there was a total of like maybe 98 tournaments, okay? 31 of those were outside the state, right? But when you subtract the 3 New England Opens, which were basically bids that we put out, you subtract the ones that were right on the border, i.e. Fall River, right off the edge of the border, we only did 20% of out-of-state events in Massachusetts, that area. So all of our stuff is concentrated basically going on. But yeah, we have Southeast New England Chess because when opportunities arise, we're able to do events that are outside the border state. So there's a ranch in Texas which is bigger than the state of Rhode Island.
That was directed just to Seneca. There's no rebuttal. And Steve?
This is a question for both of you. Should the delegates vote for your opponent as the state, as to be selected as the official state organization, what steps, if any, specifically would you take to incorporate the opposition into your group?
First thing, the state affiliate. So I would reach my hand out to Frank and invite his entire board, and without a board, see what we can work together, what events they want to run, and support them. That's the job of the state affiliate. And Frank might say whatever he wants, but every time I put an event, he would put the same date as our event. I had to move it. We have a clearinghouse. And as far as what events, just go on their website right now. The last 3 events were Massachusetts Scholastic, this last 3, and they weren't 4 months ago. They haven't had an event. That's facts. I would look at their website, look at our website, what we're doing.
15 seconds.
You say whatever you want, but you're here in front of the mic, but I think that's the evidence there. I would open up, we would love to work with you. That's what the state affiliate does.
So just to tell me, the question was, if my opponent got the affiliateship, right? What would I do? Was that the question? Yeah. Correct? Yeah, well, obviously that would lessen a lot of our responsibilities for all the state championships and all that, because then that would fall on someone else. Well, our board, we wouldn't stop doing it. We would continue to do the best work that we could with the contacts and running the events. And of course, at that point, we would obviously be willing to work with the state affiliate. And like I said, as far as this is a great question, at the SAC meeting, which I didn't get to point out in my initial 3-minute talk, we offered to reach out to them. In their bylaws, they say they want to run the senior championship, the all-girls championship, the Fitz-Random championship, whatever. I said, we're obviously willing at any time to work with you on those items, right, under the sponsorship of us as a state affiliate. So we reached out, and I'll arrange it, we're willing to work with them as the current status is. But even if we weren't the affiliate, we would continue with those works.
I recognize Delegate Just for the first time at this meeting.
I call the question.
While I admire your zeal, Delegate Just, we're still in Q&A. Let's finish that, and then we will have debate, and you can then call the question at your, at your convenience. Okay, could you speak into the mic?
Matthew Curry from Maine, it's just a short question. Mr. Vogel just stated statistics for tournaments run in the past 3 years. I believe the number was 93. Regardless of the number, could you please restate those statistics without online tournaments?
If you will just give me a minute to find the sheet I have pulled right off of the NSA of US Chess, okay? Okay, so let me just pull it up. Yeah, last 7 years, anyone, the exact numbers. Unless I don't have it right here. It's close to like 98 tournaments. Okay, maybe, and like I said, maybe 32 of those were out of state, the rest were in state. So the percentage was like 62, 30 something, but when you break out the NEOs and the ones which are immediately on the border of the state of Rhode Island, the out-of-state numbers are only at about 20%. Anybody wants, for some reason.
Okay, that disposes of the questions. Bob, are you now going to ask the question?
Yeah, follow up the previous question. I thought the question was about how many of those were online. So if you exclude the online tournaments, how many were run?
I thought I had that in my opening. Maybe I was talking a little bit too fast. But it was 52 tournaments, 1,557 players, online tournaments, all free, run by our organization during the pandemic. And one of those included the 2021 Scholastic State Chess Championship of Rhode Island.
Alan, your question?
Alan Cantor from Tennessee. I just have a question for both of you. How much staff do you have? How much staff do each of you have?
Currently, we have 6 board members, we're adding a 7 and 8. We also have 12 certified tournament directors. Every one of our directors plays in tournaments and is USCF member, which, well, yes, can't be said about Seneca. And we continue to expand. We're also doing training for tournament directors. Other states have come to us and we're actually doing a whole video series to help train others. And we actually send our TDs out to other states. We first take care of Rhode Island, but there's been a shortage. We actually have them go to other states because we want to be supportive of our region. As long as we're making sure that we're making sure that we also work with about 50 schools, 40 schools, and we have the largest chess league in Rhode Island. Work with more schools and programs.
I'll answer the question a little bit more directly. So your question was, how many people do we have on staff, which means like on the board? So yes, we have a 6-member board. We have 4 TDs, 2 senior TDs, 2 local TDs, and like I said, we have a very dedicated board, a total of 6 people. We're looking always to recruit more. We have in mind a few others. We work with other tournament directors, and like I said, those numbers that he was talking about, they're not board members of OSCA. Yeah, they're tournament directors. I'm not taking away from that. But your question was specifically on staff, and that's my response.
We now will have debate, and the two you can sit down. So the front, if you're going to speak pro or, I guess it's yes or yes. The front mic will be those that are supportive of OSCA. The back will be those that are supportive of Seneca. You can call it a question from either mic. Caleb.
Thank you. So it's obvious that the governance of both of these entities is maybe a little deficient. However, here's the Ocean State is in a much better place than Seneca, because Ocean State actually has a membership, Seneca does not. And while we can disagree about whether you have to elect a board under the DASIs, it is very clear in the DASIs that all US chess resident members of the state have to be able to have an opportunity to become members. And only Ocean State is that requirement. Also, I'll note from all I've seen, it looks like the chess programs and student organizations are at least comparable. Maybe Ocean is a little better, maybe one governs over, but it's not like one has a huge difference. It would be much better in chess promotion. So for those reasons, I support Ocean State to be the next state chapter of the island. Thank you.
Thank you. Back microphone, Al.
Yes, Hal Terry, New Hampshire. While I agree that the governance structure of neither organization is ideal, that's not the question before us today. The sole question is whether to replace an existing state chapter with another group. Now, I have read through all the documentation that's online about this, and in my view, Seneca has adequately answered each and every specific charge about how they have failed to meet their obligations to the state chapter. And therefore, I cannot recommend that they be replaced. Thank you.
Front microphone. Speak to your recognized.
Matthew Freeman from Maine. If you guys would humor me, I have a prepared message. Thank you, everyone, for gathering here today and laboring to legislate the future of chess in America. My name is Matthew Freeman, and I am serving here today at the pleasure of the lovely state of Maine. They were gracious enough to have me represent. In April of 2022, I moved from Virginia to Rhode Island. The difference in the two states quickly became apparent in terms of chess leadership, and it cannot be overstated. I love chess in Virginia. I played hundreds of events, USCF-rated events. In stark contrast, Seneca's sparse event schedule, hostility towards other organizers, and unwillingness to incorporate feedback from even the strongest players in the city have marked him as incompetent and cast a depressing light on chess in Rhode Island. When I inquired with my friend Frank Vogel at his chess club, which I've attended, the president of Seneca told me that there was no membership. He told me that there was no voting. He told me that there was no clearinghouse for the state, and that they let the political and other such details go to MACA, and they thought they were doing a fantastic job. MACA, for those of you who are aware, is the Massachusetts Chess Association. Our neighboring state chapter. This alone should be enough of a surprise to move some of you to declare Seneca incompetent to serve. But now also consider the fact that Seneca willfully subverted this very assembly by reincorporating into the Constitution that today would not be approved by state chapter by those present here today. This marks Seneca as unqualified. The Ocean State Chess Association is not qualified applicant.
Back microphone, Bob.
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts, and I'm not really for or against. I'm trying to, I've worked with both Franks. Both of them have been very helpful, helping to direct tournaments in Massachusetts. And I wanted to talk about the membership requirement and choosing the board. And my belief is the members should always be able to elect the board of directors. And neither organization actually follows that. I think there's a lot of other state chapters for the same situation. But I think next year there should be a motion to make that a requirement, to amend the gas, to make that a requirement, to give the states maybe a couple of years to comply with that. So I think moving forward, that should be our goal. For today, sort of neither side's really doing it. So I'm staying neutral. I'm not going to recommend either one. I want to stay friends with both sides. I hope they can work together in the future.
Front microphone, Alex.
Yes, I'm in a very similar situation with Bob because we also all participate in the New England Chess Association. I'm Connecticut, Bob was Massachusetts, and this is Rhode Island. Which, you know, if you're in Texas, that's pretty much Dallas. And so I just want to clarify something. I mean, some people are saying we don't have rules on membership. We have DOSI 1991-27-4, which says that you at least have to have bylaws, or other governance document, which allows for membership to join, meaning individual members, and participate, which normally would mean run for office and vote. I don't want to criticize either of them, but only one organization here has that. And on top of that, we have Article 8, Section 2, which requires that state chapters represent all groups of chess players in their state. You can't represent anyone if you have no membership. And I kind of wanted to raise that with the DC chapter as well. We can't select people against our rules. It doesn't make sense to me. It's going to make a lot of confusion at states and affiliates afterwards if we're going to be selecting state affiliates without memberships. We're also, in addition to that, challenging our very legitimacy. This is a national governance organization. The state chapters are state governance organizations. Where is our legitimacy coming from if it's not from membership? 15 seconds.
So even if you don't have complete voting, which our DOSI does not require complete voting for the entire board, if you're a member of OSCA, you can be president. You can get on the board. And for Seneca, their bylaws actually allow you to fix the membership laws. So they haven't done that.
So just for the body's information, because Alex quoted from DASI, which is 1991-27, which has state chapter requirements and recommendations, the fourth of which is what Alex was referring to, and it says that state chapters have a formal organizational structure as laid out in bylaws or articles of association, which includes but is not limited to specifying the governing authority in their selection, meeting schedule and purpose of the state chapter, and provide opportunities for membership and participation by all the USCF members residing in the state. The DASIs are actions by the delegates at a point in time. This is a body of the delegates, and you certainly can choose to what extent you think these two chapters meet those requirements. Bylaws are a little bit different. We have a responsibility to abide by bylaws, but by looking at bylaws, as it suggests that same exact issue is addressed in them. That is just a point of information for you all. I think the back microphone, John.
John Fernandez, ED, Missouri. To further beat this dead horse, there's been a lot of scoring of points about membership structures, board structures, and how they're handled, profit versus non-profit status. As I have a very strong suspicion this is not the last one of these weeks body of delegates will be dealing with, I really call to the States and Affiliates Committee, the Bylaws Committee, and my fellow colleagues on the Executive Board of, in an area where the bylaws are completely silent, the DASI has some guidance, which is helpful, but the DASI also not our bylaws, that we figure out whether it's a series of ADMs for next year to provide further guidance to all of our state associations in terms of how they should be structured in terms of best practices, so that we as delegates can actually appropriately gauge all of the conversations we've had tonight.
Front microphone.
Hi there, Abhinav Suresh, delegate from Nebraska. To give quick background, I recently moved back to a very small state in summer of 2022, and while I think we've beaten the dead horse of membership and the bylaws, quite sufficiently, I'd like to talk a little bit more about what the spirit of the state chapter should be about representing. In Nebraska, we don't have very many tournaments, and what tournaments we do have are going to be and stay in Nebraska. So while I commend Seneca for hosting a lot of tournaments in Massachusetts and in the broader New England area, I see no reason why if Ocean State were the state chapter leader, why Seneca would not be able to continue that good work. Ocean State, to me, is the only organization that has shown a true, real dedication to over-the-board tournaments in Rhode Island, which is what this debate is all about.
Thank you. Back microphone. Fun.
Fun, Georgia. I think we really have not heard a super compelling argument by either of the parties involved here. However, Seneca has been the existing affiliate. I would tend to go with maintaining them as the affiliate. I think that it is rightly pointed out that the DASI is sort of a squishy document that really, it has some ideas as to what should proper affiliate should constitute. I think there's going to be probably a effort on the next States and Affiliates Committee and the EB to sort of hammer out some type of procedure, either underlying rules, guidelines, or best practices, something along those lines for rating and evaluating state affiliates.
Thank you.
Point of order.
State your point.
Could the speakers speak to the motion that's on the floor rather than an aspirational statement about what you change
Your point is well taken. Thank you, Mr. Priest. Ms. Delegate Emmett.
I'd just like to say that, again, I feel uncomfortable with making a state determination. I'm not fully, cognizant of everything that goes on. But I do think, even though it's been pointed out that we're not here to judge whether the governance is optimal, I think if we have an organization that's following what is more of the best practices, that's not an insignificant issue. And even if it's not whether the state is operating at the optimal level, having the members represented is what we're about as an organization. And a state organization that follows that is more closely aligned with our goals and philosophies than one that doesn't.
Thank you. Back microphone, Delegate Brock.
Bill Brock, Illinois. As previous speakers have alluded, revoking the state affiliate is a very high bar. To the extent there may be technical issues with an existing state affiliate, I think that those are better addressed through a process and not through a single motion like this. One may think that the governor of North Dakota is far better than the governor of South Dakota. It's not a reason to impeach the governor of South Dakota. This has a chilling effect on existing state affiliates. I won't allude to the aspirational things that products, but I think that's the way to do it. I strongly urge the delegates to vote down this motion and to keep the current affiliate, not because I have any dog in the race, but because I think it's just a terrible process.
And your Illinois colleague, Delegate Cohen.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, we will go to, were you objecting then? Okay, we'll go to a vote then. This is an election, excuse me, so we do have ballots that will be handed out. Now here we just have two choices. Well, we have three choices. You can abstain, which again is basically the same as not voting for this process. We will, the majority vote will apply. If the majority of the ballots cast, I don't know how they're, I guess there could be a time. There's no none, because we have an existing state chapter. This is a challenge to it. So it's either OSCA or Seneca. Right, yeah, you're right. No, it's just, well, it will then be counted because it's like writing. But just don't write it. So while we're doing the balloting, I just wanted to make a point of personal privilege. And it was 3 years to this day that Susan Cantor left us. And Susan was a great supporter of US Chess, wonderful member of our staff, and we all miss her. And Alan, we are thinking of you and of Susan today. If you'd like to say anything.
I just want to say I want to thank everyone, because I know a lot of you do this with me. And I know you should miss that a lot.
Thank you.
You're here. You're here.
Is everybody got their ballot in? If not, raise your hands so they can collect it. While they're tallying the votes, because we're a little bit later than we maybe expected, Chuck is going to start on giving an explanation of the budget for the coming year. We won't take up actual motion until we dispose of the election, but we'll get him started. So we can, do you have your green tie on, Chuck? No?
No, sir, I have red tie on.
Oh, okay, I know what you're going to say.
Does have significance?
Go ahead,
But it's
Chuck.
still good. Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to be Vice President of Finance and to see so many delegates here today. Everyone should have received a one-page budget for 2 years. So, you may follow along in there. Some of the assumptions, we're going to start on the revenue side. And some of the assumptions we're making are based on the audited financial. Now that'll come out in my other report. I get to come up in front of you in another, maybe by the end of the day.
Briefly, right?
Briefly? Yeah, briefly. We don't know. But, and then we'll discuss some points in the audit. This new budget continues as we budget for 2 years, owing that we have an Olympiad in between. We're going to look at the first year, and in the first year, we say, wow, $2.6 million of membership revenue. Well, this year, we hit a record. Thanks to all the activity out there with the states, the national tournaments. There's so many people to thank for it. But we did have a record amount of membership dollars come in for this year. So we're going on with the same numbers, maybe a little bit of increase, 4 or 5%, and we're going to push the membership in the new year to 2.6 million. We think we can do the same. On that represents about 57% of our income comes still from directing tournaments and the sale of memberships. As we go down the list, we believe donations will firm up again. You'll see 350,000 donations possibly this year. That's a pretty wild card number. If we get things work out, maybe we get 700,000. But 300,000 is something we've done in the past. Last year was a tough year in the markets, and I think people didn't know if we were going to go into recession or not, and so the donations were not up at 350, but that's where they usually are. That's about 8% of our revenue. As we go down the list, something that didn't contribute in 2021 or 2022, but should contribute as we go forward, of course, will be our investments. Currently, we have about $4.75 million under management. And those investments, of course, are run by our investment committees. They're in 3 pools, and we expect them to earn in dividend distributions approximately $250,000 in the upcoming year. So all in all, we think we're going to have a pretty good revenue year if we can operate on all cylinders. And we'll hear about what went right and what went wrong with last year. And there were very few things that went wrong last year, but we'll touch on those in my extended report. On the expense side, we're running a little short of staff, so we're hiring an operations manager, and we're working on that. And the reason is that we have some generous contributors out there, sponsors, donors, and it's time to get some of those programs on the way. We've collected the money in the past, the money is there. Now it's time to make that happen, whether it's women activities, or a program for the underserved populations. Now, what does that mean? It means that on the bottom line, we'll probably have a negative because the money was collected in 1 year, and then we're doing the program in the next year. Well, in the first year, it's income, and the next year, it's an expense. So the bottom line becomes questionable owing to how we execute our programs. But the one thing we do look at going into the next year is whether we're at least revenue neutral in operating. So I have parsed this budget as we come up, and we are very close to being revenue neutral. That means if we're operating efficiently, programs, whether we do the program or not, are not swaying the operations, and that's so important. So as we go to full staff and full operations, we also note that it will take possibly 5% this year. We believe that we'll have to increase our payroll by about 5%. That's our target. No one knows if inflation rears its ugly head again, or we go into a deflationary environment. But we put that into the budget. So as we get to the bottom line, we find out we're running a negative budget. Mostly on the program side. Mostly on the tournament side. The tournament side, when we do a tournament events in general, we may get 1.2 million in revenue, and it costs us 1.6 to put on all of the tournaments. So we run this as a necessary part of our mission, and it always has been. And we have these events, but don't think that we make a lot of money on the events. Normally it's 2 or 3% difference based on the gross of the event. So we look at our scholastic events as being wonderful, and they will probably turn a small profit, but there are others that we also have to do as part of our mission, and we're glad to do those, and they will run a small negative debt. And sometimes, just like this event, the US Open may run a $20,000 to $30,000 deficit. It's part of the mission. So I ask in this budget another large consideration. Our rating system is the lifeblood of this organization, and our rating system is in database, I believe. So this year, we plan to spend those surpluses we've had in the past that were allocated for this capital improvement. We believe it's going to cost us an additional $400,000. This is an investment in our rating system that is probably 25 to 30 years old at this time, maybe even older because time slips by very rapidly. We need to bring it up.
It is vital to this organization. So we're looking at a negative surplus this year. We're going to start out at a negative surplus. And most of that's going to be capital investment. I ask you approve this budget, and we have made a motion as a board to approve the budget, and I put it in front of the delegates, and I'll open it up this time for questions.
And actually, Chuck, we're going to ask to just defer on this for a moment because I believe that our election chair has results from the election in the prior issue to be resolved.
I do, Mr. President. 52 votes for Seneca, 31 votes for Washington State. I believe they had 11 abstentions and 1 empty ballot.
So that result is that Seneca will remain the state chapter for Rhode Island. Now, I will recognize you, Mr. Vice President of Finance, for the continued discussion of ADM 2310.
I'm going to make the motion that's already in the book on behalf of the executive board. I move that the delegates approve the budget for 2024 and 2025.
And we will, okay, thank you. We'll have, the pro mic is the front mic, the con mic will be the back mic. Yes, sir, state your point. I'm sorry. Shame on me. Thank you. You're right. We have. So I would ask unanimous consent that we defer briefly on 2310. Is there objection? Hearing none. And I'll recognize Delegate Priest for ADM 2309.
2309 is a requirement of policy for the delegates. The delegates have reviewed the financial information of the expenditures and status of funds in the Professional Players Health and Benefit Fund and approved a report on those items. The report required by Delegate Motion 1151. That report was included in the delegates' packet. And this motion just asks the delegates to approve that fund for the year.
Heard the motion. Is there discussion? Sunil, are you wanting to discuss this motion or no? No? Okay. It's been seconded. Discussion. Hearing and seeing none, we will vote on 2309. All in favor of ADM 2309, all of your credentials opposed. Motion passes. We'll now return to the discussion on ADM 2310. As I said, pro will be the front microphone, con will be the back microphone, and recognize Delegate Brown.
Thank you. So I would like to say this is definitely a good budget. So I know it's a deficit. It shows as a deficit. However, I'm getting the sense from the budget that the revenues are projected a lot more conservatively than maybe expenses. So my guess is that ceteris paribus, you would most likely have the deficit would either be smaller or even surplus. Now, operating. Now, of course, things could change, but I think that if nothing changes, then it will not be as bad as it appears. I'd also like to point out something I found out at the finance meeting was that as part of the $400,000 for this capital expenditure for the rating system, that will include the fixed, improved, potentially creating a new systems for like how you submit rating reports. Now I would like to say that's definitely way overdue, and I'm sure that many certain people who have had to do that would definitely appreciate it when that gets updated. So I unreservedly support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody at the back mic? I can't see. Sunil, if you're back there. Sunil, would you please?
Yes, I'm at the back mic, and this is not necessarily negative, but I had a question for Chuck. Chuck, as a 501c3, we were eligible for money from the federal government for employees retained during COVID, correct?
Eligible.
Yeah. I think he's referring to either the Paycheck Protection Program or the tax credit for the employee.
Yes, we.
And do you have an amount?
Yes, sir, we were eligible and we received both PPP and employee retention.
Yes. The reason I'm asking, I'm looking at it, wouldn't that normally be listed under revenue? I was having this discussion with my accountant for my 501c3.
Those were received in the prior year.
Or they were received.
They're not in the future year.
Thank you.
And we'll cover those. Thank you very much, Joe.
They are a reason that when we talk about the financials, the audited financials, that some of the numbers are the way they are for last year. Delegate Eid.
Thank you, Jim Mead, Northern California. I have a point of information before I make my remark.
State your point.
$40,000 in IT infrastructure. Who's supervising that? It says project management. You know, we've done a lot of okaying in infrastructure money. We spent a lot of money over here. And my concern is do we have the right people doing this? We have to do it, I agree.
I was going to say, next to that, we have Emmanuel London, who's on our staff, who's focusing on IT. I'm also, as probably the most closest to the technology world. Close to that, obviously, the RFP is, I think, publicly available on the website as well.
It is.
So, you know, Emmanuel's very, very strong, has, I think, 25 years experience in terms of IT projects. Has been working a lot of things with our oversight, so.
He's also a certified project management professional.
Thank you both. So my point is that the infrastructure requirements have to be met. You know, we can't fall behind on this kind of stuff, and this expenditure is not out of line. As long as we have competent professionals doing it, we made mistakes in the past. That's the point I'm making here. So I'm relieved to hear that. The other thing is I wanted to just say that, you know, I run a foundation, and I've been tracking, I didn't do it this year, but I've been tracking both, you know, a couple of organizations like the US Chess and US Chess budget and the investments over the years. And with kind of a, you know, a lot of attention. And I'm really impressed by the investment policies and the practices and the philosophy behind what they've been doing. So I want to put my yes vote on approving the budget and give a vote of thanks to the way you're handling the money. Thanks.
Thanks. Back my
Thank you.
Andy?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to note as a parliamentarian, not necessary to second any of the advanced delegate motions.
Thank you. I thought that was right, but, okay, so that was actually not really a negative comment, so if you have one, Danny, I think yours would still be in order.
I don't know if it's a negative one, as
Okay.
much as it is just an increase. This reflect an increased budget for personnel or efficiency, given some of the backlog of stuff that's happened maybe over the last year. That, and maybe it's a better question for Carol if she were here today, but I'm not sure. I don't see the numbers from this past year in relation to what's projected. So is there a difference between the two?
Absolutely. We took it a little bit out of order. We're doing the budget, and we'll talk to that issue as we get into the audited financials. And the answer is yes. We are doing and expanding to our staff because membership went from approximately 2 million to 2.6 million. That's a 20% increase. They've been very, very busy. The mission has grown immensely, and we're addressing the issue.
And that is the membership revenue rather than the number of members.
And
We'd love to be at 2.8 million, but we're not.
I guess on those points, is there any thought of a membership increase? Dues just a slight one, potentially, just to offset some of the increased staff costs?
Well, when I talk about membership revenue, we know that membership increased, and we get different sources of revenue depending on the multitude of different memberships. But the revenue coming out of 2020 was approximately 1.4 million, and now we're at 2.6 million. It's a huge jump. It's a fortunate problem to have, But sometimes when you grow a little, you get awkward and you stumble and you pick yourself back up and learn to be graceful.
And I think, Danny, to your point, the biggest thing that was on last year's budget that's not on this one is the stuff related to the office and owning the building and the moving expenses. Apart from that, I think all the line items are the same.
Delegate Brock. Me again. Bill Brock, Chicago, Illinois. As Chuck pointed out in the meeting yesterday, the memberships are stated on the financials accrual basis. 3.179 million is a bit unrealistically high if you think in terms of 2024-25 budgeting. Chuck was kind of the passing of that he and Cal checked, and the net cash basis for this year is closer to 2.6 million. That doesn't mean the numbers on the final draft of the audit are wrong. It's just I don't want to get into the accounting complicated. What I want the members, the delegates to understand is that if 2.6 million is a reasonable estimate, do not count on membership being, we hope we be comfortable, but do not count on beating it by many hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's thing one. Thing two, note that if you take the 400,000 plus capital expenditures plus the budgeted 24 operating loss of 153,000 plus the 25 NOL of 248, you're basically, now, the capital expenditures are expenditures, not expenses. They will be depreciated, I assume, some of them will be. Having said that, you're bringing our unrestricted net assets, not court restricted, not over, to perilously close to zero. Why am I not at the nay? I'm at the 4 because I think this is a good budget and should be approved. But I want the delegates to understand what they're voting on. I think it's good because I think that the money needs to be spent. Donate to US Chess, close this. But no, this is a good budget. This is all needed. We need to spend the money. We have the money, let's spend it.
Thank you. You were referring to the audit report. I'll be covering that in my VP Finance report.
Marie.
Hi, Maureen from South Carolina. And you probably addressed this, but I addressed this back in the finance workshop, Chuck. But does this reflect, since we have an increase, a record number of membership, especially in the scholastic side, is the legal fees for this year that you have budgeted as well as the liability insurance, is that reflected in the increase of that? Those numbers reflected accordingly?
I believe.
Or will that be adjusted?
No, we budgeted 100,000, I believe, for next year for legal fees. Legal fees normally aren't 100,000. In the past year, we've had to spend legal fees owing to articles in the Wall Street Journal and some other issues that will be addressed by reporters.
Right.
Yes,
right.
The president will address those. But the answer is yes. We're a little bit heavy on the legal fees for the upcoming budget.
Thank you.
And front back.
I'm Suresh, delegate from Nebraska. I had a point of information first. I noticed that in 2025, the purple column under program expenses, events, international events seems to be roughly tripling from 2024 to 2025. Apologies if I missed an explanation for this, but some context here would be useful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for an easy question. It's the Olympiad.
Separately, I would also like to voice my opinion of approving this budget, because while we do have some significant losses, the beautiful thing about endowments and the way that this one is currently allocated more towards public equities and fixed income shows that any slight rebound should cover some of these losses and any of the potential issues for cash on the balance sheet. So yes, while it's not perfect, very few companies or nonprofits are in 2022 and 2023, but this is about as good as one that I've seen in my career as a finance professional.
Thank you. As I see no more discussion, so we will move to a vote on AM 2310. And this is to approve the US Chess budget for 2023-2025. Those in favor of approving the budget, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. That takes us to the reports of officers, and I get to do the first report. So if you'll kind of pardon me for a little literary mention. So Charles Dickens opens his Tale of Two Cities with some comparisons. He said it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was a season of light, it was a season of darkness. It was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. And in the past year, US Chess kind of resembles some of these differences. And so first, what made it the best of times, the season of light, the spring of hope. If we go back just a little bit to the COVID-19 pandemic, that was a real jolt to the world around us. Travel restrictions and group gatherings stopped. Nearly all chess tournament activity, these were still in place through much of 2021. US Chess membership declined precipitously. So we had 91,000 paid members in 2019, and that dropped to 81,000 in 2020, and all the way down to 54,000 in 2021. As we've talked about, membership dues are our largest US Chess revenue source, so that was a serious concern. Besides that, tournament activity generates a lot of additional forms of revenue, such as rating fees, TLAs, etc. It was through some really Herculean efforts by our professional staff, many of our tournament directors and other volunteers, that US Chess was able to pivot to online play. And we partnered with various internet chess platforms. We created the necessary online rules and regulations and ran major championships and other regular rated events. It was really done on the fly, and that was very impressive. And that worked. There were certainly bumps in the road. I'm sure many of you experienced them. And without many of the costs associated with over-the-board tournaments, some of those events were highly profitable for US Chess. And as we've talked about, well, coupled with some austerity measures that the professional staff and our executive director, Carol Meyer, put in place, and then qualifying for federal paycheck protection, forgivable loans, US Chess was able to weather the pandemic far better than many organizations. The lifting of COVID restrictions led to the desire for players to be able to play in over-the-board events. It was amazing, the pent-up demand in that case. And US Chess was poised for a very strong 2022 and 2023, and the results have been, in the last year, outstanding. Paid membership has reached record heights in 2022. So in February, for the first time in our history, US Chess broke the 100,000 paid members barrier. But far from just inching up to that level and plateauing, which certainly many people thought was going to be the case, US Chess membership continues to grow. It went from 104,000 in March, 107,000 in June, and nearly 109,000 members today. That is certainly a measure of how our organization's members support our efforts to empower people, enrich lives, and enhance communities through chess. But beyond just membership numbers, there's encouraging evidence of the continued growth of US Chess activities. So Mike Nolan has pointed out, any of you who follow our Chess Issues Forum, if you don't, maybe you should get online and check it out sometime. In April, May, and June of 2023, each month recorded a record high for over-the-board games played during the month. We're seeing renewed interest in the purchase of life members, which suggests a real commitment to our organization for a lifetime. In 2022, 87 members became life members, another 4 became benefactor members. We now have 75 benefactor members who have made a $3,000 contribution or $1,500 if you're already a life member to support our organization and our organization's efforts. Many of those benefactor members are here as delegates, and I thank them for their continued support. So I truly think that much of the renewed interest in life memberships, because we're not selling life memberships when the organization's finances were in trouble, relates to the finances, and they're in the best shape they've been in the nearly 20-year period since I first joined the executive board in 2004. As Vice President of Finance, Chuck Unruh has started and will continue to detail, because he loves this stuff. The draft audit for the last fiscal year saw an increase in the organization's net worth of over $650,000. Our net assets grew from $3.7 million to nearly $4.4 million last year. The organization's finances are in a good place, and I suspect that's going to continue. I think you all know that chess and chess interest is on the rise, and that rising tide has helped to lift the US chess boat. It's notable that major news publications have written stories in the past year exploring the concern that kids in school are spending too much time playing chess on their smartphones to the point that some teachers are collecting phones prior to class. I understand that concern. I actually taught high school for a couple of years at one time. But I also echo the thoughts of one teacher who suggested that there were a lot less useful activities they could be doing on their phones than playing chess. So, as already noted, US Chess has benefited greatly from generous benefactors like our benefactor life members. But there are also several who have endowed or continually support our national events and mission-driven programming with millions of dollars of ongoing support. These include Dr. Jeannie Wright Stingfield, John D. Rockefeller V, thank you, John, and most recently, Dwayne and Sue Barber, and thank you, Dwayne and Sue, for your generous support of US Chess. So that support has been invaluable in extending and expanding the reach of US Chess programs. In fact, as an organization, we are increasing our support for key programs. One that's near and dear to me is chess programs in Title I schools. I really think that is a place where we make a difference in kids' lives and really touches on what our mission and what we as an organization are supposed to be. So, in short, there's been a lot that has occurred in the last year that was positive for our organization and the fulfillment of our charitable mission. Unfortunately, there were also occurrences that might be characterized as the worst of times. I, for one, was shocked to learn that a well-known chess player, coach, and commentator was the subject of a US chess investigation related to sexual misconduct. And my guess is that many of you were similarly surprised by that news. So, when US Chess received a written complaint against Alejandro Ramirez, an investigation was launched. US Chess hired a law firm to conduct an independent investigation into the allegations. While that investigation was underway, additional details surfaced, primarily in a news article in the Wall Street Journal, quoting women who had not come forward to make complaints against Ramirez to US Chess. Based on the investigation already underway, the US Chess Executive Board voted a lifetime ban from US Chess for Mr. Ramirez. I think it's important to note that this is the extent of our powers as an organization. We don't have police powers. Many of the allegations are criminal acts where the ultimate authority really is the criminal justice system. And to the extent that victims are comfortable with that, I would hope they would pursue those recourses. The US Chess Executive Board takes these allegations very seriously. So the Ramirez independent investigation came at a cost of nearly $90,000 in legal fees to US Chess. And certainly that is money that otherwise could have been spent to advance our mission or provide member services. But we as a board understood that it was a necessary expense. Based on the investigations and continued discussions with our attorneys and other subject matter experts, we have put in place several steps that we believe will provide greater protection for all players now and going forward. And these are tangible steps, and they include: we're extending the existing safe play guidelines that are now in effect at national events to all US Chess rated events. We're increasing awareness of the safe play guidelines and the mechanisms for reporting violation of those guidelines. If you've been involved in the tournaments here this week, we are making announcements at the start of rounds as it relates to the safe play guidelines and how you can access our services if there are issues that arise with those guidelines. We've published the names of all US Chess members who have been sanctioned for safe play violations as a method of transparency. And most recently, we have entered into a contract with the Center for Safe Sport, which is a center that was created by an act of Congress to provide training in sport for safe sport issues. And we have trained all of our US Chess staff, and eventually all US Chess certified tournament directors will have to take that training as well. So these are measures that we are taking, and we will continue to look for additional ways to ensure the safety of our players. You know, we are learning as we deal with these issues, and we will continue to learn, and I'm hopeful that there will be additional measures that we're taking. So realize also that the executive board has acted, both in the Ramirez situation and in other instances, to suspend or revoke memberships where appropriate, and we will continue to do so. From my perspective, there could be zero tolerance for sexual harassment or misconduct. I believe the actions we are taking will send a clear message. This will not be tolerated. So I'm finishing my first year as president of US Chess. It's been a long and interesting year. And I've spent almost 2 decades on the executive board. I've taken a couple periods off for mental health purposes. But I'd like to share some perspective on how this organization is growing and changing. I think it's growing and changing primarily for the better. Certainly there's still work to do. So when I joined the board, it was a perilous time for US Chess. It was back in 2004. It was about the time, I think, that John Slender was being sued, and I certainly experienced that in my time on US Chess board also. The finances were not good. That's an understatement. It took some real tough changes and efforts by a lot of people to pull back USCF from the brink of bankruptcy. And one who played a key part, who I served my first term on the board, was Beatrice Marinello. And I want to thank Beatrice because as president, she made really hard choices, including laying off many USCF staff she had worked with for years. And that was difficult but necessary. Thank you, Beatrice. And another was Bill Deutschberg. You know, he was our largest advertiser. And at a time when we were really short on cash, he bought a year's worth of advertising advance to forestall the cash crunch. And I thank Bill for that also. He's not here, so we don't have to applaud for him. But it's really important that we recognize the kinds of sacrifices and efforts that people have made in the past to get us in a better place. There have been other periods of financial concern for US Chess, but there have always been dedicated, experienced leaders, and some of them are in this room, who have stepped up and helped right the ship. And we should also acknowledge the US Chess professional staff, because for many years the finances did not allow for raises at all, and certainly not ones that kept pace with inflation. At many points in time they've been overworked and underpaid. It's remarkable how many of them stayed with us and persevered through some really trying times, and I thank all of them as well. Fortunately, in the past couple of years, we have started to improve pay benefits. We're also making significant additional necessary investments in our infrastructure. That's both physical infrastructure and the people that are necessary to provide support for both our member services and our mission. And we will continue to make additional investments. At some point in time, that may mean that we have to raise dues, for example. You know, we just had a year of 9% inflation. That eats at what is available for us to provide the mission also because of the increases in costs. That's not happening this year, but I think everybody should be aware of that fact. So there's a few other final pieces to this organizational improvement puzzle that have been put in place in recent years, and they have required the support of you, the delegates, so I thank you. Over a decade ago, you recognized that it was implausible and practically impossible for the delegates who meet once a year for 1 or 2 days to be the organization's board of directors. And in fact, the bylaws were changed accordingly, so the executive board is the board of directors. That set of governance changes, again, that was hashed out by many of the people in this room, took a couple of years, and there was a lot of compromise to go around, And then it passed nearly unanimously. And I believe that's what our goal should always be. It's that we as an organization coalesce around what it is that we're seeking to accomplish and how we can best accomplish it, and then get to a point of compromise that everybody's at least comfortable with. More recently, changes were made to increase the executive board to 8 voting members from 7 and increase the terms to 4 years. So that allowed us to go to a schedule of elections every other year, and I think that was wise for a couple of reasons. First, it got us off the election every year cycle, which provides greater opportunity for the executive board to coalesce, to collectively plan, and to act. Second, going 8 members requires at the very least 5 of 8 votes to take action. So I've often said that I don't think this organization should be deciding things on 4 to 3 votes or on 50 to 49 delegate votes either. So 8 members requires something of a supermarching majority test. But what is really, what some people find remarkable, but I think is just the way this board has sought to act, is that most of the motions that have passed in the last few years have been on 8-0 votes, or 7-0 before we went to 8 members. And some people seem to think, well, you must have some unwritten rule, okay? You're going to disagree, but then it's going to be an 8-0 vote. That's not the case at all. We work together to reach a place where we are all comfortable. And if we can't get there, we have more work to do. And I believe that the organization benefits from having that same kind of working to reach consensus. I think this organization works best when we focus our time and energy on our mission. And I want to say, I'm coming off the script here a little bit, because, you know, I think we spent a lot of time today deciding who will be the state chapters for 2 important states, if you call District of Columbia a state. And the fact is that all 5 of those organizations are passionate about chess. They care about our activity. They walk the walk. They do it. And that's very important for us. So we need to find a way that we can channel those passions and that energy, you know, to smooth off the rough edges rather than making them harder and sharper. And I'm hopeful that we will all take that to heart as we think through how we're going to grow chess in each of these states and in this country. So I hope we can collectively focus on cooperation and collaboration rather than resuscitating past conflicts. So in closing, I think we have a great opportunity to make the next year for US Chess the best of times, period. The game of chess and our organization is poised for that. I truly believe that. So let's all focus on accomplishing that over these 2 days and the year to come. Thank you.
Are we allowed to make comments, Randy?
Certainly.
Yeah, that's a great report. I just wanted to mention one thing regarding the membership of John McCray in South Carolina. I helped write part of the Boy Scout manual on self-plug. As you can imagine, I wrote the history part. But I understand that it's now been issued to about 300,000 recipients. It's one of the most popular merit badges in the Boy Scouts. Now, a certain percentage of those, not everybody, but some, are bound to be coming to USCF. Dr. Gene Sinkfield was a prime mover in helping persuade Boy Scouts to implement that.
Yeah, thank you, John. I had that conversation with Gene. I was amazed that 300,000 Boy Scouts have obtained the honor, because there are specific requirements. Alan probably knows them better than anything. I mean, it's not that easy to get. So having that kind of a base to continually expand those that are involved in the game is just outstanding. That's an example of our volunteers. I mean, Jeannie took that on just as something that she cared about that organization. And we've got so many people in this room and so many people in our organization that do this kind of stuff that are selfless and just care about the game. I think that's just, it's one of the really neat things. Those of you that were at the awards banquet last night, I was amazed at some of the achievements of people that we gave awards to last night. Yes, Andy?
Andrew Ray, Florida, and I moved to D.C. obviously for US chess purposes of the state. And they're certainly not 49th or 50th or 51st in US Chess membership. We have plenty of members.
Your point is well taken. I apologize to the members of the District of Columbia. Marie?
Maureen Vermont, South Carolina, Women's Committee. I just want to thank you very much for what you all have done to put safe guidelines in place, especially for women and girls, as well as for men and women. And I know we can improve it. Definitely can, there's always room for improvement. But very much appreciate what you're doing and what you're doing going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
James E., Northern California, I came to the format, say that they did a good job in that presentation. And one of the things that I had been made aware of, some women had complained to me about, we lost one of our dearest representatives, ambassadors for chess, and the circumstances that you touched upon. And so I came here to get some answers so that I could reassure them. And I brought it up in the Women's Committee meeting, and Vice President Pryor told me all the things that you've been doing in response. And I had to say that kudos to your response. This is still, there's still, how do I say this, a lack of awareness of what you're doing and some resentment. So we still have our work to do. And I just wanted to get that out.
No, I think that's a good point, Jim. And we will work to make people aware of what we're doing. And we're not stopping either. I mean, I sincerely tell you that as a member of the executive board, we're going to keep working on this. Because I'm not saying we've got it all right yet either. See? Okay. Come to the mic.
Second thought, sorry. I was on a video conference, including the FIDE women's representative, and all women except for me. And the main reason women weren't reporting these things is they didn't think the organization would take any action, and then they would become targets. Their name would get out there, and then everybody would think that's the problem.
Well, you're right, and and blaming the victim is a concern. And so when we did our investigation, most of the people that our lawyer, who is a woman, spoke with, many of them did not want to, have their name attached to things, and we respected that privacy, which is one reason we never released the entirety of the report. You have to really redact it so that you couldn't figure out who it is. But we're comfortable with the findings. We had 2 different law firms, 2 different investigators that came to the findings. So I think we did as good a job as we could there.
Randy, if I may, one thing I would, Jim, to your point, is, I think we have a responsibility as leaders to help change the culture. And what we see is the culture needs a lot of repair. And I think one of the biggest challenges is just how, in some ways, I feel powerless to some extent of, US Chess we do everything we can, but that being said, we have to be leaders. We can't ban someone from entering any chess club or being any chess coach anywhere in this great country. And so we have to lead, we have to set the example where we can. But that's going to be an effort I think we're going to be dealing with, not just for the next year, but for many years to come. But it's something that has really become certainly one of my top priorities and our board's top priorities. Randy, thank you for your leadership on that.
Thanks. And now we have, next up is Vice President of Finance, Chuck Unruh. Brownest and more numbers.
Well, before I do that, Mr. President, I appreciate your poetry.
My
I'm
pleasure.
more of a Frost guy. These woods are lovely.
This was a novel, Chuck. You realize this wasn't a poem.
Okay. But I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. So Frost wrote that, of course. And yes, miles to go before I sleep. There's tremendous amount of work that goes on behind the scenes with our committees, and especially finance. And I know I sure appreciate the guys that are on all those, on the endowment, on the RF, on the life member asset trust. It's a wonderful journey. But we have a few more miles to go, so we're going to look at this audited financial statement, and I'll try to make it brief.
Thank you.
Okay, when you're in the middle of a battle, it's hard to know you're winning the war. So could we have that other chart up, please? I'll make a comment on that. This is a net worth of US Chess, net of our liabilities. When you look at this chart, you say, wow, 2013, 2004, I think, Mr. President talked about, we've come a long way, thanks to very solid leadership on our boards. And on that, we're keeping, even with COVID, we're keeping our rate of increase. Hard to believe that 2013 we were worth $33,000 as an organization, and today $4.2 million. So now for the good news in that tale of two cities. We do have some good news, but we'll also talk about a couple issues that are one time. The good news, if we look on page 4 of our audited financials, we sent them out there. We're going to start with the excellent news of last year. Our auditors believe, and these are soft numbers, but we're going to be in this range, that the organization increased its value by $651,801. You'll find that near the bottom of the page. We had an excellent year. Now for the details. Sunil came up and asked about the government assistance programs. So if we move on up into the revenue, you'll see a number right before total revenues of $256,423. That's the employee retention credit we were speaking to. So that's one time. We're not going to have that this year. So now we take our $651,000, we need to subtract this out. It's not going to be there next year. Then something wonderful happened is we thought for a while with the interest rates going up that the headquarters building in Tennessee wouldn't sell. And we thought that would still be on the books. We were very fortunate. I can tell you I'm so proud of the Life Member Asset Trustees and what they did to help divest of the headquarters. We had one bidder, and our executive director that isn't here today, she was on the road constantly trying to close the divestment. So we're looking at $134,913 gain, just above where it says employee retention credit. So now we're starting to understand that maybe we were closer to budget than we thought. And for those that last year's budget, about $107,000 negative. We anticipated not to have a surplus, but to actually have a negative balance or negative surplus on the bottom line. What saved us? It wasn't our investments last year. We did well comparatively. We did very well. The investments were down, but they're down 1/3 of the amount that was the average of a 60-40 portfolio. Now, 60-40 is a prudent portfolio where you're 60% equities, 40% bonds. Or sometimes you can do 50-50. And in that, we know that interest rates went up from 0.8 on the short term to 5.3 in a matter of 15 months. That's 500% increase. So we have unrealized losses in our bond funds. Our equities did very well. We were in the right spots. We had some energy, we had some health care. My generation's going to need a lot more health care. So I think we're safe. So those things are one time coming through. And thankfully on an audit, we finally understand that Well, we did. We were very fortunate to have 651,000 bottom line, and that's going to be there as a permanent record. But parsing what actually happened indicates we were closer to our budget now. If we didn't have investments helping us, donations were a little bit off this year, and we didn't have on the top any more government assistance. What saved the organization that way to make a surplus, I should say saved, it saved the year to make a positive on the bottom line, and that was our membership. This is phenomenal that we had $2.6 million worth of membership revenues coming in the door. I was amazed that coming out of COVID and the COVID recovery, the activity in chess. And I thank everyone for getting out, playing, and being in the tournaments and organizing the tournaments. So next year, that new budget, maybe our investments kick in. They already have a little. We recovered 81,000 in just unrealized losses. Plus, we're making dividends of almost 20,000 a month, dividends and interest. There are some good times ahead, and I'm very, very hopeful for them. So I'll take any questions on the audit. Oh, one thing that Bill Brock brought up, and I appreciate it, he called it says $3,179,174 for memberships. Well, we unwound some of the deferred membership money, and it's really cash on cash 2.6 million. And that's why in the new budget we went forward with 2.6, thinking that maybe we can take this wonderful number that is a new record and at least do it again. And that's my report. I am very, very pleased. Yes, we spent some money on legal fees. It was necessary. But as you can tell, the impact wasn't that large as the organization is growing. Thank you. It's a pleasure being your Vice President of Finance.
Thank you, Jeff, and we really do appreciate all the work you do. I would make one comment too, just about the budget. So some of you know I was the state budget director for about 7 years and dealt with $16 billion state budget. It's practically impossible for you to run a surplus every year. At some point, you're going to reach a point where the level of reserves that you have, and we have substantial reserves, is such that on a highest and best use basis, you should spend some money. And that's kind of what we've encountered the last couple of years, where we saw it last year. We might have about $100,000 negative surplus. That's kind of an interesting way of putting it. And we may have something like that this year. I do think there's some conservative things that mean that it won't happen, but it is not in and of itself a structural deficit. It is just kind of a way of spending down to what might be more of a level of equanimity. And with that, Sunil, I think you were the first one up, weren't you?
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, just a suggestion. I mean, looking over the budget, it seems to me that the one area that we could benefit from is outside corporate help.
Here, here.
And I don't see anything on that. We are very good at raising money from within. I think we should try to raise from outside. I say this only because there's one person sitting on the dais who brought in, well, it's John Fernandez, who brought in the largest non-chess related amount of money from a non-chess related entity for Hikaru, who had a 5-year contract with Red Bull. So I know it's possible. So I thought I should just throw that out.
I know that that is an area that Carol has, and Jeff Isaac, who isn't here today, right, have been voting significant, but there are corporations in particular that are interested in aspects of our mission, like support for Title I schools. And that is kind of the direction that, you know, they're generally wanting to point it to a specific activity rather than just give us money. That tends to be what they view as being in their best interest, and those avenues are being pursued.
Right, I'm glad to hear that. I think really what is needed is to put the appropriate sales pitch together to outside groups.
Well, and that was mentioned
that was not really succeeded in doing.
And you know, this is Carol's area, quite frankly, because as a board, we do not make decisions on staffing. That's her responsibility, and we stay out of that. But I do know that she, you know, there, at least amongst the staff, marketing was mentioned as an area of interest for additional resources. You know, the thing is, if we're running a deficit right now with the level of revenue that we have, unless you have places to replace that with something else, then you need more revenue. So that's kind of the focus is it may require some more revenue, which may require a dues increase, and that always is difficult.
Yeah, and I think what we're doing there is obviously, yeah, it was a fun 5 years with the Red Bull. The Red Bull taste tests were really tough on my heart and nervous system, and Caro handled those much better than I did. But I think what we're looking to do is build sustainable and repeatable processes while being agile for opportunities as they come up. That was a one-off from part of Red Bull that was obviously pretty lucrative for everyone. It was certainly fun for me to work on, but I think our goal is to build something sustainable, looking at the long term. But certainly where there is that corporate lead, we'll be really, really happy to pick it up.
Next, Jim.
Yeah, Jim in Southern California. Being a good husband, I often try to discuss family investments with my wife. In about 30 seconds, her eyes glaze over, and she remembers an important phone call she has to make. Now, I know this is not the most exciting topic in the world, but it's important stuff. It really is. And I would just like to congratulate Chuck for the great job he's done, not just this year, but going back for as long as he's been here. And I mean, look at that graph. Very, very few organizations can point to a graph like that. Okay, this is outstanding. The budget is good. The results that we've got are good, and that was not always the case. Okay, that was not always the case. As Mr. Bauer pointed out, 20 years ago, we were on the verge of bankruptcy. I don't know if any of you remember those old Roadrunner cartoons where Wile E. Coyote would be chasing him, run off the edge of the cliff, and be floating in midair. Then he'd look down and he'd plummet to the ground. Well, we were floating in midair. But we didn't look down. We somehow managed to scramble back to solid ground. So what we have today, what we are enjoying today, was not always the case. So again, my congratulations to Chuck and all the people in finance for doing really an outstanding job. And I kind of understand this stuff a little bit, so I know he's done a good job.
Thank you.
Well, first, before asking my question, I just want to say I absolutely agree with Manel that everything finds its way to outstanding. Cal Brown taxes. Okay, so my question is whether you, Vice President of Finance, believe a recession is coming soon, and if so, what does that mean for US Chess? Thank you.
You directed that to you, Vice President of Finance.
Thank you, Caleb. That's first we have to know how deep is this recession. Well, we can put all those ifs and buts in there, but we are really flexible in our finances. 48% of our funds now are in CD ladders. If the interest rates go up, we benefit in the ladder. If the interest rates go down, our equities pick up and we perform very well there. So we have a very balanced portfolio and a very flexible portfolio for times that are bad or times that are good. So we'll see what happens. I don't know which way the market goes. I've done investing for myself when the market was Dow 800, and all the gurus and cheerleaders out there were saying, you're paying too much at 800. Today we're 35,000 roughly. So, thanks for your comments.
Next speaker. Yep, okay. Go ahead.
First of all, thank you for providing this. It's an extremely comprehensive report, and impressed that the auditors were able to do it so quickly and comprehensively. I had a couple questions on page 3 on the balance sheet. It seems as if cash is split out into 3 separate areas: operating assets, life membership assets, and the endowment fund. But I believe the details of that cash is only really provided for the life membership assets and then the endowment fund. Or is every single dollar today in a money market fund rather than something that's generating a literal penny for $1,000, or are we being a little bit more conservative? Is the first question that I have. And the second question is, have you considered any thought in the endowment, while the markets are a little bit turbulent, to develop a little bit more of a private strategy? It seems as if you have an underexposure, frankly, to private equity and venture capital, and more importantly, at this point in time, private credit.
Thank you for the question. You're getting very much into the weeds right now, and it sounds like you might want to be on one of our committees. So, but I'll answer your question in the sense that we're very, very careful. Our actual revenues in general, our CDs are new ones, 5.3%. Our stocks that we use probably average about 8% dividends. We're value investors. Our values centric to healthcare, to pipeline, meaning natural gas and international utilities. And each one of those categories you mentioned has a different focus. If we were to look at something we call the reserve fund, that focus is to keep up with inflation, remain very liquid, because it's a rainy day fund. If this organization, for some reason, got into trouble and needed immediate cash, we're ready. So the yields on the reserve fund will be a little less than an endowment fund, where we have different categories and percentages according to our investment strategy. We actually produce an IPS, investment strategy, and allocate maybe 10% international, 5% fixed income. So all those things are taken into account with our investment teams. Now the life member asset trust, please get with me and I will talk to you about the life member asset trust.
Thank you.
You're new, and we'll bring you up to date.
And what Alan raised in Kentucky, one of the reasons the LMAT has so much cash is because we got a slug of cash last year from the sale of the building, which was a restricted asset owned by the Life Member Asset Trust. And rather than rush out to put all that cash in the market at one point, the investment committee for the LMAT is phasing that into the market on a quarterly basis. So there's an excess of cash in that fund right now. I want to address the capital expenditure, the deficit piece for just a moment. What we're doing today is what we would have done in 2020. We had started the IT project, and then we had a little global pandemic, and we had to pull our horns back a little bit and be very, very cautious. So I know that a number of us who use those systems have been a little bit frustrated because there are things that are undone. Everyone knows there are things that are undone, and part of this process is to get those undone things done.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Earl Wakel from Colorado. Charlie, I think we've known each other for about 45 years now, since I was a little kid. I grew up in Eaton, Ohio with Charlie.
I've never heard you called Charlie.
My mother started.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I remember you drove that little Volkswagen deal, orange. So But it was, you know, I just wanted to say congratulations on doing such a great job and everything. So my question is, as far as what future aspects can we hold as far as trying to generate more publicity on Twitch channels and things of this nature to bring this up so that we get more recognition and possibilities of having, you know, I do IT, so the IT support and all that stuff to get to generate more publicity for the organization.
And that would be something that Dan Lucas, who's our Director of Communications, is more equipped to handle than Charlie.
I'm going to finish up with one other item that we've accomplished. We actually cost average into our equities, and in a down market, which has been very much so in most general equities, this is the time to do it. So we take a portion of our cash coming in, we buy bargains, and that has worked really, really well.
Thank you. So, did you have another question? Or? Okay. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is a report from our Executive Director, Carol Meyer. As I mentioned at the start of the meeting, Carol's not able to join us, but she was able, I can't believe that she was able to do this while she's in that. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. So Carol's got the report and audio that goes with it. And Dan, is it ready to go? You do whatever it is to take it away.
The 8th floor of the Amway Grand Plaza Hotel in Grand Rapids, just a few floors above where you are meeting. I am sidelined by COVID, and as this is my first time with the coronavirus, I am relieved, frankly, finally join the legions of others who are part of this distinguished club. I appreciate all the well wishes that people have been sending today, and please excuse any copycats that I am hearing
I note, Riley, that the first two words on the speaker notes today are good morning, so I will kind of do a pivot here to good afternoon, everybody. When I spoke to this body last year, I talked about how we had become content creators, creating very powerful material, very compelling content across all of our communications channels. And while that's still true, this year we have really upped our game, being much more intentional and strategic in how we are presenting this material, and that's the focus of my talk today. First, I want to tell you everything that the communications department encompasses. Obviously, it's our print magazines, Chess Life and Chess Life Kids, the website, the editorial side of the website, primarily Chess Life Online, digital media, which would encompass video, podcasts, social media, outreach to the mainstream media, governance materials such as the Delegates Hall and the annual report, and servicing our internal customers, which would be all the other departments of US Chess, making sure that development, governance, membership all have, and events all have the materials and the collateral that they need to do their jobs well. And while I get to come up here and do all the happy talk about all the wonderful things we do, I want to make sure you understand who the people in the communications department are that are doing the nitty-gritty hard work on a day-to-day, monthly, annual basis. And starting at the top left is John Hartman, our Chess Life and Chess Life Kids editor. He only took over Chess Life Kids in April of this year. Next to him is Melinda Matthews, our managing editor, who has a laundry list of responsibilities that would exhaust you to read, but one of her primary responsibilities is managing the Delegates Hall for you every year. Next to her is Natasha Roberts, our art director, and she's going to actually figure prominently in this presentation today. On the bottom left is J.J. Lang. He was hired this year as our digital assistant as a part-time employee, but we were very fortunate that we were able to make him a full-time employee. Nico Esleter is our graphics assistant, reporting directly to Natasha. And on the bottom right is International Master Ron Burnett, who is our technical editor, who makes sure that all the chess that goes into the magazines checks out. He's apparently a good choice for that since he's having a particularly good US Open right now. He also is our reviews and approves all TLAs that go online and in Chess Life. So, Chess Life and Chess Life Kids remain some of the most visible work that we do. Under John Hartman's capable editorship, there's a lot of, these magazines are remaining fresh and relevant. Especially in Chess Life this year, one notable event was he hired British Grandmaster Tata Abrahamian to create a new column. They worked together to do it, and just earlier this week at the Chess Journalism of America Awards, this brand new column was awarded the title of Column of the Year. John Hartman himself also won a number of awards as well as for Story of the Year. The Chess Life Kids cover that I show here was awarded for Best Cover Art. That's a photo from the Spring Scholastics that David Lotto took. A few years ago, we were pleased to introduce our Chess Life digital archive that went back to 1933, encompassing also Chess Review magazine. This year, we were able to introduce our Chess Life Kids digital archive, going back to 1983 when it was introduced as Schoolmates magazine. This is just like Chess Life. It is free for everybody except for the past year. The past year was reserved for members only, but then we rotate that into the cycle and becomes available to all. If you are ever doing research or just have time to kill, there's a lot of very interesting material you can find in these archives. This is the first issue of Schoolmates from the fall of 1983, and I had no idea until I was thumbing through it that our national elementary champions had visited President Reagan in the Oval Office. But I want to show one story and how we use all of our communications channels in order to present this story. Probably the most important story to us as an organization this year was cracking 100,000 members. And one of the first things we did was create a specialized logo to forever memorialize this date of February 19th, 2023. We used that in a lot of our materials as we presented the story throughout the summer. We also took the time to identify who the 100,000th member was. Working with Corey Cormick, our member services director, and Emmanuel London, our IT manager, we dug into the membership records and actually identified this young girl from Salt Lake City, Utah, a 9-year-old by the name of Luna Thomas, as the person who cracked our 100,000 member barrier. Interestingly enough, we also found that she was one of a group of members that David Day had input from a tournament being run in Utah. Surprisingly, the father did not hang up on me when I called to inform him of this. He accepted it and was very grateful about it. And we arranged a cover shoot with a local photographer, and we sent her a lot of swag of US Chess Women's materials that she was very happy to receive. We did the story in Chess Life. Other ways we covered the story, Melinda and Natasha created this membership infographic that charts the membership rise through the decades, as well as noting some particular highlights. Video has become increasingly important, and one of the items I did, I want to show you a 1-minute clip of my interview with Luna Thomas and her parents. So I just really like chess. It's really fun. What more can you ask from one of our younger Scholastic members? So we continued this story. It's amazing what you can do when you have a talented, creative, and committed staff. And the communications department staff meets every Monday morning for a staff meeting, and we were talking about what can we do to further celebrate this 100,000 member. And this also kind of speaks to a point Randy's made a couple of times this week about how our staff is not at all siloed. We tend to cross borders, cross job descriptions, and this is a really good case. Natasha Roberts came up with the idea of, why don't we have a tournament? This is what people like to do. They want to play. And as this was in the midst of the spring scholastic season, I didn't want to just say, oh boy, we came up with this idea, now you go handle this. He probably would have given me an interesting look. So John Hartman and I, we actually worked with chess.com to pull off a members-only blitz tournament. We created this logo. We optimistically called it the first annual members-only blitz. It was a free event on chess.com for any US chess member. And it actually was a successful event for us. We ended up having over 400 players compete. We rated almost 1,700 games. The rating spread was 103 to 2275. Another step that we took, John Hartman came up with the idea of having a bounty on the heads of the US chess employees that play, so that if the first person to beat each US chess employee would win a gift certificate to US chess sales. And the US chess employees that played were Corey, myself, John, JJ, and Pete Karayanis. Chess Life Online, in terms of sheer numbers at uschess.org, is our most important way of reaching both the membership and the chess interested public who may not be members of US Chess. Because of the news nature of it, it's always been the case that the hard news, the news about our top players, always get the most views. While we do mission-oriented stories on Chess Life Online, they don't get nearly the eyeballs that news about our top players does. And in fact, our top CLO post this past year was our announcement of our Olympiad team. I should also mention that uschess.org was named by the Chess Journalists of America for awards this year as the best chess website. As long as I've been at US Chess, 100,000 page views has been kind of the magic number. That's how many people were accessing it on a monthly basis. That number jumped significantly this year. It's now, the new magic number is 120,000. That's how many people are accessing it. These are unique people accessing it on a monthly basis. So obviously it's not just members that are taking a look at our news stories and our information on uschess.org. It is people from around the world who are not necessarily members. Social media continues to have double-digit growth. It's been this way for quite a while now. And the last column shows the percent increase in number of followers on the various platforms over last year. And while LinkedIn is the highest at 80%, in terms of raw numbers, it's not quite as significant as the others. The one that really jumps out at me is the almost 20% increase in Instagram. And I'm going to talk a little bit further about why I think that is. In terms of total numbers of followers, Twitter is still our single most important area of social media. And yes, I am calling it Twitter. I'm not calling it X, and because I can't see that X logo without thinking about Speed Racer's older brother, Racer X. Yes, hashtag boomer, and how many of you thought you were going to hear talk about 1960s Japanese anime today? One of the benefits of social media, of course, is that it allows you to remain nimble as you can react. We try to be proactive with what we post, but being reactive sometimes is a good strategy as well. And you may have heard about the Mittens the Cat phenomenon. It was a bot on chess.com that kind of blew up the internet earlier this year. And John Hartman came up with the idea of creating this faux Mittens the Cat Chess Life cover, and it ended up being our top Twitter post this year with almost 70,000 views, or impressions rather. So I talked about why that Instagram was the most interesting at 20% increase, and this really speaks to this intentionality of how we are being very strategic in what we are trying to post. In the past, we were very much guilty of, if we had a story to post, we just cross-posted without much thought across all of our various platforms. We're not doing that at all now. We are being very specific and very intentional about what goes on each site. And Faces of US Chess is an example of this. A couple of years ago, Carol Mayer came to us with the idea that she's a real fan of Humans of New York, which is an internet or a social media phenomenon if you've not heard of it, and suggested that we do something like that for US Chess. We all thought it was a great idea right away, but it was just a matter of how do we get in there and actually execute it. Well, one of the ways is you get somebody who decides to take ownership of it. And in this case, it was our art director, Natasha Roberts, and she came to a couple of the spring scholastics this year with camera and notepad in hand and started interviewing people. She also came to the US Open this year. She was here during the invitationals and was doing the same. And so these stories are posted on Instagram every Friday. It's told in a first-person way. Melinda Matthews, who's here in the room with us, edits the text along with Natasha. This also won a Special Achievement Award this year from the Chess Journalists of America, I'm happy to say. so if if you're not already following our account, I encourage you to follow the US Chess Instagram account. And if you want to see a backlog of our stories that we're archiving, they're under the community tab on uschess.org. YouTube has become increasingly important over the past couple of years, and we are posting a ton of video there. One of the things we have a number of playlists. For example, this is an example of the Chess and Education playlist. The Education Committee was doing a number of webinars during this past school year, and we would post those on YouTube so that they were there for anybody who couldn't have seen them live. Carol mentioned the Title I program. I did interviews with Title I recipients at the Spring Scholastics this year, and those are all posted on the Title I playlist. Kind of looking forward, how we are taking this and building for the future, during the World Championship, we didn't just do our Chess Life Online round-by-round coverage. J.J. Lang, John Hartman, and our art department were creating downloadable print bulletins that proved to be very popular, that repackaged this material in a way you could take it, print it, use it in your coaching, or just for your own use at home. It was so popular, we then duplicated the efforts for the Women's World Championship. John and JJ also have been doing the just started this Chess Life Kids opening project, where they're doing a complete E4 repertoire for club and junior players. But they're also going to be using various channels. They're going to create lead chess studies and potentially some YouTube videos with this as well. One of the goals that the Executive Board set for the US Chess in 2023 was to increase the visibility of chess on mainstream communications channels. And I want to close my presentation by showing this news clip from this week. While this didn't take place in the past fiscal year like everything else in my report, it did happen at this event, and so I thought you'd find it of interest. Normally, I think we've all been frustrated by how mainstream media tends to cover chess, but this was one of those rare times where I was able to speak to the reporter at length before she even came on site, and then I was able to work with her on site. I was able to provide her with the specific interview subjects. I want to especially call attention to our little snippet with Thomas Sloan, who was the Irwin rep from Michigan this year. This was the local NBC affiliate. Fires and Rockefeller, yeah. Several decades. thank you for your time and attention. I'll be glad to entertain any questions.
Questions for Dan? Dwayne?
Good afternoon, Dan. I just wanted to comment to our audience here that Dan contacted me. And he said, we'd like to add a little bit to our, what we've got up online and everything. And I said, well, I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but let me check it out. So what would you like? And he said to me, he said, we want to take the denkerchess.com website and as well the barberchess.com website that had all of the historical information that I was able to gather way back since 83, 84, 85 and add it. And so those items were added to US Chess, and I was pleased to donate those websites and their contents. Historically, we must remember we have that history of young people that have happened. And I want to thank you very much, Dan, for that. So it's my pleasure. Thank you.
You're welcome. Marie?
This question is for you, Dan. It's great to see everything up online and Twitter and YouTube. My question is it possible to have a designated US Chess Federation YouTube dedicated site where you could have a continuous flow of activity on there, also advertising and donations, and whatever you put on there. And could that be done through the operations, the new operations director of operations, or you and your staff? I'm just curious if it can be feasible, if it's how expensive that would be, or would it be cost effective?
Are you asking me about something separate from our current YouTube channel?
Yes. So this would be in addition to that, yes.
So you're saying like a video home on uschess.org as opposed to on YouTube?
Both. I mean, if you had something to add on. And what I was thinking, where I was going with this is to advertise for donations and sponsors and endorsement.
I'd have to talk to you separately because I'm not quite following the proposal.
Caleb?
I think I know where Maureen's coming from. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm trying to interpret what her question was. It's about advertising on YouTube and Twitch for donations, which is a very tricky area to do so, and turning those social media platforms into certain donation areas is a very tricky process that I don't know if we as delegates should be talking about in the middle of this meeting. It should be just handled separately.
Works for
Thank you
me.
for the clarification. Thanks, Dan. Sorry.
Caleb?
Okay, so one element of communication that is very important is what your chess does, for helping communicate about chess tournament announcements. So what I particularly have in mind is the upcoming tournaments page on the US's website. So one thing that I think could probably be more useful, for people would be to create more filters, for because currently some filters you use like say online or not online, or like state and so on. You use how far that you're looking for. So what I was wondering about would be how feasible it would be to maybe try to add more, and whether you're add more filters to that, and whether you're currently looking into that or would be willing to do so.
Okay, now I'm going to hide behind the silo that I said that Randy had mentioned. That's actually an IT area. That's something that the events and IT department work on. We may be asked late in the process to offer ideas or advice about the user experience layout, but I'm not involved in that enough to answer that question intelligently.
Delegate Cohen?
I'm not sure this is under your purview or not. The online forums, did the communications department have any input onto the new version we now have out there?
Only in a support role. For example, I wrote up the guidelines for how to get logged into it, how to use them. But that was essentially it.
Sunil. Mr. President, when in the last script that you played, it said that the tournament was being streamed online on Twitch, and you had numbers up for Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, but I didn't see Twitch numbers, so I was just wondering about that.
Okay, yeah, no, that's very sharply observed. So right now, the communications department does not have play lead with Twitch. Right now, that's an events department initiative. We do support them with providing graphics and clips that they can use during the streams, but essentially, events has been running Twitch, so that's why those numbers weren't up there.
And next question. Go.
Actually, it was kind of following along with his, Earl Weichel from Colorado. So I'm an IT person, and just like he had mentioned, I think this is a media platform that we're not utilizing, for US chess. I mean, in this event, it is being broadcast, and a lot of times I have people that they ask at my tournaments to do streamings, and we broadcast it on Twitch, and they get a certain amount of viewers. I mean, it could range anywhere from a few thousand to, just a few hundred. But, this is just a little bit, but it's over time. They're also recorded, so they may get additional hits on their streams, their channels. But it's a platform that as mentioned, it's not being utilized. And broadcast it, you could then take this and broadcast it through like Twitch or YouTube to have additional source of, media platforms where it generates more views and things of this nature to get advertisements. But sometimes you have streamers that want to do it, and that's another subject as far as like doing this at tournaments to be allowed or something of this nature. But I have DGT boards and things of this nature so that we can do the broadcasting. And it's the way of the future. And I think that USC needs to, embrace this technology, or all technology for that.
I think we've embraced it. We just haven't utilized it to its fullest effect. And this also, if I had a nice to have, an additional employee, it would be a social media specialist who could help with that kind of material. But as of right now, it's essentially being run by the events department with support from us. I'm sure that will change in the future, but we're not there yet.
So, thank you, Dan. I think that's another question. Is Boyd here? Because he's up next. Okay, would you, as Dan, Boyd, agree to come in for events? You're up, Boyd.
afternoon. So this is the report of the events department, and this will cover information since the last board meeting and some summary information since last year's annual report. So every year I try to do a top story as my first slide, and I'm happy that I don't have to put up a molecule of COVID-19 this year. But the top story this year, crowds. Really, really, really big crowds. Really big crowds, which I will cover more in detail now. So reviewing the national events that this office organizes directly, starting with the National K-12 Grade Championships. That number at the top is a record for anything that is not a Super Nationals. So this monster of an event was ably run by Karen Paddock. The primary feature in terms of the number of players was that within 10 days of the start of the event, our entries went up by about 700. A lot of people underrated. We had some space issues with 2,500 players. I did not plan on having that much playing area. We had some awards challenges, which will be a theme throughout the events this year. Brief note, we now handle our own awards, packing and unpacking, as part of the contract we have with Trophies Plus now. They don't send people to handle that anymore. The staffing met the scholastic regulations requirements. However, I do think that that is probably something that should be revisited, because the younger the participants are, the more it gets skewed, and at least now, post-COVID, we have a lot of newer people, newer parents, newer players, more questions, more issues. However, given the size of the tournament, and the fact that I didn't defenestrate myself, I'm pretty happy. National High School Championship set another record. 1,774 is the final number of entries. The event would have drawn more if I could have admitted more. Anand Domapati was our chief for that, and we had to survive some logistical issues in that tournament, mainly the fact that the Washington Hilton booked some events in some of our spaces that caused us to have to juggle things the first day of the tournament. Our entries were originally capped at 1,700. I was finally able to get in some of our contracted space early and realized I could add another 80 players, which is why the final cap was 1,780. And again, new players, new parents, new customer service challenges even at the high school level. And there were some awards issues as well. Some running themes here. The National Middle School was in Round Rock, Texas, a northern suburb of Austin. 1,263 entries, just short of the record of 2019's tournament. Chief TD was Frank Guadalupe. One of the features of this event was that about 3/5 of the players were from the state of Texas. In particular, Kalahari resorts are an excellent site for families, and Texas, were given its size, offered all sorts of features for kids. The primary issue with the event, in my opinion, is that the distance from Dallas and Houston made logistics challenging for people wanting to fly in, but the anticipated attendance from Texas made the overall attendance pretty solid. The National Elementary, 2,162 entries. That is a bit lower than the numbers we were seeing at the game on Opryland, but it's double the numbers we had the previous year. John Haskell was the chief TD, and the site got very good reviews from the players. Probably the biggest story of elementary, unfortunately, was the conduct of a number of the players. And that has been an issue, quite frankly, at national events for some time. That will be rather aggressively addressed starting in December, about which more later. The convention center model is probably going to be something I look at very heavily as almost defaulting to for the largest events, i.e. the elementary and the super nationals, because we simply had so much space that I had a lot of room to configure things and allow for people to move around without bumping into each other or disturbing each other with a lot of noise. The only downside potentially is team rooms can be an issue depending upon the location. People have come to rely upon team rooms, and we simply didn't have as many as I would have liked for this event. Bringing us to the event currently underway here in Grand Rapids. US Open is going to come in at around 490 players. There's a few more than that on the wall chart, but some of those will disappear with refunds. Myra Thomas is the Chief Tournament Director. The state invitationals were run by Christopher Bird. Our leaders going to tonight's play are Andrew Tang and Jason Liang. The comments that have been sent or given to me about the hotels, the meeting spaces, the playing spaces, and Grand Rapids in general have largely been positive. I personally am very happy about the lack of 100-degree temperatures. I think we've also had a good stream thus far. Caden Trough is here as he's a first-time streamer for us, but he's been entertained along with Sabina Foitar. If you've seen any running jokes about cookies, I'm partially responsible for propagating those. So, the major takeaways that I have for this year are that COVID is still impacting travel and reservation habits. And, you know, they vary from event to event, location to location. I'm working to identify trends which will in turn allow me to predict things a little bit better. That being said, anyone who tells you they know what future attendance will look like for any of these events is lying to you. Do not listen to them. They don't know. I don't know. Anybody who predicted 2,500 players in December, please come and give me your turban. I'd be happy to borrow it. We just don't know what these are going to look like. And so that makes planning a bit challenging. So the major issue with awards in the spring was participation medals. There were a lack of them. I am the responsible party for that. The backstory is that when we left Crossville, I was in Crossville helping to clean out the headquarters, and I threw away thousands of unawarded participation medals. Boxes and boxes of them. And that's a lot of waste. It's a lot of carrying around things that, you know, we're trying not to over-order. I do believe in just-in-time inventory whenever possible. So I came up with some data that told me, you know, about how many participation medals were generally picked up at an event, added 10% to it, and ordered that for this year. The percentages of picked up medals matched my percentages. The raw numbers, unfortunately, just didn't match at all. So I'm going to go back to over-ordering just so we can avoid people leaving without participation if they want one. The last bullet point, I cannot overstate, and will be communicated heavily going forward. I am sick and tired of behavioral problems at our events. We're going to put that on the parents, we're going to put that on the coaches, we're also going to put it on the players. And I'm going to start throwing people out. I've had it. Had enough. Our partners have had enough. Those of you who are at the National Elementary heard me give a slightly more forceful version of the same speech. Those of you who know me for a while probably have an idea of what's coming next. That will start in December. International events. So the major bullet points here are that over-the-board events have fully returned. Travel conditions are still quite difficult. State Department advisors have to be watched. Rising airfare costs have to be watched. Inflation is a challenge. And we have, the biggest problem was that my office has struggled to keep up with the demand for FIDE-related services. And there are many reasons for that. Some of them are within our control, some of them are not. But the fact is we're responsible for delivering on all of them. So, we'll discuss those in more detail after looking at some upcoming events. Pan American Youth kicks off in a few days in Chicago. Organizers are our current organizers of the year, Renaissance Knights. Chief Arbiter was David Hayter, who apparently doesn't like just the abuse of being on the executive board. There are currently over 600 players registered for this event, and we are still determining our head of delegation and coaches because everything was backed up for determining who would be attending. Those decisions will be made by me probably within the next 24 to 48 hours. The World Cadet is middle of October in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, on the Sinai Peninsula. The United States of America is not sending a delegation to this event. The backstory is that the Sinai Peninsula is currently a do not travel designation. Egypt is a do not travel designation to the Sinai Peninsula. So it's a level 4 State Department advisory. They specifically exempt the Sharm el-Sheikh airport. They make that level 3, which is reconsidered travel. Given that the State Department is very clear that they cannot provide logistical support in that area, I don't think it makes any sense to send the So we are not sending anyone to the World Cadet. We know there are a lot of young players who look forward to that event and are disappointed that we're not sending anyone. Invited players, any player invited to play in the World Cadet will also be given invited player status for the World Youth, which is in November in Abruzzo, Italy. Now, one note for the World Youth is that if you have official representative or personal rights status for the World Cadet, that does not transfer to the World Youth. You are simply an invited player, and you may come and participate if you wish with the same provisions and requirements that go to other invited players. And we are determining the delegation and coaches for that event. The same determination will be reached by the end of this weekend. The World Cup is currently in progress. The round 32 is set for the open and women's division. We have pretty much our entire Olympiad team, with the possible exception of Sam Shankland, through the round of 32. And the women's section, Arena Crush, is still alive in the round 32 from the US. In the past year, we've picked up a number of new title holders. For the interest of time, I won't read the list. I'll leave it up here for a bit. Everyone here is deserving of congratulations. I will point out there are some people with third FC next to their name for their applications. The reason is that they are in the third FIDE council, not the second one that's going to happen shortly. The reason for that is one of the very few things that is not actually US Chess's fault. The deadline for the applications for the second council was given to us as July 16th. That was unofficially communicated by the FIDE office on July 7th to all federations. So we prepared the title applications and got them all in on July 14th. However, the chair of the qualification commission went to the FIDE office and said, we need more time to process and review title applications. So we'd like to cut off the applications today, July 7th. The office said, okay, sure. But the office didn't fail to notify any national federations of this. So that is why the applicants with third FC are not having their titles awarded in the second FIDE conference. The good news is that for record-breaking purposes, titles awarded are considered to be awarded as of the day that you meet the final requirement for that title, not the day it's awarded by the council. So, for example, Alice Lee should be eligible for any records that come to her as a result of earning her WGM or IM titles at her age. All right, so the big thing here is FIDE processing issues. We've had a ton of them. And if you get bored by wall-to-wall text, the top paragraph covers everything. US Chess has been significantly delayed on processing rating reports, ID creation requests, title norms, title applications, event registrations, and this has all been since April. And there are several reasons for this, and the first three are entirely within our control, and it has not happened. Our workflow has not been adequate. We allowed some issues to pile up for the end of the month every month, that worked when our workload was not as big as it is now, about which you will see more data later in this presentation. Inadequate communication, two parts. One, the workload issue should have been flagged sooner so that adjustments for the department could have been made. We have made those adjustments now. Had they been made in April, I wouldn't be discussing this now. Inadequate communication also, far too many inquiries, especially by email, went unanswered, and that is unacceptable. And so the last thing is a steep increase in the workload has come because there's been an intense amount of interest in people getting FIDE ratings, being at FIDE events, and pursuing various certifications or player titles in FIDE. And so when you add all this stuff together, the first three issues are the primary ones. You get the issues that we've had with FIDE events. So I was not able to jump in on this fully during the month of May or most of June because I have other national events related stuff that is on my plate. And previously this has been something that could be turned over entirely to the FIDE events manager. But when you realize there's a problem, you have to dig in and find some solutions. So this is what I've done so far to try to address this issue. The workload of the events department has been shifted in the sense that TD certification is no longer handled by the FIDE events manager. That is split between the director and assistant director of events. More hours are being devoted to data processing, which is another way of saying I'm doing more hours per day processing FIDE data. We have worked to improve our communication, so recent emails and requests I believe are being handled properly. There's nothing sitting in the FIDE inbox that was sent in the last couple of weeks that has not received a response or has not been processed. Organizers are now being asked to provide complete information for FIDE ID creation as part of the submission process. That is something that we were not previously asking for. It's a failing of the events department. It's not something that the current FIDE events manager created. He inherited that. But we really should have been asking for more than just name and ID number, in part because there is demographic data that is required for FIDE ID creation that is not required for US Chess membership. Therefore, it may not be in our member database. So we should have been asking for that as part of FIDE ID creation. It is now requested on the tournament director page for FIDE information. Last part is we're getting some help. We have added a contractor working 20 hours a week, and this person will be doing nothing but FIDE-related data processing to help us get out of the hole. This person started this morning. Contract is between US Chess and the executive director is the person who oversees that, and the contractor. That contract can be renewed upon mutual agreement if needed. The current timeline of the contract is 2 months. So the bottom line, any issue with the events department is ultimately my responsibility. Doesn't matter where it came from, doesn't matter how it happened, it's my job to fix it. And I'm committing now that every member who has not had the service they were supposed to have will get it. We highlighted it on the screen. It's August 28th, 2023. I am committing and stating my job, in fact, on the 2 bullet points there. All backlog items will be processed by then, and that should be in time for the September waiting list. That's 3 days before. FIDE will have no problem with that. All items that are current and due for the September FIDE waiting list will be processed by that date as well. So if you have a norm, a title application, anything like that that's been outstanding, it will all be in by that date. I want to share a little data with you guys. I have the raw numbers. Anyone who wants them is free to email me. I'm happy to send them to you. I thought a graphical form would be a little bit easier. This is a graph starting in January 2020 of the FIDE IDs generated for the US, split off by month. So you can obviously see the dip in 2020. There's not going to be a whole lot of FIDE ID creation then. Huge spike when some events started returning, and then we had this consistent growth in FIDE ID creation where the levels, even pre-pandemic, were nowhere near what we've generally experienced since then. In general, we created about 100 IDs a month in 2019, early 2020. We're now right in the neighborhood of 300 plus IDs a month. And the total USA FIDE IDs created, starting January 2020 is your 0, and add up the lines every month, you can see that we have processed since in the last 18 months, we've processed something like 3,000 FIDE IDs. FIDE rated events by month, you will see the sort of similar track down during the pandemic, and once people started returning over the board, it blew up. This graph starts in February of 2020 because the February rating list includes events from January of 2020. You will see that a huge dip marked in May. That's because we did not submit any rating reports for the May FIDE rating list. And the total USA FIDE rated events since January 2020, you see that same flat line right from April to May. That reflects the fact that we did not get any rating reports in. The total number of rated events in the U.S. in the past 18 months, FIDE rated events is 1,000. And that's, well, it's a lot, because those rating reports are a little bit, some of them are a little bit more complex. You have to pull games out of them, and that has to be done manually. All that being said, this is only to show that this is basically a reinforcement of the fact that we've had a tremendous amount of interest, but that only reinforces the need to have a proper workflow and communication set up to make sure that that gets processed. So none of the data I'm showing here is designed to tell me when we have a good reason for not having this caught up. We don't, but I am working to fix that. So, as I like to do at the end of these, it's important, I think, to recognize our people who are and are not here in the events department. We're not a real big group for the amount of work that we do, but I think we get a lot done. I'm going to try to anyway. Pete Carrianos is here. He actually, I actually saw him outside, he's hanging out to his room. For this event, for example, he's handled most of the hiring, all of the stream work. He's also dealt with a lot of logistics in the convention center while I've dealt with logistics over here. Pete has, quite frankly, been invaluable on a number of levels, and I'm glad he is the assistant director of events. He'll make a fine director of events someday. Maybe. He will. He will, for sure. Brian Jennings, the FIDE events manager, and Brian is not here in Grand Rapids. Brian is at home working on his backlog. Brian is a Swiss Army knife. Given his experience on a number of things at US Chess, I lean on him for a lot of short-term and long-term help, and that is actually part of the reason why inadvertently we ran into the logjam in May. I had him at the two national events we had in April to help out. I did not know that he was behind. Had I known that he was behind, he would not have been at those events. But I basically burned 2 weeks of his month. And the last gentleman who is not here is Michael Buss. Those of you who may play correspondence chess or keep up with correspondence will recognize Mr. Buss as a multiple-time U.S. Absolute champion, and also was one of the Golden Knights and Electronic Knights. He is also now the Chief Term Director for the Correspondence Chess League of America, which doesn't at all interfere with his work here. I play correspondence, and I'm not well, but that's surprising. But Michael has been instrumental in helping to keep things moving forward, dealing with complaints, time claims, other things of that nature. And he really loves the correspondence arena, and I want to thank the working group for the correspondence chess working group that helped create his position, because he's really been just a perfect successor to Alex Gunn. And now I'll take your questions. Questions for our
Just like I'm living here.
Do you want room service?
By 2 points of information, one I would like to give you and the other I'm going to ask you. The first one, you very kindly advanced Ricardo to the round of 32, but this morning he was still in the round of 64, as were all the other American players. So,
are you sure?
Yeah. If he beats
64? Okay, well, listen. I've been up a while. Sorry, I thought.
But thank you for the advancement. We'll take it. No, the point of information that I wanted to ask you was the Pan American that's being held in Chicago has I believe, a $280 entry fee. Someone got sick and they were informed there were no refunds. In fact, they stated there were no refunds. That's something that's just done by the organizer, and US Chess has nothing to do with the amount, right? Is that correct?
The conditions for the only thing we're involved with is submitting a bid on behalf of an organizer. We don't have any role in their financial arrangement. We don't get a cut of that. None of that flows to US Chess. So any policy that an organizer may have for an official FIDE event is entirely up to that organizer, including a no refund policy.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to find out, because I was asked that question.
Could I help address that for a moment?
Sure.
This particular event, Sunil, is actually organized by the CCA, not Goigsburg CCA, the Continental organization. So the rules around that are not even at FIDE National, they're at the Continental organization. So that's who's governing those pieces. I can't yet, well, some of the entry fees, they're set by the particular organizer. You've got some latitude with that, but there's also a cut that goes over, they got to cover all that cut that's going over to the Continental organization, plus cover all of the people with personal rights and the official representatives. So that it pushes those numbers kind of high.
And as some do not know, Alan is the FIDE sole president. Caleb.
Thank you. So, the day before yesterday, I was attending the college chess workshop, and one of the things we were discussing was the candidates. It came out in discussion. What the committee said was that they were not given any opportunity to comment on the bid for the Pan Am before it was approved, even if they might have some useful comments on it. So what I'd like to know is that correct, and if so, why were they not so solid? Thank you.
What?
Your committee came in. They had an issue 4 years ago when they had a bid involved.
Okay, let me, I'm sorry, I was shocked by that. So here's the thing. The College Chess Committee, for years, and those of you who've been here for a while know this, used to have sole jurisdiction over where the Pan Am Intercollegiate was placed. We ran into some issues in a couple of recent additions for that, so that the ability to determine that was shifted to my office. I certainly didn't ask for it, but the executive director and executive board decided that I should make those decisions on where to place the Pan Am. So that's why I did that. And Dan.
On behalf of the Scholastic Council, thank you for bringing all the national scholastics and making them as successful as they were this past year. During the Scholastic Committee, during Scholastic workshops, we brought forward the idea of future events, and one of the concepts was the Anchor City concept. So if you would like to discuss that from the delegates as to future events, because you didn't have a chance to bring it up, I'm giving you an open chance because I think it's important. One of the other concepts that you can address if you want is Las Vegas, because it was brought up specifically in the online workshop as a place where perhaps a Western city could be chosen that can have a large airport. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dan. All right, there's a couple of items there, and these are sort of bigger things to chew on. So first of all, it is my belief that, you know, we have competing interests in our national events, our national scholastic events, and to a lesser extent, the US Open. On the one hand, we want to move them around the country because we like for different places to have the ability to experience these events. And I know when I coach, which the year started with one, that's all you can know, that my rule was if it was within a day's drive of the house, we were going. You know, because we couldn't fly to events, but we wanted to give our kids the opportunity to play. So I think moving the events around is important. On the other hand, as those of you who are organizers certainly know, you get better deals when you sign for more than 1 year of the site. And you also give people the opportunity to become familiar with the site, familiar with the environs. Teams start planning, for example, where we go to lunch, what we do on this off time, and so forth, so on. It makes life easier for your customers. Now, if we wanted to plan events in places, we could, if I wanted to get the most players only, that was my only goal, there's probably 2 or 3 cities I could try to park the events in and be done. But I do think it's important to have them move around the country. Obviously, we know there's a huge chunk of our scholastic community on the eastern seaboard, particularly the North Atlantic seaboard. At the same time, there's also huge chunks in other places, you know, southeast US, especially in Texas. Chicago area is pretty much the home for high school chess as far as attendance, as far as I'm concerned. Out west, you have the Pacific Northwest, you have a big group in Arizona, and there are other groups too. And the biggest thing is we would like to grow the game everywhere. So we'd like to give everybody some sort of a chance to have at least one national event a year that they don't need to arrange for multi-times on the flight, if that can be done. So, and also in the spirit of getting better deals, my thought has been to try to rotate, you know, try to have the events, you know, sort of anchored in a general area. For example, the K-12 grades, Gaylord National obviously was a hugely popular location. I see no reason why I would not continue. I see alternating between them and Rosa Shingle Creek in Orlando as natural locations. People love Shingle Creek, and time of year is good for them too. So I'm working on a deal where I spend 6 years alternating between those 2 sites. The high school, it's really hard to beat Chicago. Because specifically, for those of you who don't know, the Illinois High School Association runs their official high school state championship. However, it is not rated by US Chess, and it's not rated at all, because one of their principles is players should not have to pay anything to compete in an IHSA event. So there are a lot of kids there who play in their high school tournament who aren't rated, but they will come to a high school event. That was proven to us in 2019, where despite having the high school tournament in mid-March, we drew I had to cap entry to 1,700 players because they overflowed the main hall that I had read. Illinois has intense interest in high school chess. They will be there again in 2026. I expect similar attendance. So there's a real argument for trying to find a property there and park it. And because it's a big city, 2 major airports, lots of highways in there, might well be a good idea. Similarly, the National Middle School, I'm strongly considering parking it in Dallas or maybe Houston. The part of it is Illinois is to high school chess as Texas is to middle school chess. If you want proof of that, this year's National Middle School, again, drew 60% of its players from the state of Texas. And we start considering the size of the state and the communities that are around that have a big scholastic population, that's a natural thing to draw from. But at the same time, Austin the airport's a little too small and a little too far from Dallas or Houston to make it convenient for people to travel. So I'm talking with the Hilton Anatole as well as the Gaylord in Dallas, Graveyard, to see about putting a deal to put it there. So we've got 3 times, a couple time zones, but now we have the National Elementary. My instinct is to try to put an elementary out west. That's an instinct. It's not set. None of this, by the way, I'm talking about is set in stone. These are concepts that we're looking at. I know that, you know, there are a lot of people who don't want to travel out west for elementary or any other event, that's fine. But consider the fact that folks out west have been traveling east for decades. You know, I think that's not unreasonable to have some sort of geographical rotation. And there are a couple of huge scholastic communities out in California, Northern California, Southern California, Pacific Northwest. And if you can find a place out there to station it, then, or a couple places to rotate between, I think that could be a good thing too. Which leads to Danny's second point about Las Vegas. Those of you, again, who've been here a while know that Las Vegas was strictly verboten in terms of discussing placing national events for a long time. It's like, don't come to us with that, don't consider it. And so I said, okay, well, I won't consider it. But I started talking about it a little bit after the last Super Nationals in 2017, where we sold out the Gaylord Opryland and the Inn at Opryland across the street. Now, those two hotels combined have 3,185 rooms. Don't ask me how I know. And the only hotels in the country that have that kind of space and the kind of meeting space we need for Super Nationals can be counted outside of Vegas on the fingers of a heavily mutilated left hand. There's Gaylord, and that's it. So that means Super National either goes to convention centers, with attached hotels, or you have to start looking at Las Vegas. Now, obviously, we would not put a national tournament on the Strip, but there are off-strip hotels that seem like they would be able to hold it. So nothing, again, has been decided in that regard at all, but it's time to start looking at all options and seeing what's out there. So I will probably be taking a visit. No, what happens in Vegas won't stay in Vegas in this case. I'll be reporting on it. But I'm going to go out and talk to, I made some contacts out there, and we'll see. Vegas is a possibility. It's certainly got a big enough airport, it's got a transportation structure, you know, there's a train connecting a bunch of hotels. It's doable, you know, but, you know, the big question is, will people be willing to go? I don't know. You know, there's nothing barring it, but and I personally would not object, but I think there are a lot of people in the scholastic community who still have a tough time wrapping their minds around it. So the question is, you know, would people want to do it? And I don't have an answer for that. I just know that it's time to start thinking about it. Because convention center deals, the problem with them, for those of you who may not be aware, is that it's not just one contract. A far easier event to organize is one where the hotel holds all the meeting space. When you get a convention center involved, you're now talking about a convention center which must get paid regardless. Every hotel that you use that you want to guarantee rooms in, you have to agree to an attrition contract with each hotel. You don't need that contract, you pay penalties. You then also have to deal with whatever unions are involved, usually at the convention center, and you have to deal with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, who's actually helped in a lot of cases, but that's still yet another agreement that has to be signed. So, like for example, the National Event this year, there were 6 contracts surrounding that. That's 6 times the amount of review, 6 times the amount of analysis, 6 times the opportunities to make mistakes and oversights in reviewing the contracts. So it's better to be in one place if you can be, but if the events have gotten big enough, you know, you just have to do what you have to do. So that's why Vegas is on the table only for the biggest events. I mean, I would say you'd be looking at national. There's either Super Nationals or a national event possibly out there. But my first thought actually was LAX, like the Hilton or something like that. There's also possibilities of some hotels up north. In fact, the 2025 K-12 grades will be in Spokane at their convention center. I think the site's great, and I think people will enjoy it. But also, I put it out there because I think it's fair to try to there is chess west of the Mississippi. And I think it's fair to get some of those out there. We've gone to some other places, but I think we need to look at trying to that'll help build communities out there as far as give them more to aim for. Also will help their local tournaments, it'll help their directors gain experience that they can take home and help run better events. So that's what I'm at.
So let's finish up the question. John, you have a question?
What I'm not going to ask you are predictions for 2025 Super Nationals, but I'm going to ask you what you think US Chess could handle. So 2017, 5,300, 5,400, 5,500, I don't remember the exact number. 2021 was canceled. 2025, what number are you confident US Chess could accommodate? What would be an aspirational number? I guess it's +1 on this, but what is the number you are convinced US Chess could not handle and would not consider staff?
Okay, so I think the first question for me to answer is, what would we not consider staffing? And my answer to that is, I don't know any organizer who I've ever worked with or been around who wants to say, we can't handle X. Every organizer wants to accommodate as many players as they can possibly get. And in a lot of cases, it's not even a money motivation. It's just, if you organize events, you organize them because you want to give people a place to play. You want folks to play chess. So I would prefer not to say that there is any number that we just absolutely can't handle. That being said, you know, for 2025 at the Orange County Convention Center, probably, I think I could probably get somewhere near 7,000 to 8,000 players in there if I had to. Anything more than that, and well, you know, the kids can play outside, that's fine. But I mean, you know, the biggest thing is how much time do I have? If I know 3 months in advance I'm going to get some record-breaking number of players, I have a much better chance of getting space. And it's also true that, you know, in the case of the Orange County event, we're directly connected to a couple of hotels who are friendly to us. So if I need to get a ballroom for an extra section, say at Hyatt Regency or at Rosen Center, if I know that far enough in advance, I can probably do that. It's not the ideal setup, but if I run out of space in the West Concourse of Orange County, that's another option. So,
We are willing to further help you with increased late entry fees.
Yes, that is something that is coming. I should mention that we are going to wind up raising the latest entry fees, in part because every time if we get that burst of entries, we have to pay the directors, we have to pay them their travel. Their travel costs obviously go up if they can't buy tickets further in advance. So we do need to defray that cost somewhere. If you're going to enter a tournament 3 days in advance, a national tournament 3 days in advance, and it costs us more to help cover you, then we should help bear that cost.
So last two questions, because we're almost to 5 o'clock and we're still not even to old business. So
Short question. Just consideration. College Park, Georgia, which is Atlanta, but College Park, Georgia, 5th largest convention venue in the country. 35 hotels, unlimited convention space in terms of it's not being used. With the addition of a new arena, seats 17,000.
Answer.
Okay. First of all, thank you for pointing out College Park. Second, that actually allows me to talk briefly about how this process works. We put out a nationwide request for proposals for our events. We have certain minimum standards for our events in terms of number of meeting rooms, contiguous square footage, whether rooms need to be carpeted or not, number of hotel rooms that we need, so forth and so on. We put out, and we have these sets of requirements for all the events that we run. And I've made this offer before. Anybody who wants to see those, they're not secret, email me, I'm happy to send them to you. So we put out a national RFP, and then either a convention center hotel or a convention center or convention visitors bureau responds saying, yes, we're interested in the time of year you want to have this, and we have a facility that can work. We send out the RFP to places that we know meet the challenges for each of the specific events. So it doesn't make sense to send the National Elementary to a hotel that has 400 rooms. So, you know, we target the ones that we know have at least the basics in place for us. Then we talk to them, and charging $200-300 a night, I get going to Rockies, thanks, but you can't do that. So once we get the parameters of, some basic parameters, like, okay, there's some mutual interest here, then I go down and visit. And a lot of sites die on that visit because there are just challenges I don't think can be easily overcome in terms of how things are spaced out, what there are roads people have to cross, security issues, food nearby, transportation problems. That unfortunately includes my hometown of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh is great, except there is no public transportation from the airport to downtown Pittsburgh, which means putting national that there's pretty much a non-starter.
And
so,
Beatrice, final question.
But there is an issue that impacts most FIDE events in the United States and education. So my question is, are you...
Beatrice, I'm sorry, can I ask you to switch to that mic? Because I'm having trouble hearing. Switch, come up to the next mic. That one probably needs to be charged. I'll have the 80 people do that.
Yeah, so basically I was apologizing to the delegates for continuing with the questions because I know they want to finish the game, the meeting. So my question is, there's an issue with the FIDE-rated reports and also with the title applications. So do you have the ability to get more help for the person who's handling that area? Because it's probably the biggest concern now for all of us. We're all aware of the situation, and we would like to see, basically everything being processed as quickly as possible.
Well, that's a reasonable question. I apologize, I may not have been clear previously, but we have added a contractor who is working on nothing but data processing for FIDE events. That person is working 20 hours a week, and they started today. So that should hopefully get us clear of the backlog. There are some ID creation issues that are holding up old events. And one of the things I had to do before I had this contractor was ask organizers to go back to some of their players because the demographic information they didn't have wasn't in the database. That's not really fair to the organizers, but at the same time, I'm trying to triage a tough situation. The best I can do is ask for assistance in gathering information. This person now can help do that directly. But I'll take some of that back off the organizers for old events. Going forward, we'll just ask organizers to provide everything we need up front. As for title applications, I am personally envious of anybody who's earned a playing title that requires an application to FIDE. I will never be such a person, but I want to see everybody in the U.S. who has a norm or a title owed to them from FIDE get it reported. So that, as I said before, and I'm going to say it again to be very clear, my job is on the line because I won't be here if we don't meet that goal of August 28th.
So just in case anybody didn't hear, Boyd is promising that we'll be caught up by August 28th.
No, I'm promising that I'll resign if I don't.
Then you what?
I'll resign if we're not.
Okay. Okay, so that takes care of the questions. Thank you, Boyd, for your report. So here's the deal. It's 4:47. We've been going at this for quite a while. What I would suggest is that we break till 5 and then go for an hour to 6 o'clock. And I'm hopeful that we can expedite the elections and at least get to old business before we have to sign off for it. And, whatever else we do, we have time constraint tomorrow. There's only so far we can go, so people are going to have to be mindful of that. We'll likely have to put time limit of 1 minute for discussion for each person to get through the agenda. So we will take a short recess until 5 o'clock. Guy, did you want to say something?
Yes, some of us have Valentine's at 7.
Yes, I understand that.
Wouldn't it be better to just go till 6?
That's what I said.
No, go through to 6.
Well, if you all rather just go straight through. All right, fine. We'll go straight through then.
I have a book signing at 6 for anyone that cares.
Okay.
Check me out for that.
All right. Well, let's just go through. Okay, let's get a raise of hands. Who wants to take a 10-minute break? Raise your hand. And who wants to go straight through? Take it straight through. All right, so the next item on the order of business is election of delegate appointed committees. The first committee is the audit committee. Chuck?
Yes, sir. Audit committee. This year, we're going to add members to the audit committee. We'd like the delegates to consider Alan Priest, Bud Tong, John D. Rockefeller III, John Haskell, and Doug Eckert. Now, the audit committee will be very busy this year. We need a new audit firm, and they will be essential in the selection and recommendations to the board.
We've heard
I ask for the delegates to approve these individuals.
3 of them are CPAs, by the way, so that's good. Great group. Are there any further nominations? Seeing none, is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the slate as identified by Chuck, raise your credentials. Opposed? We have an audit committee. Next is the LMA Trust. Are you still on that, Chuck?
Yes. I'm honored to be the elected chair of the LMA Trust. That's Life Member Asset Trust, because we do have some new delegates here. And the trust has 11 trustees. I am recommending that the delegates approve in the 11 trustees, whose names are Jim Bendahl, Jim Redmond, Mike Hoffpower, Steve Doyle, Leroy DeBeck, Beatrice Marinello, David Gramad, Alan Priest, Peter Dyson, Doug Gorman, and myself, Charles D. Edward.
We have the slate that has been presented. Are there anybody wishing any additions? Seeing none, is there discussion? Seeing none, we'll now vote on the 11 that were presented by Vice President Unruh for the LMA Trust. Raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. Next is the election committee. Mike?
As per bylaws, there should be 4 people on the election committee, and we are putting forth the names of myself, Mike Keaton of Wisconsin, Ken Sloan of Alabama, Josh Sinanon of Washington State, and Kimberly Dew of New York.
Okay, you've heard that slate. Are there any additions from the floor? Seeing none, is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of those 4 for the elections committee, raise your credentials. All opposed? That election is completed as well. That leads us to the bylaws committee. Ellen or Guy? Guy's got a list. Please come to the front, Mike. Guy.
Okay, nomination David Day, myself, Randy Huff, Richard Kepke, Alex Womalski, John McCrary, Dave Mailer, Robert Messenger, Alan Priest, Robert Ransom, and Amber Ray.
You've heard the list. Are there additions? Seeing none. Any discussion? All those in favor of that list for bylaws, raise your credentials. All opposed? Okay. Bring the list. Bring the list, Guy, over to Dan. Okay, the secretary's got this. Secretary, give it to Dan. All right, the next up is the ethics committee, and who has the list for that? Al?
I did submit a printed copy to the secretary earlier.
Dan, do you have? Okay. You want to read it, Secretary?
So there are currently 10 incumbent members on the committee that we're going to recommend returning, and 4 new members. But before I read all of those, there was a proposal at the ethics committee workshop to change the roster a little bit. And the workshop voted 9-2 with 4 abstentions to consider that. I'd like to ask Mr. Hayter, whose proposal was to speak.
I think when the list was done, it was, and as Mr. Terry mentioned, it was put together kind of at the last minute, and the election results weren't known yet. David Day used to serve on the Ethics Committee and was a past chairman of it, and the executive board stole him from the Ethics Committee. Now, unfortunately, David Day is not going to be part of the executive board after this meeting. That would be a loss for the executive board, but it can be a gain for the Ethics Committee, and I would like to add David Day to the list. And then if there was discussion that limited to 14, we would substitute David Day in place of Caleb Brown on the list.
Is that an amendment to the list, or how are we handling that?
It's up to the delegates to sign.
Are you asking the unanimous consent to substitute that?
The committee is reluctant to change its original recommendations, but all the delegates at the workshop seem to favor it.
I'll make a motion that the Ethics Committee for the next term consists of Harold Stenzel, Hal Terry, Tom Langland, Anand Balmapati, James Manila, Myron Thomas, Randall Huff, Charles Heatherell, Martha Underwood, Noreen Davison, Jeffrey Smith, Robert Greer, Robert Getty, and David Day. And I will get this list over to Dan Lewis.
So that motion has been made. Is there discussion on the motion, or is there additions to, or changes to that list? Because that is the number, right? We're at 14. So, okay. Seeing none, then we will vote on that motion. All those in favor of that list of 14 for ethics, opposed? It's adopted. Well, that was quicker. That takes us down to old business. Now, the first item that is listed on old business by prior motion, the ADM 2311, has been moved to new business after 2345. So then the next ADM under old business is 2312. Chris Prosser, who's not a delegate, this was referred to the executive board, and I believe that it was settled that they have been working to reach more local school-based chess programs through a series of monthly webinars. Is this disposed of, or how do, or Mr. Parliamentarian, what's the? Could you speak to at the mic? Go ahead and speak at the mic.
Based on the response, it appears to be settled. If somebody wants to dispute that, they may.
Okay, Dan, you have. Yeah, you're gonna have to provide. I guess we're gonna have to use the front mic.
All right, I'm speaking for that this is, what it says in the rationale here in old business is, and we've talked with the maker of the motion that he is satisfied with this, that the Scholastic Council, the Chess Education Committee, and the Executive Board all work together to create monthly seminars and other based outreach that starts with the progress and will continue.
So how do we dispose of this? We're done. Okay, thank you. That's great. The next on old business is ADM 2313 from Steve Emmett. And that one, as all appears that has been also disposed of. Is that correct, Steve? Okay, thanks. Great. We're moving along.
Turn the page now.
Oh, man. We are rolling. 2314. This is the, is this, Mike? This is from the election committee, right?
Yes.
And you now have a substitute motion?
Correct.
So are you? Okay.
I would like to, yes, at this point, we would like to, the election committee would like to substitute ADM 2314 with the printed delegate motion ADM 2324. 2324.
You asking unanimous consent?
Yes.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
The only difference, if you turn your page to 2324, that's what I'm trying to do here. I know, yeah. Okay. The only difference between what was presented last year to the delegates, which 2314 is what was presented last year, it was referred to the board, the election committee, and bylaws committee, were the two bold underlined statements in the middle of paragraph 1. Okay? If you take a quick glance at those, neither one is I would consider substantive. They were added by our legal counsel. Legal counsel approved this version of the change in our bylaws, okay, to get rid of paper ballots and go completely electric or online. So, do you want me to speak to it now?
And point of information from the bylaws committee, I know this was discussed in bylaws. Is there, is that Alan or Patrick?
Don't I get to speak to it?
Oh, you want to speak to it first, sure, I'm sorry. Yeah, finish it up.
Dan, can you put up that spreadsheet I sent you? I sent Dan a spreadsheet with some numbers here just so you can understand. There we go. So take a look at the spreadsheet that I've got on the screen. First of all, in the first column is the number of eligible voters. So this is according to our bylaws that live 16 and over. There's 42,000 and change, of which 37,000 did not register to vote, or have not registered to vote, 88%. That leaves 4,900 and change, 12% that did register to vote. Of the 4,936, 2,662, or 54%, are want an online ballot. Paper ballots out of the remainder at 2,274. This is for this year's election. Now, the interesting note on that is that it's about a 90 percentage point flip from last year's numbers. So the number of online last year was 45. It's now 54%. Let's see here. Okay, the number of return ballots is over on the right there. The number of online that were returned were 937, or 35%. The number of paper were 604, or 27% of them. Over on the right, then is the number of problems we had. We had 9 of the online emails that were submitted were returned with a bad email address. Rose and Carol worked to correct those. We did get a few of them to get voted after the fact, or after the initial ballot was sent out. Regarding paper, however, of the 2,200 that were sent out, we had 51 with bad addresses, bad snail mail addresses, to call it, and they were returned, including one to the United Arab Emirates that was returned to Rose, I believe, early July, and so she didn't have time to send another ballot to the correct address. So I did authorize in 2 or 3 different cases her to send out an electronic ballot by email, just so that the snail mail voters could vote. Due to the fact that 3 of our people running for election this year did a campaign email that went out to all registered voters, both electric, online, and also paper ballots, we found out that there were 144 emails were rejected on those campaign emails. 9 of which are above, 2 lines above there, with bad email addresses for electronic online balloting. So that leaves 135 of the paper ballot people that did not have a good email address. That is good work for us, so that we have, if this motion is passed, we have a year and a half or so to resolve that issue and try to get email addresses for that group of people. But now at least we know who they are. So we know who has a good address and who has a bad address. I don't have the numbers from this year, but in last year, the life members over 60 were people that are incarcerated. Turned out to be about 16 ballots last year. Life members over 60 are probably a subset of people that would or may not have email address. So in all, there's 268 people, or residents that we have, or voters, I should say, that have email issues. 124 of them over on the left are paper ballot people that do not have email address. That's about 5% of the ones that took the paper ballot. while the paper ballots, 2,150 or 95%, do have an email address, some of which were invalid, but they at least do have an email address. Overall, you can see the total numbers that voted and so forth down there. Speaking to costs, if I may, Deborah was nice enough to give me a printout here. The total cost of the election this year was, in round numbers, $6,500, almost $6,600. That includes about $600 for the election buddy system. I believe it was $589. All of the rest was for the paper balloting. That includes printing, postage, mailbox rental, travel time for rows, per diem per rows, to go to the site to validate the ballots, and then also for Chief Keller to send the ballots back to St. Louis. So that was what the $6,000 encompassed.
And because you're over, what would be the time for it? So next in line is Guy.
You wanted the work bylaws workshop vote.
Please.
It was 19 to 7 in favor. Those opposed didn't want to disenfranchise those who do not have email.
Thank you. Next, John.
John Fernandez, UD, Missouri. Obviously, it is very important, I think, we move to all digital balloting, but four things we as a body really need to be considering going into our election 2 years from now for our executive board. Only 3.8% of our eligible voting membership participated. The top three vote getters, of which I was one of them, I'd like to think it was because of how wonderful I am and my charisma and my points that I made. The top three vote getters were the top three that took advantage of the online emailing provided by US Chess. And that seemed to provide an advantage for David, Bish, and myself. Also, the top four vote getters were the top four in the ballot order. But I think one thing, especially for the nominations committee, finding a way to get everything in time for the nominations committee, that was something that the election process was not visible to folks. And I think given how important our nominations committee is, given how important being on the board is for the stability and the success of this organization, we need to think very, very carefully over the next 2 years of how we make this more effective and more clear.
And the back microphone, Alan. Oh, it doesn't work, so you'll have to step up. Give a little analysis. We're doing alternate, but that mic doesn't work.
I went to the against microphone, not that I'm terribly against the proposal, but I'm adamant that I want to find some way to accommodate those members who cannot participate by email. It may be a handful, but I don't think we should disenfranchise those people who cannot do it. And you mentioned a group that I hadn't thought of. We have incarcerated members who are eligible to vote, who may not be able to access it that way. If we have a handful, we don't have to have the big elaborate procedure that we have now for us when we're talking about a few dozen.
Caleb?
I support this motion, and I think it's, while, he does rate his ballot point, the thing is that still a very small share of our voting members. So if that is something the delegates want to address, then I think the proper response would be an amendment of some kind. I'm not proposing that would be. Not necessarily to vote down. And I also note that such issues can also be brought up in the next meeting as well. Okay. So, with that, on the proposal generally, I would say it would be beneficial just because not only does it save actual direct costs, but we also think the cost of the value of our staff's time. So if we went to all electronic, it would save the amount of time. That time is money. So I support this motion. Thank you.
And it appears the back mic is working now. If someone was wanting to speak against me again.
Hi, Louis Reed, Texas. I just also want to echo Mr. Humphrey's concerns. In addition to incarcerated members, we also have members with disabilities, and emails and technology sometimes don't always work out well for them. And just the cautionary note of not wanting to disenfranchise perhaps we should, at least continue to offer the option for a mail ballot, but push, maybe perhaps some marketing for those who are more technically savvy, go ahead and try to market to them and point out the advantages and the savings and things, and allow people to make that choice through their online member profile.
Recognize Mike for the second time.
Well, there's five.
It's still.
While I understand the disenfranchisement option, I don't want to include the capability of doing snail mail balloting, because then we're pretty much just right where we are right now. So if that goes through, I'm going to be asking one of you to be the chief teller in 2 years.
And there any other discussion? Seeing none, we will put this to a vote. Those in favor of ADM 2324 will raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. Let's see. Well, the one good thing to note is that we do not expect to have an election next year. So if there is some accommodation, delegates will have a chance. I believe that the next is ADM 2350. We just did 14. And this was one that you'll note that the comment was that we asked council who advised keeping the DASI and Article 8 provisions separate. The executive board is going to present a motion to do ordinance 2342 that encompasses this topic area. So with that, I think we've disposed of this part of old business. The next would be 2316. And my recollection is that was this one that we talked about? What's that? Yeah, we talked about this in bylaws, isn't that correct? And Guy, did you have some point of information?
The only point of information I'll give is the result from the workshop was 23 in favor, only 1 opposed.
Yeah, and so, I mean, the maker of the motion is Alex or Richard. Does one of you want to speak to the motion? Or
Well, clarification from the bylaws meeting, that was with a couple of changes. The major one being the elimination of item E.
Right, that is correct.
So the bylaws voted that much in favor, but only with the elimination of item E.
Yes, that's right, I do recall that. So,
Item E was withdrawn during the discussion.
okay, but it will have to be withdrawn.
During the year, it was gone before the workshop.
Okay, Alex, would you want to speak to your ADM?
The maker no longer owns this motion, so the maker by himself cannot change it. The bylaws committee is bringing the amended version to the floor, which eliminates E.
All right.
And renumbers F to E.
All right, so there is an amendment to the original motion. Can I ask unanimous consent to accept that amendment? Seeing no objection. Okay, so what we have now is the entirety of what's written here. Section E is stricken, which means that in the bylaws, section F will become section E. So now we're on discussion on this. Alex, did you want to say anything?
Very quickly.
Good.
Article 5 is on the delegates at large. The current language is not, is being interpreted in a way that's different from the language itself. And so I rewrote the language to fit the interpretation, making some changes, especially to the re-election portion, which would allow Section B, delegates at large, to be re-elected by majority.
Okay.
And then the additional Section D defines additional alternate delegates, which are at this time not defined anywhere in the bylaws or governing document. And section, which is not B, section F, adjusts quorum to those delegates at large that are present at the meeting. That way we don't have to have extra members.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion, Alan?
These are good changes because what it does, it makes our bylaws equal what we've been doing, which we should have our practice in accordance with bylaws.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we will vote on ADM 2316 as amended. All those in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion carries. That finishes the old business. Oh, excuse me, does not, I'm sorry. What am I? What did it cost? 17, right? Okay, ADM 2317. And this was a request to reinstate the issuance of printed membership cards. And the office has deployed a membership card feature in the member dashboard so that it can be printed. So maker of the motion is satisfied, so that's disposed of. So new business, there was one motion that came out of the membership meeting. Mike Neatman, do you want to address that?
Yeah, it's not for this board to vote on, I just want to read it into the record so that everybody knows what's going on. And it's the additional members that are elected from the membership meeting. Per Article 5, Section 9 of the US Chess bylaws, the US Chess membership meeting may select up to 5 additional delegates for a term that expires on June 1st of the following year at the start of the membership meeting from persons who are present and have previously served as delegates in at least one of the last 5 years. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2023 US Chess membership meeting elect as additional delegates to the 2023 US Chess Delegates Meeting the following: Kenneth Sloan, Alabama; Mike Neatman, Wisconsin. And again, those were because we were not DALs at the time, so that's why we had to come into the membership meeting. And the third one is David Coons in Minnesota.
And that is really for information. The membership meetings vote applied is allowed then by the bylaws for the
Correct. It should be read into the record.
Thank you. So the next ADM is ADM 2318, David Day. Right.
In light of the hour, the motion speaks for itself. And boards that have logos in the corners are cool. Boards that have poop emojis that cover half the board are awesome.
So is there discussion on the cool versus uncool ADM? Steve, did you want to discuss?
This was one of the ones that was presented to the rules workshop as to whether it would be standard equipment to have a board with logos on the corner squares. And I don't recall the exact count, but it was, I believe, defeated by the workshop. It did not pass the workshop. I don't remember the count, but I wasn't the chair of the meeting.
Okay, so it was defeated.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Delegate Huff.
Randy Huff, Southern California. Reaching a few years back, at the time when Susan Polgar was suing the Federation and me specifically, an opponent wanted me to play on a board that had a National Open commemorative board that had her picture on AA. I deployed a little bottle of Whiteout.
Next speaker.
Dwayne Langston, Colorado. Please, don't make me play on a board that has symbols in the corners. I know some of you think it's okay, it's a good thing. There are a lot of people who don't. We think of the chessboard as kind of a pristine, sacred thing. But that's not my issue. My issue is that my brain looks at it like it's a piece, okay? I guess it's a disability, or, you know, it's more than annoyance. It's really serious, where I don't even bother to play in a game, in a tournament, if I have to do that. And I have to ask. I recently asked, well, it's been a few months, several months now, a major tournament director if I would have to play on a board that had the same symbols on the corners. And he said, you may have to. And I said, well then, I'll go and watch. My son can play, he doesn't care. but I'm not gonna do it because it just does not work out well for me. Now, you may say, okay, it's a disability, it's not a disability. If it's a disability, let's try to be sensitive to such things, okay? There are physical disabilities, there are mental disabilities. If this thing about having symbols on the chessboard is a disability, let's be careful not to walk over people on that, okay? Let's try to accommodate people. But even people who don't, they're just annoyed by the symbols. We don't want that to happen, okay? So, despite everything I've just said, I would like to vote for this. If we add my amendment, and I move that we vote on it, to not require somebody to have to play on a board like that. The wording, I think, was presented earlier. It says, if there's another board available, and one of the players says they don't want to play on a board that has symbols on the corners, or anywhere on the board, let's not force
Do you have your amendment in writing?
Yes, we have.
Is it written up?
It's presented.
Okay, thank you. Point, state your point.
The point, what the motion, and actually I believe that was considered at the workshop, was that this motion would make a board with 4 squares standard equipment, which means, for example, that if black was there, white was, if both players are there, black had the board with the squares on it, and with the colored squares, and white didn't want to play on it, that he would be required to play. So that's the difference. It's considered standard equipment, and you're obligated to play, lets you provide, you're obligated to play on it if your opponent has it. It doesn't require you to play on it if obviously you don't have equipment and you have your own equipment.
All right, thanks. But now the point is, you have an amendment. I'm looking to see if it's being, you don't have an amendment?
Yeah, I saw it. It was presented earlier in the day up on the screen up here.
Amendment has not been
Dwayne Lane said from Colorado.
Okay.
We're just starting with it here.
There is an amendment. Is there a second? Or we don't even know what it is yet, Steve, so let's wait so we can see it before somebody decides.
Do we have the amendment? Somebody
Hold on, I'm working on it. All right, so the amendment is now, and it's amendment with 1 M. So that after
Point of order, please. This particular amendment, is it being considered a friendly amendment by the maker of the motion?
Well, he didn't ask it to be a friendly amendment. He offered an amendment.
Well, but if he accepts the amendment, then...
Well, David, do you want to accept the amendment? No. David doesn't want to accept the amendment. The point is not working. Anyway, the next, so we have the amendment in front of us. The discussion would then be on the amendment.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We have your amendment in front of us. It's now on the screen. Discussion would be on your amendment. Is there discussion on the amendment? It was seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, well, relinquish the microphone, please. You already spoke on your amendment. Now.
Yeah, I'm speaking on the amendment.
Pick up the plastic thing here. Okay, Sunil?
It seems to me if there is an objection and keeping it with the spirit of the amendment, all you would have to do is to say chessboards which contain logos or similar markings anywhere on the board are non-standard.
Well, you're not speaking to the amendment. We're speaking to the amendment right now. That's what's before us. So, Dan.
Yeah, I think the amendment is out of order. I think the amendment is out of order in terms of the rule. It's going to read wrong. It has to be listed as a TE tip that says that some organizers may have some stuff in the corner squares. It doesn't make sense to read the rule as it is in the rule book. So as much as you want to put that situation for accessibility, I damn well want to have that in there. it, at the same time, the way the motion reads right now would not look correct in a rule book. It would need to say TD tip here, at the very least.
Well, I don't think the amendment's out of order because of that. You can vote, you can argue against it.
Well, that's
based
what
on-
maybe I should have used different language out of order. It just doesn't make, it's out of flow for the US Chess.
Okay, you don't want the amendment, is what basically you're saying. Kayla, you're next.
So I think now maybe this idea might be good, but the text as it is right now is probably the fact. For example, let's say that the board, the standard board that Supreme Court used, that has corners, okay? Now this motion, if this rule change, if it passes, will make boards with those sorts of corners that have those marking symbols or whatever standard. So if there's a second board that has such a corner, then that could possibly be used here. So this motion seems to possibly contradict itself. So I would suggest that if the body wants to do something like this, that probably uses the text to make it a little more clear about what it would do.
Well, okay, the amendment is before us. Again, Dave, are you speaking to the amendment?
I am. I'm speaking against the amendment, and I would like to point out that the amendment is mutually exclusive to the motion. The motion talks about a standard chessboard. A standard chessboard means that both the player can be forced to use it. So an amendment that says we have the standard chessboard, but the opponent doesn't have to use it, those are mutually exclusive things and should not.
State your point.
It's just an addition. It's clarifying.
That's not a point of information.
That's not the way the rules of chess work. Standard means standard, and you don't have a way to redefine standard that says you don't have to use a standard board. Now, relative to your issue of the disability, of course disabilities can be accommodated, but then they may have to be, there may have to be some documentation provided to the director of the organizer.
Jim?
Yeah, Jim North, Southern California. I'm speaking in favor of the amendment. I haven't heard a single person here say they prefer to play on a board that has a logo in the corner. We have heard people say that it bothers them. If it bothers somebody and they have their own board without a logo, I don't see what the big deal is to allow them to substitute their board for a board with a logo, because nobody has said, I prefer a board with a logo. So let's use a little common sense.
Is there anybody at the back, Mike?
Yes, there is.
Speak.
Carl Weiss from Colorado. I'm in agreement with Dave here, and that I'm against this amendment. I think we already have the regulations within the rules that basically stipulate what standard equipment is. And also, I played somebody that was blind champion, and they had a special board. I was offered to play at a different board, where he had different colors on different squares for contrast purposes and things. That was Joe Kennedy back in the day. But, so what I'm saying here is that I'm against this rule because we should play, I don't like stuff on my board. How many of us pick up and pick off lint or something for that matter? We don't want to have the distractions, and that's what Dwayne is basically talking about. If they want to have it on the board or outside the board, that's a different story for discussion other time.
Okay, front mic. Speaker at the front mic. Yes.
Yes, Dwight Barber from Washington. Since I work in the field of ophthalmology, these types of distortions that occur on the board can be very traumatic to the individual that the opponent does not know about. And usually a person with such a disability does not mention it. They struggle with disability. And so I am for this amendment. I think it's appropriate. The player can bring their own board, and US Chess itself has non-logoed boards available at sites. Thank you.
Back mic.
Now, as Mr. Hayter mentioned, this amendment is actually absurd because
If you don't want to have the local board, you should be voting against the motion as it stands. If this amendment is passed, we have a contradictory rule. This amendment should be voted down and then deal with the original thing. And if you don't want the logos in the corner, vote against the main motion.
Front mic.
Ron Underwood, Nevada. My basic argument is why not? If it bothers some people and they have a board with them, why not just politely allow them to place the board with another board that is suitable to the game of chess?
Tim?
No, I'm not here to do what you think I'll do. I'm going to put on my rule book editor's cap. Vote that down, folks. It's just badly worded, and it simply doesn't solve the problem. The problem gets solved the way this body solved the problem with electronic clocks versus traditional clocks. If you go through the book, you're going to find that there's an order of what is most standard, blah, 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 blah. That's all you need for this. What's most standard? Okay, the board that doesn't have any writing on it in the squares. Second most standard is, well, what the original talked to. You can come up with all the other little things that people brought up. You just write a list of what is most standard, order it top to bottom, and you solve your problem.
Okay. I think you're at the wrong mic if you're at the lowest mic.
Am I able to speak once more on this issue?
You're allowed to speak twice, but the front mic is in favor of your amendment, Mike.
Oh, I see.
Yes, that's the way we're doing it.
So I would agree with a lot of what's just been said. I don't like this change that we're making. I was trying to be diplomatic. I was trying to have some compromise and meet in the middle. Okay, so sure, go ahead and be able to play on your boards that have symbols on the corners if you both want to. If one of you doesn't want to, no, don't force somebody to play on that. And that's what this amendment does. It's very simple. There's nothing wrong with it.
No comment, no comments.
Yeah. You should talk from parliamentary.
Okay, just address the chair.
That's all I have to say. It's easy. It's a middle of the road fix, and it'll work for everybody.
David?
I'm speaking against the amendment.
Right.
The reason to have these types of boards considered to be standard equipment is so that organizers would use them. Organizers for large, prestigious events who want to create branded boards for their events are not going to want to do that if it's considered non-standard equipment. Personally, you play against me, you don't like my board, you want to use yours, 99.9% chance I'm willing to play on your board unless it's really, really odd. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we all have preferences on which boards we would or would not rather play on. Standard is meant to set some minimum standard, and I've seen people say, no, I don't want to use your very nice handcrafted $500 wood board. I want to use this $2 piece of crap board instead, but I'm black, and I get to pick which of these two standard boards we're going to play on. And for better or for worse, that's how standard works.
Front mic.
Dylan Quaresha, Southern California. I call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection? Seeing no objection, we'll put it to a vote. This is on the amendment. So those in favor of the amendment, raise your credentials. Those opposed to the amendment, amendment is defeated. We're now back on the main motion. Is there discussion? Mr. Sloan.
I like what Tim just had to say. I move to refer this to rules for wordsmithing.
There's a motion made to refer to rules and it has been seconded. Is there discussion? See no discussion. Those in favor of referral, raise your credentials. Those opposed, motion has been referred.
President?
Yes?
A motion passed at the membership meeting that was overlooked by Mike Shuey from Tennessee. You should have that, it was referred to the TDCC at the membership meeting.
I'm not understanding.
It was by Mike Shuey. Mike Shuey.
Sorry.
There was a motion from the membership meeting, which was overlooked and not presented earlier. which should
Okay,
be for new business.
I guess I'm not aware of, do we have that motion? Oh, yeah, so David, just if you can defer for a moment. Dan, do we have a motion from the membership meeting? Okay. So this would have been, it's not an ADM, but it was a motion that was passed out of the membership meeting. As you can see it and read it, move to formally refer to TDCC to explore and provide some processes where local level TDs can improve their ability to adjudicate at level, senior level TDs would be capable of adequately adjudicating 90% of the time. The rest is commentary. So that's the motion that's before us. Is there a discussion on it?
Point of order.
What, state your point. You add a microphone. Add a microphone.
What happened to the other proposition we were voting on?
Well, the first one was referred. No, it wasn't.
Your amendment was not voted in, then the overall motion was referred to the Rules Committee to work with it.
We're not on it anymore. It's gone.
What grounds were for removing that?
Excuse me? The motion, there was a motion made to refer, and it was passed by the body. Refer to Rules Committee.
Your amendment did not pass, and then we went back to the base motion, and the base motion was referred to rules and accepted by the.
Yours is a point of information, and we just explained it to you. So now let's get back to the actual motion that we're.
I did not hear a vote on.
The vote was taken. You missed it. Please go away from the microphone. You missed it, man. I'm sorry. It was defeated overwhelmingly. So life goes on. Next, can we get back to this?
Jeff Leavell, Illinois, Chair of TDCC, and this did come up during the TDCC meeting, and this was unanimously considered a good idea.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we will go to a vote on whatever the delegate's motion was that was passed by the membership committee. Okay, all those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. So now we will go back, David, to your ADM, which is 2319.
I yield the floor to Al Terry.
Yes, at the Ethics Committee workshop, the compromise was worked out and was approved 15-2 with one abstention, which was to refer this motion to bylaws and ethics to produce revised wording for section 6H of the code.
Okay, so
I will make that.
the motion is to refer to bylaws and ethics. And you asking unanimous consent? Just asking unanimous consent. Are there objections to the referral? Hearing none, so ordered. Hold on, guys.
What do you want bylaws to do with this?
Well,
Al, can you? Al.
The code of ethics is separate from the bylaws. Well, if you don't want to be part of it, then I guess.
Okay, do you want to make a referral just to ethics? Okay, referral would be just to ethics. Is there unanimous consent? Is there an objection? Hearing none, it will be referred to ethics. Next on the agenda is 2320. Stephen.
To clarify, these motions where it says Rules Committee were actually made by the Rules Committee. The reason for the delegate names on there is because a motion made by the committee still needs to have a delegate speak to it. So that's why the names are on it. But these motions were made by the Rules Committee, and
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. You're correct. It's come from the Rules Committee as well as Emmett and Johnson.
so this particular motion basically amends the rules so that for claims, for specific claims like triple repetitions or other issues that require a score sheet, this complete score sheet is not a requirement, just the part of the score sheet that is necessary to verify whether the claim is correct or not is complete. And that was a change deemed necessary because some directors were saying that in order to make a claim of a repetition or occurrence on move 53, you needed to have the score sheet complete for move 1, and if you didn't, then you couldn't use the part of the score sheet that was there complete to verify your claim. So the committee felt that it was necessary to differentiate what the threshold was to uphold the claim. And the threshold is a score sheet, according to the committee, the threshold is the score sheet needs to be just complete enough only to verify the claim. And this was also brought before the rules workshop, and I don't have the exact number. 10-0 is unanimous.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Is there further discussion? Tim?
Technical issue. Who are you again? Technical issue. There's a misprint in this. Okay, get rid of the misprint. It should not have. And I looked at the original hand today, and someone just missed it. Or in parentheses, of course, it's 14C9, and it has 13C7 in parentheses. That should be used crossed out. That's what this whole amendment, this whole rule is about, getting rid of that reference.
So right
to
under,
take care of the issues Steve was talking
just to clarify, right under 14C9 claimant score sheet, on the next sentence, there is in parentheses 13C7, and you want to strike that.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yep.
Yes, unanimous consent. You ask unanimous consent to strike that. Any objections? It is stricken. Okay, now we're back on the motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? See none. All those in favor of ADM 2320, raise your credentials. Opposed? 2320 passes. Now, the Rules Committee, via Steve, Emmett, Tim, Justin, Mike Hoffenbauer, are back up for 2321.
Point of information.
Let's take a point.
Did the thing pass by 85%? In other words, does it come active this January, or does it become active for another year?
It was well over 85%.
Was it passed by unanimous consent?
No, the amendment was passed by unanimous consent. But the motion was passed over, it was well over 85%. Okay, so now we're back on ADM 2321.
And continuing, this is a motion that was also first adopted or passed by the Rules Committee, basically to plug a loophole in the US chess rules where scorekeeping is required if you have a 30-second or more increment, but the issue of whether scorekeeping is required with a 30-second delay is not specifically mentioned as having scorekeeping required. So in order to equalize the situation, the Rules Committee decided that the requirement to keep score should apply equally whether you're using a 30-second delay or a 30-second increment. And that is the situation. That's the basis for the rule change. This was also brought to the workshop, and it passed overwhelmingly, 11-0 by the workshop as well.
That is overwhelmingly. Is there discussion on this? And just to be clear, when we move, this would also require 85%. So if it appears that it's close, we may have to have you hold your hands up again, all right?
Point of information, it requires 85% to become effective January 1st. I believe it requires 2/3 to be represented next year in the same form.
Okay, all right. Caleb?
Point of information.
State your point.
Is the rule currently construed, is the rule currently construed, or maybe I should apply as including it as delay as well as increment, or so this is just fixing something that's missed, or is it a real change?
I think you're directing that question to the maker of the
Yes.
motion.
The rule for scorekeeping now does not specifically address the scorekeeping requirements for 30-second delay. It only states that scorekeeping is required for increment of 30 seconds or more, but it doesn't specifically mention what happens with a 30-second delay.
Is there further discussion? Alan, are you getting up to speak?
One issue, this would never come up in FIDE context, because for FIDE, they view that increment delay as being the same thing, right? It only comes up because we make a distinction about it in the United States. We ought to treat the two the same, so it's a good change.
Dan, did you have a comment?
This has come up in term format subcommittee for scholastics and addressing time control for events. And one of the topics is when we're determining 30 seconds of time delay, potentially, that the notation requirement is not required based on the old rules. And this rule change was discussed inside the Scholastic Council for the ED liaison, time is my call power, to address the rules or not.
Sure. Okay. So is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on ADM 2321. Those in favor, raise your credentials. Those opposed? It passes with more than 85%. The next ADM is 2322. Once again, the Rules Committee via Steve Emmett, Tim Joseph, Mike Hoffbauer. Steve, are you addressing this one?
This motion basically is a bookkeeping type of motion because it's requiring that the issue of delay in the game or absence during play be moved from one particular chapter to another. And maybe, Kim, could you perhaps address this better than I can? Maybe have more specifics? Basically, the idea that, well, the Rules Committee also passed this, and it was also passed by the workshop, I believe, overwhelmingly, 11-0, and the thrust of the motion is that the idea of the absence under play rules should be recategorized under a different, moved from where they were to where the rule is requesting that they be moved to. And also, it defines an absence during play. The absence was changed from long absence during play to absence during play.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we will vote on 2322. Those in favor, raise your credentials. Sorry?
I just wanted to say we were not making any rule changes in this particular issue.
Great.
It's
That's
just
great.
bookkeeping for the
Okay.
rules currently.
You won, just sit down. Opposed? All right, the motion passes.
I wanted to speak.
On what?
Well, on this rule, I think it's not strong enough. I think that you're trying to,
Well, we've already had the motion. It was offered, if anybody else wants to speak. If you were going to speak on a motion, try to move this along, come up behind the speak, whoever's explaining the ADM so that you're ready so we can keep moving. The next ADM is 2323, which is another Rules Committee motion with Steve Emmett, Tim Just, Mike Hoffbauer.
This motion was also considered and adopted and passed by the Rules Committee. It basically removes references to computer membership, to computer players in chess. When originally the rule book had special rules for players whose opponents were computers, and this basically strikes all that because it was deemed to be obsolete and moot to have references to computers and opponents and rules to consider when you're paired against the computer. So these items, and the reason for all the wording here is because we had to go through the rules and remove any references to these rules. That's why this, the length of this, but this basically removes references and special rules for players whose opponents are computers. It was passed by the Rules Committee. It was also passed by the Rules Workshop, rather overwhelmingly, 10-0.
Okay, thank you. Is there discussion on this particular ADM? Hearing none. All those in favor of ADM 2324, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. 2323, excuse me. And it passes again unanimously. Now we are on ADM 2324. Oh, we already did that. That's right. That's been disclosed. Right. So the next one is 2325, which is by delegates Emmett, Road, and Road. E.
This is actually a new motion for a motion for a new, I guess, policy. It's basically designed to improve the current situation where you have a tournament which has both FIDE rated and non-FIDE rated sections in it. And in a tournament where you have FIDE rated, non-FIDE rated sections, if you have directors that are directing only the non-FIDE rated sections, and you have no place in those sections to list them, for example, as a floor TD or a backroom person, in those sections, there's no place to list them on the rating report if the rating report, if the rules or the policy prohibits listing any director on the rating report. I'm talking about the global area as other TD. If the tournament has, as in the case I specifically referenced here, I had a tournament in November where I had 8 sections, one of which was a FIDE rated section, 7 of which were not. And I had one director who was working, and there was no spot to have that director listed in the non-FIDE section. I couldn't list that director at all because there was no place to put it on. I wanted to list it as other TV, and there was, because of the fact that US Chess would not accept that particular designation, I couldn't give that director credit as a director who did not have any dealings with the FIDE section.
Okay, there's discussion, and I recognize Delegate Eager.
Yeah, I'm against this motion as stated right now because it's not clear to me that the office and the FIDE events manager can work with this because they are taking they are utilizing the other TDs in the global section to mean that you were eligible for the FIDE. So what I would recommend is that we refer this to TDCC and to the office for further study and review. And there may be a solution, but mandating this solution may tie the hands of the office and potentially TDCC in ways that we don't want to. And they should get a crack at this before this is adopted.
Are you making a motion to refer?
I move to refer to TDCC and the office.
Okay. Moved and seconded. There is, you can discuss. Dan, do you want to?
I just want to hear from the TDCC workshop, because we did address inside the TDCC
Okay.
workshop the referral and how to address this motion to make it successful so that we get this TDs correctly.
Okay, Jeff, do you have that?
During the workshop for this one, the executive board did say they are working on a technical way of handling this.
Dan, did you have a follow-up?
So it should be referred to TDCC, the executive board, and the office. And not
Okay,
just
David,
TDCC.
that's acceptable. So the motion is to refer to PDCC, the executive board, and the office? Okay, but is that, so that you're fine with that? Any discussion on the referral? Seeing none, all in favor of referral, raise your credentials, opposed, it is referred. We probably have time to maybe sneak in another one or two. Okay, so the next one is 26. This again, Steve, for you handling this, or Dan?
I wanted to make a small amendment to this, that's why I'm not sure we have time to consider it due to the circumstances, but I wanted to add a sentence at the end of the motion. So is this possible to do now? Or?
Why don't we defer this one then, and we'll take it up first thing.
Right.
Yeah, and then you can, that'll give you time to put it in writing so we can put it on the screen. The next one is 2327.
So this motion is basically a request to try and ameliorate a situation now where we're creating multiple IDs almost constantly for members who are already, for players who are already members and already have ratings. When their membership, if it's a player specifically with a common name and their membership is being renewed, a lot of times their new ID number is created. And if I have a player in a tournament and I want to make sure that I have the right John Smith or I'm not going to be image, but if I want to make sure that I have the right player with the right rating, I can't really ensure that situation. And so a lot of times, if I'm renewing, when players register for tournaments, a lot of times they just automatically say I'm a new member. And that doesn't necessarily mean they are a new member. It means they may not want to indicate that they have a previous ID, or they may not know about an old ID. And so in order to help reduce the creation of multiple IDs, we need a system whereby we not only guard the members' privacy, but we also have a way to work with the office to check for possible pre-existing IDs to see if they match someone before we just go ahead and generate a new ID number.
And in talking with the executive board, we will take this up. If you want to refer it to the executive board, we will act on it.
Well, it's good. It's been like a couple of years now with this particular issue. So
I promise you we'll take it up.
Good. And I would move to refer, but the express hope that it can be seriously considered.
Everybody's nodding. Is it unanimous consent to refer? So ordered. Okay, we have time. We can probably sneak another one in here. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Alex, you're up on 2328.
All right, so this was amended and final.
You're not compliant.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
This was amended. This was amended in bylaws. The first option is removed. The amendment should just read section 1, period, responsibility.
I guess I'm understanding what you're suggesting.
Yeah, so, Dan, what you need to do where it says section 1, yeah, take that out, keep going, stop. There.
Now we're on.
Okay, so, I remember now. Okay, so what you've asked for is unanimous consent to remove the first section 1, correct?
Correct.
Okay, is there an objection? Hearing none, now we are on just this section the second responsibility, basically. And do you want to speak to that?
Yes, so Dan, if you could just remove the extra word responsibility. Thank you. So the current, this is a cosmetic change, the current section in the Articles of Incorporation is slightly different from what's in the bylaws. The Articles of Incorporation being the superior document should be copied precisely, and so this is the section from the Articles of Incorporation exactly as stated.
Right.
The change, I mean, if somebody wants to know what the change is, in the real estate transaction portion, the current section is incomplete. So, the whole section is approve the sale, exchange, or other transfer of real estate. And the bylaw section, I believe, only says sale. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Alan, I know the bylaws passed this pretty overwhelmingly. Alan, is that what you were going to speak to, or Guy? Hold on, Kel. We're going to let them give us a point of information, or just give us the stats.
Okay.
Go ahead, Caleb. Fine.
He kind of said it, but there was one thing. Just to clarify, it's the other way around. The articles, if I recall, only apply for delegates for sale. It is the bylaws right now are saying sale, exchange, or other transfer.
Right.
Just to clarify.
That's correct. Okay, Guy, give us the numbers.
Okay, when the committee first looked at it before the change and some of the discussion, it was about 4-4. When the workshop looked at it after the after the alternate amendments there, it was unanimous in the workshop.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion? I've seen none. So all those in favor of the ADM as amended, 2328, raise your credentials. Opposed? Great, thank you. That's going to...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I know we're right at 6 o'clock,
yes,
but we could very quickly resolve about 3 or 4 more items, because they're going to be withdrawn.
They're going to be withdrawn. Okay.
We need to make that happen.
Right. So, Alex, which ones do you want to withdraw?
So motions 29 through 34 are withdrawn.
23, 29, 23,
29 through 34.
31, 32, 30.
Yes, I know, I was saying, I was in the process of saying that. Okay, so those motions have been, ADMs have been withdrawn. We're going to now reset, or we were in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. We got a lot done here today, thank you very much. I think we're going to be poised to have an orderly wrap up tomorrow morning. We are in recess. So I believe when we left off, there had been ADM 2326 had been deferred. And I believe, Steve, that you filed an amendment, and that was the reason that it was deferred?
Yeah.
Is that correct? Dan, do we have that amendment that we can put up?
The mic is on.
Hold on a sec while we get the memo. Okay. So,
The amendment is just appending that language to the current motion. So
Where?
it's everything there plus.
where would it end?
Right at the end.
Okay, so, this is rationale, right? Or
No, that's actually the.
Okay.
It's a sort of a qualification.
Okay, so at the end where it says, the category of chess control should specifically be added to the current options of backroom TD and floor TD on the US Chess Rating Report, and TD should be able to earn credit as such in tournaments of at least 200 players. So you're basically adding a size of tournament that would qualify.
Right,
Okay.
correct.
All right, so first of all, you want to stop that as a friendly amendment to your?
Well, I'm coming from the maker, so.
Yeah, okay, so that's fine, we will append it to that, to the ADM. Now discussion on the amendment, Steve?
Well, the purpose of this is, in my experience, I've organized lots of large tournaments, especially, and in particular, I've organized many large scholastic tournaments. And the jobs of chess control, in my opinion, is one of the most challenging and difficult jobs of the tournament, because you have to have a lot of different hats on in chess control. You have to deal with inexperienced and new players, and some of them ask questions, and they're asking the wrong questions for what they really want, and you have to be able to discern that and to lead them into the right question. There's parents who have the same issues. There's tons of players who come to you because they don't know how to set their clocks, and the directors are already busy, and the other directors in the room are busy with clocks, and they come to you to ask for information on how to set. They come to Chess Control to ask for advice on how to appeal, what the procedures are, when to take buys, when they're not allowed. There's a myriad of things that you need to be proficient in order to function well at Chess Control in a large tournament, especially a large scholastic tournament. And there are two specific reasons why I believe that Chess Control should be featured or should be allowed to be acknowledged in an official capacity.
We're just talking to your amendment now. You're talking.
No, I'm not. No, the amendment, the motion, the maker of the motion accepted the amendment as a friendly amendment.
So we are talking, I'm sorry.
It doesn't need to be debated. It's part of the motion now.
All right.
So there are two specific reasons which I feel that Chess Control should be acknowledged in official capacity. One is that in situations where we delved into yesterday, in situations where you have a FIDE and a section and a non-FIDE, or many non-FIDE sections, the office needs some guidance as to determine and to make sure that only FIDE players were doing the FIDE sections, and this would be one way to facilitate communicating that to the office, because it would be understood that Chess Control is a separate category, and it doesn't in any way imply that the Chess Control people were involved in FIDE sections. That's one important reason. A second reason is that people who want to hire other directors for Chess Control would have a way of knowing which directors work at Chess Control. Final summation, I feel that this should be something that aligns with our mission of empowering people through chess.
Thank you. Caleb?
Information first.
What's your point of information?
Workshop and TDCC discussion.
Okay. Thank you.
We discussed this in TDCC prior to the US Open starting, and got about an 80% buy-in that this would be something that would be valid for an activity requirement for renewal, but only 20% would consider it even worth 1/9 of a substitution for certification advancement. During the workshop, the general sense was, well, 10-0 was that for activity it was fine, for certification there was no support. There's also significant programming aspects involved, and certification rules involved, and some of the details to be worked out. For instance, I mentioned 200 here, 100 was also mentioned in the workshop, or category N. And there are a number of details there that probably, per the workshop's agreement, should be resolved between the executive board and TDCC, with eventually being able to implement once a decision is made as to how these details should be handled.
Caleb?
Okay, although I support this,
Can you, let's get back to stating your name and your state for all speakers.
Caleb Brown, Texas. Although I support this idea in principle, I think it needs more thought exactly how the details are going to work. So therefore, I move to refer to TDCC.
There's a motion that's been made. Is there a second? It's been seconded. Motion's been made and seconded. Is there discussion? Dan?
I would like to discuss.
Or Steve, I recognize Dan.
Okay.
All I have to say about the TDC, and
Could you
I'm
identify yourself?
I'm good with the referral as long as we understand what
Dan, would you tell us who you are?
Danny Road, New York. Okay.
Thank you.
The spirit of this is to understand for all the delegates in the room, the front end knowledge and expectation that happens at large events with either scholastic or open tournaments. Okay? How many of you have sat in front and had to answer a question from a parent about this? So I'm good with the referral, and I think that we, as an organization, can move forward in a way that helps make this part of our term of directing. And I think however long it takes, if it takes 1 year, if it takes 2 years, we'll figure it out. So
Okay. All right. Steve, were you on the back line?
Well, it's not.
Steve,
Yes.
tell us who you are.
Steve in New York,
Thank you.
sponsor, one of the sponsors of ADM 26 as amended. And I just wanted to point out that when something is referred, there's sort of two bases for referring something. One is to try and get rid of it and kill it. One other rationale for referring it is to try and perfect it, to expound the details and perfect them. So when it's referred, I would just like to ask if the referral could also incorporate that the sense of the delegates in referring this to these groups is to acknowledge TDs who work in chess control. If that were included in the referral, I think that would be it would give better direction to the groups as to what the basis for referral really is.
Do we amend a motion to refer?
I'm not amending it. I just want to add that.
All right. And is there anybody else that wants to speak to the motion to refer? Laura?
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. First of all, of course, I believe the referral was with the ability to implement.
I didn't hear that.
I did say it. However, I'm in favor of the referral, mainly because as it stands, it says credit. And I kind of would like the idea for the TDCC to look it over with the idea of, rather than just making a credit, at some point making it a requirement at some level of a TD certification. Because frankly, not this year, but last year at the All Girls, I had been less than a month out of the hospital, so they pulled me off the floor, stuck me in chest control. And frankly, I never want to do that again in my life. That was way too much more work than being out on the floor. But it is something that I think high-level TDs should experience.
So, Caleb, can you clarify what was your referral?
So it was originally TDCC. My colleague suggested at the office. I'm accepting that as a friendly amendment, so it'll be to TDCC and the office.
Okay, thank you. Mike, you're fine. Okay, Sophia.
Sophia Rowe, New York State Vice President. As someone who always serves lately on chess control, most of the time my questions are, can you explain my pairing? Can you explain to me what a buy is? Can you explain to me, can you set my clock? Where is the bathroom? Can you find me someone who has a yellow shirt? And then I remind them that I am a tournament director, an arbiter, and I can answer any of their questions, and that means disputes, how to file an appeal. I think I must have done now about 30 chess controls, including New York State, also the Greater New York, which has a tremendous amount of players too, and my favorite tournament once a year, which is called the World Open. That's it.
There seems no more discussion. We have a motion to refer to TDCC and the executive board or the office. That was not what was stated.
My understanding was, point of order, that the motion included the ability to...
Caleb did not say that. So we're voting on the motion to refer TDCC and the office. We're on.
Point of order, apparently there's a disagreement as to what the motion is.
I listened to Caleb. He said directly, and he did not say, okay? I mean, and he did not say with power to implement.
Mr. Chair, as the person who seconded the motion, it was not specified with authority to implement.
That's correct. We're on the vote now. Those in favor of referral, raise your credentials. Those opposed, motion is referred. Okay. We had a series of the ADMs that were withdrawn by the author yesterday, 23, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. The body thanks you. Now we're on ADM 23, 35. Caleb?
I am withdrawing ADM 2335.
Thank you. 2335 is withdrawn. The next ADM is 2336. Mr. Delegate Brown.
So this motion, so it's not as it was written in your delegates, well, it's changed substantially since then.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
Okay, so this motion is, this motion is not as it's written in your delegates call, it's changed substantially since then. So now the only thing it would do would be it would allow current year eligible delegates to be elected as additional delegates at the membership meeting. Right now, that is only possible if you can only be elected as additional delegate if you were a delegate in one of the last 5 years.
So you have this amendment so that...
I believe it's already on there. I sent it to the government. It's already out there. Oh, maybe it's not. Okay.
Dan says he doesn't have that amendment. Do you have it in writing? Did you provide it?
Yes, well, I have...
Well, we're going to have to defer until it can be put up on the screen. We have to have it in front of us. Can you talk with Dan and we'll defer on this? Yes. All right, so Caleb is on. The next several are offered by the same delegate. So I would ask unanimous consent that we move past those to ADM 2340. Is there an objection? Hearing none, we'll take up ADM 2340. He's got it now? All right, well, we'll go back then to 2336. And Dan, now the language is up there, is the new version. Okay, so if you can see now all that remains, the underline and bold is how the bylaw would read, so that it is at least one of the last 5 years, or serving as alternate delegates in the present year. Do you want to speak any further to the ADM as now instituted?
Yes, I would. So this year we only filled 3 seats, so we still have 2 more. And my understanding is there are at least a few alternates that attended. So this motion would, going forward for future years, this offers a chance to become the delegate in more obvious. Now I know there is a process for people to become delegates through, you asking the state to appoint them, but that's not always obvious to everyone, especially if you're a first-time coming to know about this. This is just one more way that they can do that, and it would not actually increase the total number of delegates possible.
Okay, thank you. Alan?
Certainly.
Would you identify yourself, please?
Alan Priest, Kentucky.
Thank you.
This is certainly less objectionable than the original language. However, there's an administrative problem with this. Alternate delegates are alternates who serve primarily as alternates for their state. They are on an ordered list, and in the event that the delegate from their state is not present, they advance off that ordered list to be a delegate from that particular state. If they're delegates from that particular state, their term will end at the beginning of the next meeting. If they are elected at the membership meeting, their term will end June the 1st. So this creates a conflict between the status from alternate delegates who may advance on the ordered list or not. I think that this is a solution in search of a problem and should be defeated.
Thank you. Bob?
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts, I'm in favor of this motion because it gives more opportunity for a new delegate who's never served as a delegate in the past to be able to become a delegate, and therefore would help us to bring in younger people. And in answer to Mr. Priest's objection, why not change the term of these delegates appointed at the membership meeting to be the same as any other delegate and expire at the beginning of the following delegates meeting?
That could certainly be offered as an amendment if someone chose to. Steve?
Yes, I think there might be some.
Steve, please tell us who
Steve
you are.
Emmett from the state of New York. I think there might be some details in this ADM that need to be considered a little more closely. I would move to refer this to bylaws.
There's a motion to refer the ADM to bylaws. Is there discussion on the motion? On second, excuse me. It has been seconded. Now discussion on the motion to refer.
I am content with referring to the bylaws. I would like to be as perfect as it can be, so I would support.
Okay, so see no further discussion. There's a motion to refer this ADM as amended to bylaws. All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion is referred. Caleb, I think you have the next 2337.
In the interest of time, I'm also providing this motion.
Thank you. Then we go to 2338, which is also your.
Yes, okay. So this motion, right now, if someone was making a legal move, that can be corrected up to 10 years into the future. So the game could have changed radically during those 10 moves. And it seems rather unfair to the opponent that it could be corrected 9 years later. And it's also a phosphorus. It's also an inconvenience to the tournament director to have to look back as many moves as possibly as 10. It's taking up valuable time that you could be using for other things. And it also, there's also a risk of possible cheating where someone might make a legal move, or they see their opponent makes a legal move, so they don't call it immediately, and then call maybe later if their position goes badly. So this motion would help resolve that issue by taking the 3 moves. So it can still be corrected with 3 moves into the future, but not further. I think it's reasonable to expect the players, if they're going to claim an illegal move, that they do so within a reasonable amount of time. It's sort of like, if you're going to file like an ethics complaint, for example, well, you have to do so within a reasonable amount of time after the thing occurred. Same thing for all our things. It's kind of the same principle that if you're going to make a claim, you should do so within a reasonable amount of time. 15 seconds. I'm done.
Thank you. Steve?
Steve Emmett, New York State. This ADM was not brought to the Rules Committee for consideration. However, it was considered at the Rules Workshop, and it was defeated rather considerably. I don't have the exact quote, but there may have been one vote in favor of the rest of the workshop, I guess.
Okay. Jeff?
Yeah, very well, TDCC TDCC and Illinois. During the TDC discussion before the meeting, this was voted against by about 12 to 1, and during the workshop, it was voted against by 15 to 0.
Thank you, Jeff. Next speaker.
Mike Shuey, Tennessee. I was just going to say that I don't think 10 minutes is an unreasonable amount of time. It's worked for as long as it's worked. And then the other thing is that, I mean, even with where we are today, Terminator has no less time than they did before. Thank you.
Okay. Dan?
Danny Road, New York. I think if this were moved to 3 moves, I think there actually be more temptation for cheating and getting away with it. So therefore, we should leave it at 10 and leave it alone.
Okay. Caleb for the second time?
No, point of information.
Okay. What's your point?
I would like to, if it is in order, I'd like to ask the priest why exactly that would be increased cheating.
That's a reasonable question. Who did raise it? Okay, Dan.
All that is necessary is for a player to understand the rule book, and then if a turn tricker's away from the board for 2 to 3 moves, all of a sudden it's just right in there. The idea that we're looking at changing something from 10 to 3 moves makes it more likely that a situation like this would happen, and the TD would not have the option or chance to basically correct what was a fair play violation at the board. We're going in the wrong direction when it comes to this, and normally in situations like this, the TD does take care of it. It doesn't take too much time. We don't need to take this into effect. We don't need to end games faster or have these problems. This is going in the wrong direction.
Okay, Alan?
Alan Priest, Kentucky. I believe it's my understanding that the FIDE rule is that in the case of an irregularity like this, you go back and correct no matter when it happened in the game. Am I correct? All you iFlute AI types? So shouldn't we not move further away from the FIDE standard than what we already are?
Is there any additional speakers? I can't see back there. It's too big, I can't see through it. Steve.
Well, also,
Steve, please.
Steve in New York, not that I want to use the line with FIDE as a pretext or anything, but it was pointed out by Mr. Sloan at the meeting that we don't understand how this would save time overall, because the game still needs to be played over to determine when the illegal move happened and how far moves go.
Let's go with people that have not spoken yet. Jim, and then I'll get to you, David. Jim, I guess. Oh, thank you.
There is one point that nobody seems to have mentioned, that I helped direct some scholastic tournaments with very young, very bad players. And at times I've seen situations with both kings in check simultaneously. And when you look at a score sheet, if you can decipher it, you see that both kings have been in check for more than 3 moves. So I don't know what this, what this motion would do in a situation like that. If you find that they both kings have been in check for 4 moves, then what do you do?
David?
David Day, Utah, at executive board for a very limited time. I call the question.
The question has been called. Is there an objection?
I object.
Okay, we have an objection. Now we're going to move on a vote on calling the question. Requires a 2/3 majority. Those in favor of calling the question? Those opposed? Question has been called. Now we will go to vote on the ADM. Those in favor of ADM 2338 will raise their credentials. Opposed? The ADM is defeated. So now we're up to ADM 2339. Delegate Brown.
Okay, so this motion would ask the elected board to create a membership committee. So right now, we have it's around 30 committees or so, and they cover all sorts of things. Some of them are rather big things, like say blogs, but other things are rather small, like say top players, who's moving, Now, what we don't have a committee for is membership. Membership my is our largest source of revenue, and it's also a very important thing that links to the organization directly with over 100,000 people. So the purpose of this committee would be to provide across the board study of membership issues. So that's like how we promote memberships, what memberships dues, and what different membership types there should be. So this would be helpful because it would fill a gap that is currently unfilled. I recommend adoption.
And back to speaker.
Danny Road, New York. I think the spirit of this is right. I'm not sure if we need a membership committee per se. Sometimes clubs have membership committees. I serve on one in New York. But I think this is the job of all the committees to advise the executive board on the ways that they can help their members with their committees. So for example, the Scholastic Committee and the Scholastic Council will advise the executive board on things related to Scholastic players. So I don't know if we need this committee as much as we need all committees to make the valid points to the executive board as needed.
Alan at the front to speak. We've got two Alans. You're
Yeah, Alan Kecker, Tennessee. We're a membership organization. Why wouldn't we have a membership committee? I think we should.
Okay, Alan at the back, speaker.
Alan Priest, Kentucky, Mr. Chairman, I move that we postpone consideration of this motion indefinitely.
That motion, is there a second for that? That motion has been made and seconded. Is there discussion on the motion? No, go ahead. Okay. All right. Don't.
That would be rather off. Be sporting.
Identify yourself, please.
Caleb Brown, Texas. So I obviously oppose the motion to postpone indefinitely. Now, just to answer some of the things that have been said. So yes, we have all sorts of committees that can look at certain membership issues, like say, well, I also look at the rates that are in the Bibles, for example. Scholastic can look at the youth membership. That is true. What we do not have is a committee that can look at the big picture and make recommendations on them. All we have right now is a lot of committees that can look at some particular aspect of it. We need to look at the big picture. I'll also note, just for instance, that my state chapter, which only has about 500 members, has a membership committee, while this organization is obviously...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
State your point.
Yes, the motion that needs to be corrected is the motion to postpone, not the substantive motion. Part of the motion being amended. We need to speak to the amendment that has been offered.
Okay. Would you please speak to the
point of order?
State your point.
Actually, under Robert's Rules of Order, when there is a motion to postpone indefinitely, it is in order to speak to the main motion.
Okay, you're on. Go ahead and finish the time that you had remaining before the point was raised.
30 seconds, sir. Okay, thank you. So, as I was saying, this motion would simply recommend that the committee creates look at the big picture and not just what's currently done, where you have a lot of committees that are busy with other things and only looking at particular parts of it. So I recommend voting against this motion.
Bob?
Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts. We have a body which is charged with looking at the big picture, and that body is the executive board. I believe that this committee is not needed. If the executive board needs a committee to advise it on membership issues, you can do that, but I don't think the delegates need to ask for this committee. So I urge a yes vote on postponement indefinitely.
And Steve, you're the last speaker.
I was going to oppose the motion to postpone indefinitely because I wanted to move to refer this to the board.
Well, I believe the motion to postpone indefinitely is the motion before us, and we have to vote on that. Okay, there are no other speakers. So those in favor of the motion to postpone indefinitely, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes, and it is postponed indefinitely. The next motion, we'll have a little break. We'll have John Fernandez address ADM 2340.
John Fernandez in Missouri. So this is a motion from all some of the board, specifically giving the office the ability to have a bit of control over the naming of affiliates in order to create no confusion with the official state affiliates for us. And the one thing that I understand coming out of bylaws was this passed with an amendment to strike the final sentence.
Well, I think there are two things. First of all, the location of it within the bylaws, there was a recommendation that that be changed. And Alan, if you want to speak to where to place that, that would be fine as one of the co-chairs of bylaws.
Yes, in the bylaws workshop, this was proposed as adding to the end of section 1. Section 1 talks about the state chapters. However, Dan, if you scroll up a little bit, it talks about the naming of chapters that are not state chapters. So the affiliates, this really is part of affiliates, which would be part of section 3. So bylaws is recommending that this be moved instead of to the end of section 1, put it at the end of Article 8, section 3.
And do you ask unanimous consent for us to make that change?
Yes, please.
Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. The other issue I believe that, John, you were addressing is there was also in bylaws discussion about taking out the last phrase, common or commonly understood nicknames, and that instead it would read names and any abbreviations, period.
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
And Chris, that has been accepted. I believe all of the offers of the ADM agree to that. So now we are speaking on the entirety of the ADM with the change in its location in the bylaws and the removal of more commonly understood nicknames. Is there discussion?
Actually, I have a point of information.
State your point.
Am I correct in my understanding that what this would also do is give the executive director the ability to not approve offensive names?
Correct. That is correct. Okay, let's see. Front speaker, I guess back speaker. Ken, you're first.
Ken Sloan from Alabama. I'd like to correct something I think I heard at the previous mic. At the workshop, the deletion of the last phrase was approved overwhelmingly, but the vote on the entire motion was 9-19 against.
I don't remember that. Guy, do you have the numbers on that? Yeah, I don't remember it being opposed in the bylaws right now. Okay, now front mic.
Point of information.
State your point.
Why does this provision need to be in the bylaws? Why can't it be a policy?
I think that's just a question for the body.
I'm directing that question to the maker.
Okay, John. John, did you want to answer? I guess it's directed to you.
I think we've had a lot of conversations the past 2 days over the fact that things are not being in the bylaws, creating confusion, and I think it's better to give more clarity where we can, especially on items as complex as state issues.
So we got front speaker, so now back speaker. Bob?
Bob Messenger representing Massachusetts. Did we approve the amendment to the motion? I mean, what are we voting on now?
We're voting on the main motion. The amendments were offered by unanimous consent or by the maker accepting as friendly.
So that has been accepted?
It has all been accepted. We are on the ADM as perfected.
Thank you.
I have a question, Jimmy Nellis of California.
Thank you.
Are there currently any organizations that would be affected by this motion?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask who they are?
DC State Chess Federation is one.
Okay.
And, you know, the point also is whether there are any now, there would not be any in the future. That is also part of the rationale. But, Dan?
Point of information, I'm not sure if 5,000 members has been addressed, but that might affect large states. I don't know if that's been ever thought of here. I know it might be out of order, but I understand that, but I'd like to just point out that as we're a growing organization here.
That's not a point of information, Dan.
Fine. Just.
Thanks. It's out of order,
Okay, so, Alex,
Just point of information, has this been referred to states?
it's a motion, it's an ADM that has been offered, I mean, certainly.
All right, so I move that we refer to states.
There's a motion to refer the ADM to states. Is there a discussion on the motion to refer? Okay, right. Second, okay, it's been seconded. John, do you want, I mean, yes, the maker of the motion, it seems to not care too much. Okay, he's gonna, okay, I want to. While you two are conferring, the next speaker at the back mic, are speaking to the motion, or John, are you gonna sit? You're okay with the motion to?
States and bylaws.
States and bylaws.
Agreed.
Okay, there's now an agreement, maker and the maker of the motion to refer to states and bylaws. Discussion on the motion, is there any other discussion? Hearing none, we're going to vote on motion to refer. Jeff, were you going to say something?
Yeah, Jeff, we will vote on it. I'm fine with the referral. Can you please change that to the end of section 3 instead of section 1? It still says section 1 there.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That will be changed. Okay, we're voting on the motion to refer. Steve, hold on. Okay, I guess, okay.
Ben, Virginia, and you mentioned that the DC State Chess Federation will be affected by this, and I was wondering if you could explain how it will be affected by that.
Well, we're on the motion to refer. That's not, you're not discussing the motion to refer.
Okay. Sort of a point of order here on this.
Your point.
On the point, it still has or commonly understood nicknames.
Thank you, that's correct.
And that should be removed.
Yes, it should.
No, it should.
Your point is well taken, and Dan is doing that right now. Now, we're on the motion to refer. Does anybody have discussion on the motion to refer?
Yes.
David has
David Day, I speak against the motion to refer. This does not need to be referred. This is supported by the majority of the executive board. It has been discussed extensively. We do not need input from the Statesman Affiliate Committee that advises the executive board on something that they do not need advice on. Bylaws is not going to be able to improve this. This is a simple concept. It's already drafted.
Okay, thank you, David. Front mic.
Matthew Freeman, name. I'm for the motion to refer, but I would actually like to have it referred to the executive board with the stipulation of conferring with the council and reporting back at the next meeting. I think that you're opening yourselves up to any liabilities with anti-competitive lawsuits.
Well, we have a motion to refer to bylaws and to states, and now you're adding, you want to add what?
I'd like to add it to the executive board.
Okay, so you understand, this was a motion by the executive board.
I
don't know how referring it to us is going to change anything.
Well, I'm actually asking that you refer to yourselves.
We have,
that's your report back next year.
we have had council look at this ADM already.
Okay, I withdraw that.
Okay, thank you. We're on the motion to refer, and we're discussing that. At back speaker,
Fun Farm, Georgia. I also speak against referral. I think the issues are clear enough. The board has worked on this. We've had council. We've had the amendments and input from the various organizations in this body now. I speak against referral.
Okay, thank you. Front microphone.
Daniel Serna, New Mexico. My motion for referral due to some change in language. This actually directly affects us. Our state chapter is called the New Mexico Chess Organization, an organization that did not like New Mexico Chess Organization created a chapter called the New Mexico Chess Federation. As of right now, they will become the state chapter.
No, they are not. That's not correct.
We submitted a complaint to states and affiliates to have them renamed to that confusion, and that was denied. So what would happen in this instance?
This ADM, they would have to change their name. The next time that they came up to be an affiliate, they would have to change their name. They would not be, a name would not be accepted if they were not the official state chapter.
Okay, so if that's the case, then I am.
You're actually now not in.
The wording, go check it out. Yeah, make sure. All right.
Okay, that happens. Okay, back, Mike.
Bill Brock, Illinois. I call the question on the motion to refer.
The question's been called. Is there an objection?
I object.
We have an objection. Now we will move to to a vote on whether to call the question. Requires 2/3 majority of those in favor of calling the questions, raise your credentials. Those opposed? It has been, the question has been called. So now we are on the motion to defer. Those that are in favor of deferring this and directing it to states and bylaws will raise your credentials. Wait, sorry, point. Refer, yeah, excuse me. Refer, defer, it's a long day. Okay, maybe a little refer would be okay. Okay, those in favor of referring will raise your credentials. Those opposed to referring, it is not referred. We're back on the ADM, and without referral, are there additional discussion? Caleb.
Caleb Brown, Texas. I had submitted an amendment to this motion. I believe that you can have it, right?
Dan, do you have an amendment? That's not. We're on 2340.
Okay, so on this amendment, did you strike out the part about the commonly accepted nicknames? Because the makers already decided to take that out, and I can't add that in. Well, no, in my amendment, it still has that in there. Just strike out the part about.
The sentence right there should come out.
Right.
Abbreviations.
Yeah.
The phrase includes abbreviation.
Right.
Includes abbreviations, and then you would stop.
So this motion would.
Hold on a second, Caleb. I think you struck too much, Dan.
Put a period after abbreviation.
After abbreviations, right there. Okay, now we got it. All right. Okay, you're in order.
So,
Speak on your amendment.
okay. So this amendment would do two things. One thing is that it would turn it into a policy instead of a bylaws amendment. This is really not something that needs to be in the bylaw. Things that belong in the bylaws are really things that are about how we make decisions and maybe a few very fundamental decisions. It is not the place for just telling people things about how the decisions we've already made. It really does not belong in the bylaws. It can be a policy, and if we're worried about making people aware of it, the executive can surely do things to publicize. And then the other thing it would do is that it would include the grandfather clause to make sure that if an organization already has a name, it might be prohibited by this. They're not going to need to lose that. If they've already been using the name for a while, it doesn't seem fair to take it away from them. Now, just note going forward, names will still be subject to the approval of the executive director. Names are still subject to the approval of the executive director, so you can still make a case-by-case decision on that, if it should be allowed. But it would still be prohibited going forward, just not for organizations that already have such a name.
Okay, so we're now on the amendment. So state your point.
What is the impact statement on the affiliates? Impact on the affiliates. Is there an impact statement that's been created?
The maker of the motion doesn't have an impact statement.
So there's no reasoning supporting the impact?
Point of order, are we speaking to the amendments, right, as proposed?
We're talking about the amendment, that's correct. If that was directed at the maker of the
So
amendment,
this is in your favor.
Anyway, I'll handle it from here. So, back, Mike, is there speaking against the amendment? Right, this is just an amendment to the ADM. It would be a substitute for the ADM. So is there back speaker against the amendment? Okay, front speaker for the amendment.
Can I do a point of information or confusion in my case?
State your point.
Okay. So I thought the New Mexico delegate made a very good point in that some, Alexi Rubchek, I thought the New Mexico delegate made a very good point that some state
Now,
organizations,
what's the point of information? That you're
some
making a statement.
state organizations do organization. They don't do federation. They don't.
You're still not, you're not asking a question.
Okay, can this be extended to from association and federation to the word organization or other words? Because I'm not sure. What if it's named New Mexico Chess Organization? Like, I'm confused about this, and I'm sorry if I'm not presenting it well, but there's State Chess Association, State Chess Federation, but some are State Chess Organization. Would this apply?
Would you want to expand your amendment to include the word organization?
Well, I'm
I'm
also
asking the maker of the amendment.
So what I would do is take out or and put comma and say or. Well, actually, no, I already took care of that issue because I said except in form of I added and any other form substantially adapted to. That would include something like rotation.
Okay. All right. I think that clarifies
So
that.
thank you.
All right. Next speaker.
Bill Brock, the land in Lincoln.
Nebraska.
I call the question on the amendment.
The question has been called. Is there an objection to? Objection? I see his hand raised as an objection. Okay. So now we're going to vote on calling the question. It requires a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of calling the question?
This is on
On the amendment, right, which is a substitute for the ADM. Okay. Those not in favor of calling the question? Questions and calls. So now we are voting on the amendment, which is a substitute, although we would still then have to vote on the 80. So all those in favor of the amendment, raise your credentials. All those opposed? Amendment does not pass. We're back on the ADM, the original ADM is amended. And is there further discussion? David, you're at the pro light.
You all question.
David, it's called the question. Are there objections to calling the question? There are objections. We're now going to vote on calling the question. Requires a 2/3 majority. Those in favor of calling the question, raise your credentials. Opposed? The question has been called. We are now going to vote on the ADM as amended. This is ADM 40. Those in favor of the ADM, please raise your credentials. Opposed? ADM's adopted. Now we're now at the point, we're at, okay, ADM 2341. David, have that one? You're getting your exercise for the day.
As we have learned this year, even in a contested election, we only have about 1,500 people that vote. We have 2,000. We have Chess Life magazine is increasingly valuable real estate. The internet has been invented, and we can now post candidate statements online where they will be more broadly available. And I just don't see the point in continuing to use up valuable Chess Life spaces for candidate statements.
Are the speaker and that opposed?
Yes, well.
Name yourself, please.
Caleb Brown, Texas.
Thank you.
Just so I'm opposed to the present form. So the issue here is that we're telling these committees to revise it. They can't actually revise it. It has to come back to the delegates. Now, it seems to my intention, it seems like what the maker is intending is for the committees to look at this and then bring language back to us. But the actual text doesn't do that. So I move to refer to elections and bylaws.
Motion to refer to election bylaws for a second. There is a motion been made and seconded to refer this to elections bylaws. Discussion on the motion. Hearing no discussion, we will go to a vote on the motion to refer. Those in favor of referral, raise your credentials. Opposed? Executive order. And the motion is referred. David, don't run away.
is ADM 2340.
You have to do the next one, right, Randy?
I am.
David King, Utah Executive Board, until I can get us through these last few motions. Our DASI is pretty far outdated at this point. It includes a list of events at which you cannot smoke. National events at which you cannot smoke. It includes a requirement that certain things be published in the Executive Board newsletter, a publication that has not existed for a number of years. As we've seen today, there needs to be some thoughtful pruning and discussion around which things go in our bylaws and which things go in a policies and procedures document. This came out of a discussion last year where council actually did, the implied version of what council said to us is, why have you morons not done this long before now? This motion proposes that we do this now.
Thank you. Opposed? Back speaker?
Yes, so Cal Brown, Texas. So this motion seems to be rather necessary. The executive board, under the bylaws, has the power to create committees. They can absolutely create this task force without the intervention of delegates. Also, there's no reason why that we need to tell the bylaws committee to do this. They can already do this themselves without our telling them so. Therefore, I move to refer to the executive board and the bylaws committee.
The motion to refer to executive board and bylaws.
Is that the power to enact?
No.
That was not the motion. Mr. Priest will speak to the motion.
I will speak to the motion to refer, but what I want to do is provide a small history lesson on this document.
2 minutes.
The delegates' actions of continued interest are a list of motions that have been approved by the delegates when they were before the board, and some that have been amended since, that a couple of members of the bylaws committee in the past, notably our deceased member Harold Winston, thought were important to memorialize so that future bodies of delegates would know what they were. The proposal here to reform that, and the DASI now have taken on some sort of thought. Every time we would talk about it with council, they'd say, well, is this another set of bylaws? And of course it's not, it's just a policy statement. So, this referral to send it is kind of a silly motion to refer it, because what the motion is to create a body to resolve these issues, okay? The reason why the ED is not just doing it on their own is because these are statements that have been passed by the delegate, and I think the ED is recognizing that the delegate should have a say in sculpting the policy and organization. So I don't think we should refer it. I think we should just deal with the motion, let the ED create the group, which should include a lot of the bylaws committee, and move on.
Backline.
Am I allowed, Bill Rock, Illinois, am I allowed a point of information before I speak?
Yeah.
Did the motion to refer receive a second?
Yeah.
Okay, good, okay. I call the question.
Question has been called. Is there an objection? There is an objection. We'll vote on calling the question. Those in favor of calling the questions, raise your credentials. Opposed? The question has been called. We're going to now vote on the motion to refer. Is there discussion, additional discussion? No, we called the question, excuse me. So now we are voting on the motion to refer. So those in favor of referring the ADM, raise your credentials. Opposed? Not referred. We're back on the ADM. Further discussion? Yep. Andy, are you?
Point of information.
And what's your point?
For those who want to take a look at the BACI, I do have a copy.
Okay, that's good information. Thank you. Additional, John?
John
Yes.
McCrary, South Carolina. I've been concerned for years that many of these delegate motions go going back to 1984 when I started, have forgotten that there are time bound for the organization. If some of the people wanted to sue the organization, and more competent lawyers, they could find all sorts of things and non-compliant. And so, and I agree with Alan's point that it's time to go ahead and get a task force and get them busy. I know I remember there's one motion that requires that we have a FIDE advisory committee, and they used to check. That's been forgotten.
You take that back. Alan, second time.
In voting for this motion, when the EB forms it, I would strongly recommend that EB include the bylaws committee as part of the task force.
Sure, that will be taken into consideration by the executive board. Bill.
Bill Brock, Illinois. I call the question on that.
You've taken over Tim Jeff's role, I see. Is there an objection to calling
the son of a you-know-what is closer than
Is there an objection to calling the question? Hearing none, we will now vote on the ADM. Those in favor, ADM, please raise your credentials. Those opposed? It is, ADM is approved. And I'm going to turn to our vice president.
Okay, we move on to ADM 2340. 2340. Okay, this is better, I suppose. Yes. All right. Maker of the motion?
Randy Bauer, Iowa. I guess the one good news for you all about me being president is I don't come and speak at the mic very often. This is the first time to speak. I think this is new for me. This is an ADM that I feel very strongly about, and legal counsel does too. You've already heard some of the comments that we've gotten from legal counsel related to our bylaws. And they are of the opinion that we have too much stuff in our bylaws. I'm hopeful that the last ADM will help us rectify that. And also that it's too easy to change our bylaws. And, as I said yesterday in the president's message, I think it's really important for this organization to govern by consensus where possible. And most of the major changes that we've made to our bylaws have been done that way, sometime over a period of years, by bringing people to a point where they were happy, maybe not 100% happy, but happy enough that they could support it. Basically, that's what this does. It would require that ADMs, which now can be passed with a simple majority of the delegates, would require a 2/3 vote to change bylaws. And if it's offered as a delegate motion here, when we haven't had a chance to take a look at it, it requires 3/4 still. And that is the maker. That's my motion.
Point of information, when will this be going to effect if passed?
It's an ADM. It would go into effect at the end of the delegates meeting. It's not a rules change. There's nothing in the bylaws that would require it to have a certain, 85% approval to go into effect immediately.
So you want to make it easy to change this?
It is what it is. The bylaws right now allow an ADM to change bylaws with a majority vote of delegates. This will change that, and I think it's pretty evident as to why.
Let's go to the against microphone.
Well, I'm not against, this is more a point of information. This bylaws workshop passed this 21 zip.
All right. To the floor, Mike.
So I advise for this motion. My reasoning is a little different though. So two things that come to mind that make this rather compelling to me. One is that there are a few provisions in our bylaws that require a supermajority to do something. For example, 3/4 elect delegates large other than former US Chess presidents, and then 2/3 to approve rule changes, 2/3 for amend or revoke light member asset trust, and 2/3 to recall executive board member if it's on the event's agenda. So I don't think that the majority of delegates should be able to amend the bylaws essentially to evade those. example, if a member one vote, something that comes to mind. Now, I'm sure many of you could probably think of something else that's really important in the body. So those things should be protected by your bar, and if 2/3, it's on the agenda, 3/4, if it's on the agenda, it would do the job.
15 seconds.
So I recommend the delegates support this vote. Thank you.
Let's go to the back line.
Mike Shuey from Tennessee. Just a point of information, I'm just curious, does anybody have a measurement of how often they've been changed, and then also how often, because they were changed, something got passed?
I don't think, we have not like gone through the past motions and figured that out, but I haven't been here at these meetings for most of the last 20 years. It has happened.
All right, let's go to the floor, Mike.
I speak in favor of the motion strongly. One of the reasons why there's a higher threshold for motions that do not appear as ADMs is that we have a very bad habit of just throwing out half-baked ideas as ADMs, and in some cases just adopting them as bylaws before anyone has bothered to, write it and think about it, and run it past people who have some competency in these areas. We have parts of our bylaws that do not sit well together. It's almost like somebody Frankensteined a bunch of different ideas together without looking at how the overall body was going to look at the end. We need to get out of the habit of making multiple changes to bylaws every year. We need to get out of the habit of saying, well, I just kind of think maybe we should do this a little bit, something different, so let's just change the bylaws, and no, I haven't read them, and no, I don't know what wording I want to change, but let's just change it.
All right, let's go to the rear mic. Please identify yourself.
Lawrence Cohen, Illinois, just substitute. I call the question.
The question has been called. Are there any objections? All right. So let's vote on the objections. All in favor of you calling the question? All opposed? The question has been called. So now we're to the base motion, and all in favor of the original motion, please vote. All against? It passes. One versus an army, Alan. All right, we move on to the next ADM, which is 2344. Again, Delegate Randy Bauer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Vice President, Mr. Presiding Officer, Randy Bauer, Iowa. So we've been talking about things that shouldn't be in the bylaws, and quite frankly, this is probably one of the categories as it relates to membership types and what that entails. This was a membership, we offered this to deal with an issue that there are members in prison who cannot look at Chess Life electronically and do not, under their membership category, get a magazine. At the workshop, it was suggested, well, why don't you just send them one? Do we really need to put this in the bylaws? And I think that point is well taken. And based on that, we're just going to do that. As a board, we can set up special membership categories if necessary, or just send it to them. So I'm going to withdraw this idea.
All right, the ADM has been withdrawn. Thank you. I will now turn the mic over back to President Randy Bauer.
I'm totally out of order. I was looking forward to seeing how y'all were going to send Randy copies of Chess Life with mine.
You're out of order.
What else is new?
Okay, now we're at ADM 2345. Or was this where we moved the motion that was on old business? We moved it in front of it or back? I think we did move it behind us. Okay, so we are on 2345. David?
Reasonable people can disagree on what the wording of this looks like. Reasonable people are going to do that, and I expect we will shortly hear a motion to refer.
Thank you. David Day from Utah. And back speaker?
Well,
Would you identify yourself?
Well, I would actually plan to defend this, but refer sounds like a great idea. So I move to refer to bylaw.
We have a motion to refer ADM 2345 to bylaws. Is there a discussion? Please identify yourself.
David Day, Utah. Can we do, Mike, do you want this? Mike Beekman, are you here? You guys want to look at this too? Because you're going to wind up being this elections committee's going to get added to this. Is it okay with you if we refer to bylaws and elections?
Okay, so we now have a motion to refer it to bylaws and elections committee. Ellen, you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I'm actually
just 1 minute. We need a second. Is that what you're going to tell me, Mr. Parliamentary? Okay, it's been seconded. Okay, now Ellen.
I'm actually opposed to the referral. I think we discussed this at length in the bylaws committee this year. We discussed this at length at the bylaws workshop this year. I think that it was on the agenda last year and it was referred, and so we should get this dealt with now.
We have a motion, I think, that Delegate Unruh may be coming to speak. Is that right? Oh, not on the referral? Okay. On the front line.
Danny Road, New York, we have 2 years until the next election. Why don't we refer now to bylaws and elections? That way we can get a break this year, because there's been a lot of debate over this amongst a lot of delegates. We have 1 more year to figure this out, and then for the next election, this can be correct.
Back to speaker.
Bill Brock, Illinois, I call the question on the motion to refer.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, we will now vote on the motion to refer. Those in favor of the referral, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion is referred. We now are on the motion from, when you put up on the screen, and it's from old business, it's last year, 2311, I believe. Is Robin? Robin, you want to come to the microphone? This was the felony. Yeah, from old business. Are you, we did offer an ADM to address this. You want to just withdraw it?
No, I don't want to withdraw.
You want to defer it?
I want it
Re-refer it?
discussed by committee, because I really believe that there's some place in the middle where we.
And we do have one now, the motion from today, the ADM has been referred to bylaws and to elections. Do you also want this one to be referred?
This is the new one.
It's okay. This is your one from last year.
Okay, all right. I thought we had settled it, I'm
And
sorry.
this,
So what is the new, what is the new?
the ADM that we discussed in
Right
bylaws,
now, right.
that has been referred back to bylaws and to elections.
Okay, I'm agreeing.
Okay, so do you want to withdraw this one?
No, I don't want to.
Do you want to refer it, or do you want to defer? What do you want to do?
I didn't put my
Yes.
motion, that's why.
Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, this is not her motion.
Yes, I thought it
This
was out of
motion
my
is an
head.
old business, it was
Okay.
referred, it's no longer owned by that maker, it's owned by the body.
Okay, is there a motion to
I
then?
move to refer to be considered along with 2344.
To bylaws and to
Bylaws
election?
and election.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
Okay.
I get 2345, I think.
Okay, do we need discussion on this? I hope not. All those in favor of referring will raise your credentials. All those opposed, it is referred. Okay, so we have disposed, those will both be considered by elections and bylaws.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, take your point.
ADM 2346, I would argue, is a moot.
twice, you can't go the second time. So that pushed in out of. And now, let's see, we are at,
Mr. President,
yes,
Ms. Bernal from Texas, I have a motion, sir.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Bernal from Texas, I have a motion.
That's next.
It is already been given to Dan, Mr. Booker.
Oh, are we on that one? We disposed of all the ADMs, is that right? Okay.
It's a new motion, sir.
All right, well, the order, Dan, yes, they should be done in the order. Let's see. I don't know, I'm just looking at what, yeah. Okay, so this is offered, this is a delegate's motion, and it is that US Chess thanks Jennifer Shahadi for her pivotal role in protecting the women and girls of US Chess. Her courageous efforts continue to have a positive impact on making chess a safe place for all players. Did you want to speak to your motion? State your point.
Cal Brown, Texas. Under the standing rules, congratulatory motions are supposed to be deferred until towards the end of the meeting.
Well, we are at the end of the meeting. This is.
I believe there are some other motions that are not congratulatory.
We're going to take them in the order that they were presented. That's the way we've always done delegates' motions.
Danny Road, New York, with agreement from the maker of the motion, I move that the delegates vote by acclamation.
Ask unanimous consent for that. Is there objection? Hearing none, motion is adopted.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay, what was the next one that was offered? Dan, I know you're typing right now, so give Dan a second. This is the part of the meeting where we have to give him time to be able to put the motions in front of us. And it was one of the problems with delegate motions. That's how. Okay, this is a motion by Delegate Cohen, and it reads, Executive Board shall establish a committee or group of volunteers to review information that is accessed by members, TPs, organizers, and other individuals/organizations. This is not limited to, but will include USCF ID information, accuracy, clearinghouse information, affiliate status, and state level information. Lawrence, do you want me to speak to it?
Yes.
Tell us who you are.
Pardon me, Lawrence Cohen, Illinois. I have had issues in a number of these things over the past, including having people call my affiliate looking for my club, which, well, I'm an affiliate to run tournaments, I don't have a club. I have had run into things as far as with the IDs. I understand that there are some issues as far as information at the state level, whether it's clearinghouse, officers, a number of other issues. But the whole point is that if somebody comes to the USCF looking for information, we need that information to be accurate. You don't go tell your brother that cousin Bruce is cousin David. You know, what people find out from the USCF as far as information they're looking for, that is important, that information is correct, and we need to make sure that we are in no way misleading people. You know, they come to us, we're in for chess, really, and therefore we really have an obligation to make sure that, what they get from us is right.
Back speaker.
I know on the Scholastic Committee of Danny Road, New York, we have on the Scholastic Committee a resources subcommittee where we're trying to update certain things. I think this can be handled to a certain extent by just referring this. So I'd like to refer this to the Executive Board and the Executive Director.
And I'm not disagreeing with you, but basically that's what this does. It directs it to the Executive Board to do something, and referring it to the Executive Board is pretty much the same thing, isn't it?
Fair enough.
Okay, and Bob, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, I don't think.
Hello, who are you?
I'm Bob Messenger, representing Massachusetts, and I don't think that the delegates should be telling the executive board to create a committee. I think I would amend this to say the delegates recommend that the executive board shall establish a committee.
Accept that as a friendly amendment?
Okay, that's been accepted as a friendly amendment, now is suggestive rather than required of the executive board. Is there further discussion on the delegate motion? Hearing none, we'll vote on it. Those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? It passes. Next. Yeah, you'll have to make a change of it being requested rather than shall. Recommended, it's requested that the executive board establish a committee. Yeah, delegates request, sorry. Establish, pick up shall. Keep going, there it is. Okay, I believe that's how it was passed. Before, I had neglected to mention this to the body earlier, but I had a conversation with Carol Meyer last night related to the DC issue, and it had been suggested during discussion that the District of Columbia would be without a state chapter, but the resignation of their state chapter status was made under the provision that the delegates establish a new state chapter for DC. So, to the extent that there's efforts underway to settle that issue, the District of Columbia will not be in a situation where there would not be a chapter for representation purposes or for holding state championships or naming players to events. I'll pass that along for the information of the body. Would you come to the microphone?
Matthew Freeman, just a point of information.
What's your point?
Is the resignation going to stand given an election next year?
I didn't, could you speak more?
Is the resignation of the current DC chapter going to stand given the election of an affiliate next year?
Well, the resignation is predicated on there being a state chapter, a named state chapter by the delegates. So yes, if there is a named state chapter next year, they will resign. They will have resigned. You're going to have to go to the microphone if you have something that you want to ask. State who you are.
I'm Stephen Jabron, representing Virginia. So there's a live issue with the previous state chapter that they held a DC championship, but apparently they haven't paid their bill, their hotel bill. So
this isn't a point of information.
Oh, no, I'm not asking for information.
Then you're not recognized.
Okay, that's fine.
That's not an issue we're going to discuss in front of the body right now. And at the back, Dwayne?
Dwayne Barber, Southern California. I have a hearing loss in the last, but I get it very accurately understood.
Are you asking for a point of personal privilege, Dwayne?
I'm sorry?
Are you asking for a point of personal privilege?
Yes.
Okay, you're in order.
Thank you. Am I to understand that what is discussed and will be involved is that DC will not have representatives at the National Invitationals?
No, that's not what I said.
That's not correct.
That's correct. It is not correct. The current DC state chapter will stay in place until the delegates select a new DC state chapter.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Why do you rise?
I have a motion for again, this one out from Texas.
Are we?
Mr. Lucas.
Okay, this is your motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so can everybody see on the screen? This is.
I'm going to read it.
No.
Okay, I'm turning over to David.
All right.
So, thank you, Bush, for doing that. So,
And name, please spell us.
my name is Dave Vermont, delegate from the affiliate chapter of South Carolina.
Thank you.
So, Dan, I believe we have the latest language up here. So, I've been trying to work hard in the interests of US delegates of your executive board. Actually, I believe of the three parties here, which obviously have some issues between them. And what I've been doing is trying to include everyone to look out for their interests. So that I know the delegates, the parties on the floor are not happy. Everybody wants the decision to go their way. That's just, not that simple, unfortunately, here. But trust me when I speak that I'm totally interested and mainly interested of the US Chess members and those, your constituency, which is what I believe your constituency is in Washington, D.C., which I don't know, but I identify with my constituency in South Carolina. So that's how I relate to that. Having said all that, I felt it important to include a number of the executive board members who I think have vested interest in this, and also Carol Meyer. Unfortunately, Carol could be here, but she's got COVID, so I've been texting and been on the phone with her. And the original language I had sent to Dan in the motion now substituted, and this is the first time I've seen it, but I think it's important to look at this motion. It's certainly up for discussion, so I apologize for this board members that I've talked to about this and didn't mean to surprise you. The motion is up on the screen, Dan. That's the one you just received, right?
So, I have just one question.
Sure.
I mean, it's unusual for us to put our employee on our committees.
Sure.
I'm sure that Carol would staff the committee and be involved with its efforts. Would you consider maybe not naming her? And she has. Okay. Well, then I'm out of the loop. So this is the second time I've been wrong today.
You would have been in the loop, but you were so busy. I'll send it
Okay. All right, then.
to the lieutenants.
It's unusual, but if Carol wants it, more power to her.
I've tried to keep everybody informed, either verbally, and some of the board members who may be find this mysterious. Nothing personal.
No, so thank you. And
trying to be expedient.
Okay, next speaker. Oh, so this is a motion. It's
the motion is up there, so.
And who does it?
Yeah, so I think it's a good idea to create the DC State Chapter Committee. One in which...
Would you identify yourself?
Oh, sorry, Stephen Jablon, representing Virginia. The problem that I have right now is that, I'd like this DC State Chapter Committee to basically have the authority to authorize the new DC championship. I mean, Vaughn, Ben, and I are putting together it, and we're totally willing to bring in Robin Rents or anyone else. As long as the old state affiliate is still the affiliate, right now they're actively attempting to undermine us, by putting tweets of the executive director of the DC Chess League and the secretary. They publish tweets that are defamatory towards us, which the ethics committee has already ruled. And the problem is that if they still have authority, they can actually block the DC championship from taking place. So we can actually make it happen.
You're not speaking to this motion.
Oh, Joe, it's about that I agree with the motion. I just
Well, then that's what you should be speaking to, and not on extraneous matters.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I think that this motion is good. That the idea of actually creating a new thing. So yeah,
thank you. Okay, Mike.
There's one
Mike,
very minor.
identify yourself.
Mike Pittman, Wisconsin. Sorry. There's a very minor technical correction here. Joe Medina has moved from Iowa to South Carolina.
That is true. South Carolina will be well represented in this discussion of DC. So that change has been made. And
Vaughn Bennett, Virginia, I do think it's a great idea to have this committee so that we can actively pursue this and make sure the residents of the District of Columbia, the members, USCF members in DC, have full access to it, and that we do this in the spirit of cooperation.
Thank you. Let's see, Caleb, I think you're next.
I would like to offer a friendly amendment to add at the end of this, the committee shall elect its own chair.
I believe they would, but if you want to, we don't really need that, Caleb. There's no other way that they would, other than they select it themselves. It's not named, so they're going to have to select it themselves.
Well, it just usually when the delegates create a committee, it's usually provided in the motion that the committee elects its own chair.
That's not been our experience. I mean, unless, our experience is you name a chair, and if it is not named, the committee elects the chair. Okay, is there a second for Caleb's amendment? Hearing none, we're back on the motion. Speaking on the motion?
Mike Shuey, Tennessee, I'd like to call a question.
Question's been called. Are there objections? Hearing none, we will vote on the motion that is before us. It's a delegate motion. All those in favor of the motion, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion is adopted. Dan, you're kidding me. Are there any other delegate motions that have been submitted that we have not dealt with? Okay. Now, we're going to stand these for just a minute while we put together a congratulatory motion. You can all follow along as I write. Thank you. See, this is what I'm doing as a team for the delegates. So I'm just going to handle this one from Kara. Okay. You see the motion before us, which is congratulating some of those who have had a role in making this, I think, a good week. And we should definitely have Carol Meyer in there too, even though she hasn't been here with us at this meeting. She has been a major force in all of the preparations for these meetings, and I think many of the successes that we can point to for the last week. So, did you add Carol? So we have that motion before us. Are there amendments to it? Because I'm perfectly accepting that. Mike?
Mike Hinkle, Wisconsin, after the Elections Committee for Administrative, in that section, we need to thank the governance staff in the office.
Okay, and the office governance staff.
And the office discovered.
Yeah, and I think just the US Chess's personnel in general, I think they have done a lot. I mean, I know Boyd Reed has been very responsible, and Pete and others for this event. And so we had those also, Dan. Yeah, well, will somebody second it, please? Oh, good. Okay, so we have a motion before us. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, raise your credentials. Opposed? Motion passes. Now we're at a point in the meeting that is, a little bit bittersweet. I certainly think that we're going to have two new board members that are going to be excellent additions and will contribute to our work. But we're having to say goodbye to two board members that have also served very well. I'm going to first recognize David Day. And I first met David not really face-to-face, but on the forum, the US Chess Forum. And I liked him a lot because he tended to agree with me. And so I pushed him to join, to run for the board. And, he showed very good judgment for a while and resisted that. And I don't know if I wore him down or he just got tired of saying no, but he finally ran for the board and was elected. And then I found out he didn't really always agree with me. And that's probably been good. And seriously, I mentioned this at the last of our meetings, but both David and Fun joined the board at a really hard time because it was 2020, and you recall that COVID thing. That was a real thing, and we didn't have face-to-face meetings, and we had to conduct our work by email and by Zoom calls. It's just not the same as being in person. And we were dealing with some really difficult issues too. Things like contracts that we couldn't meet the terms of the contract because of COVID, and understanding, issues like force majeure and what aspects of the contract we would be able to get ourselves out of. It was really important to have a corporate attorney like David on the board, and he gave us a lot of really good advice that we didn't have to pay for. And that was good also. But I really do appreciate, David is kind of one of those guys, he doesn't say a lot, but when he does say something, people listen to him. And I certainly have, and I don't always listen to people. So that is, again, another thing that I really respect about David. And one of the things that I know is a fact for both David and Fun, and Kevin's going to make some remarks related to Fun, is that they're going to stay active in this organization. They didn't just come and jump on the executive board. They've been involved in US Chess for a long time in a variety of roles at the state level for both of them, as major tournament directors, players, well, not really a major player, but that's the spirit I really think of service on the executive board. It's just a part of what we do for US Chess, and that's why I know that with David, it's not saying goodbye, it's just seeing him in a different role. And in fact, I even asked him to take on a thankless role, which he said he would, and you'll probably learn about that later this evening in terms of when we announce committee chairs and committee members. So, David, I really, truly thank you. I appreciate your service on the board, and I look forward to your continued contributions to US Chess.
Thank you. I'd like to offer congratulations and condolences to both Fish and Lila who are coming on to the board. Chess is, like I'm sure many of you, I learned the game when I was very young. It's blessed my life. I've been privileged to try to get back in the ways that I can. I've been honored to serve with each of the members of the executive board at times when we've agreed and at times when we haven't. They each care deeply about chess. They sacrifice deeply for chess and put a lot of time into it. We're fortunate to have a very good executive director. We have a good board of delegates. We have a lot of people who are dedicated toward serving chess, and it's just been a privilege to be part of that.
I'd like to turn our attention to Fun Fong, thanking him for his participation on the executive board. I can tell you that during my first year on the executive board, Fun was particularly warm and inviting. We spent a lot of time talking, going over the motions that he was actually looking at, and just connecting. We also had the opportunity to both be two of the oldest campers at the Atlanta Castle Chess Camp. So basically within our particular cohort, there were 10, 11, 12, 14-year-olds, and then it would be me, 66. Or in Fun's, it would be that same group, and then it would be Fun. You know, Fun is actually a little older than me. The thing that I did learn about Fun is that Fun is very much a health fanatic in a good way. And since both of us have suffer a similar malady, we would often commiserate as far as who had the better blood sugar level, you know, in the morning upon rising. But when it came to time working on the board, he was tireless. He performed in the role of the secretary, and I always liked the way he approached his duties and responding. And so I really appreciate the time that I've spent with Fun. And I know Fun has been of great value to the board, not just as a board member, but every now and then if someone fell ill, we had a doctor in the house. So that was always good. So Fun, I just want to thank you, and on behalf of the executive board and the delegates, thank you for your time and service.
Thank you for those very kind words there. I will, of course, continue to be involved with US chess governance, mostly at the state level. Will be the incoming president for the Georgia Chess Association, and we're going to be rebuilding that organization and make it an organization of sustainable leadership. That's always been my emphasis here with this body. Here I'm glad to see that the composition of this body has been changing nicely, younger demographic, more different opinions here to be voiced. I'm like that. I would like to continue. I've always been a voice for making this body more open, more friendly for newer members. Would the Georgia delegation please stand up? This is the Georgia delegation that came in on short notice we're training them to be great leaders in Georgia, and hopefully they'll be greater leaders here nationally as well. So that's just an example. I want to build up the organization both here at Georgia and also nationally there. If you ever need me for helping with leadership issues, we're going to be starting a leadership program here in Georgia on a quarterly basis. And if you'd like to see what we're doing, check in with us this fall. And I really appreciate the opportunity to have served here. It's been quite a learning process there. I'm greatly enlightened, and I truly appreciate the privilege of having served for you all. Thank you very much.
Again, thank you both, and we do really value your service. The next item is the installation of the new board members. As you know from the election, we're the two new board members that will take their positions within the organization, starting at the close of this delegates meeting, are Lakshmana Viswanath, better known as Vish, which is pretty much how I'm going to refer to him, and Leila Yakin, and I would like them to both come forward and join us on the dais. finish, welcome, and we're looking forward to working with you, which is going to begin, by the way, with a closed meeting in about another hour. So you won't have long to wait to start participating. But do either of you want to make any comments?
Is it too late to back up? Thank you all. I look forward to it and to the learning and growing. I thank you all.
Thank you all. I'm looking forward to working with you all. I will be easily, readily available. Talk to me. That's what we want to do. I want to be inclusive. Let's see what we can do. Thank you.
Thanks. I want to thank all the delegates for your active participation, but also your expediency today, because we were able to get through this at a pretty reasonable time. So Al Terry had told me with no uncertain terms that at noon he was out of here, because last night before his round all he got were some crackers for it. So you should now have time for lunch for those of you that are playing. But again, thank you all, and I will now entertain a motion to adjourn. Seconded, all in favor, raise your credentials, raise your hands. Opposed, we are adjourned.
David? The what?